Hello, it's me, Kiwo. Oh, the server's super quiet today. Sick. 2 p.m. That's exciting. Oh. Mikadi! Danny! No, that one. Daffy! Hiya. Rotund Rob, hiya. Adelaide. Okay. So the only way we can get out of the manor... Oh no! Let me relog. Oh, Adelaide without makeup. Well, so I haven't left public PD. I didn't leave. Okay. Yeah, I stepped down from high command on NoPixel public because I've not been around, and it's one of those things like I don't really believe that I should be I shouldn't be doing high command stuff if I'm not playing, right? So I said, you know what? This position, instead of me just sitting on the position, Because I did a lot of OIC work and obviously I did a lot of OIC work. Oh. Oh. Oh my god! This is how I am, like, in real life. When I've had a couple of drinks, I go full fucking Jack Sparrow. Yeah. What do you mean a bad? Yeah, there are marshals. So we got a wagon shop. We got our stables. Someone on that horse. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I am so, like, the cloak, like, wow. Mm-hmm. That is, but not only that. Oh. I just had it working. I broke it. Putting on jackets, yes. Yes. So I need a nice little apple picking outfit. I love them. What? Oh. Elijah. Bandana's affecting witnesses. Eric, what's up? How you doing? Eric, dude, this is amazing. I'm gonna be doing some science today. I love, like, that we just have this entire area. I love the idea, like, these are the people that we have working at the Braithwaite. I think one thing that would be really kind of interesting for the Braithwaite Manor, I don't know if it's possible, but, I don't know if it's possible to have... I don't know if it's possible, Eric, for our characters to basically not get targeted by the people. What's that? Oh, what? What am I saying? Sorry, I'm like still not okay. So basically, almost like a faction kind of thing. So if we were to draw our guns on Braithwaite Manor, we wouldn't get shot. She doesn't always ride bareback. Not always. Oh my Christ. Listen. Elijah's saddle went missing. I am just blown away by the jackets being in. That is so cool. That is so cool. Thank you very much, Sir Deathclaw. But thank you, Mr. Jason.
Morning.
Hello, good morning.
I thought I heard you rustling outside. I was sleeping in the stables.
What was you doing in the stables? I was chasing
I couldn't
up all
get
the
inside the
horses.
manor.
Yeah. Well, Clayton, he's still sleeping, but he's gonna be fixing us up some keys. Which
I sure hope so.
I'm so excited about. Jason, it's a bit warm. I'm just gonna take off my jacket and roll my sleeves up. Oh, never mind.
I need to visit the clothing store before.
Where am I? Okay, we gotta
I
take
don't
in
know
the
where
other.
you're going.
Dandony, we're gonna go get changed. And please forgive me, So Clayton and I had... Thank you for watching the manor while we was away on our trip.
Goodness, you have missed quite a bit, you and Mr. Clayton.
Yeah, okay. Made outfits. So, what's happened? What have I missed?
Well, there's a few people who want to speak to the Cresses and set up a couple businesses and...
Okay.
And Miss Jessica and I have been having some time together.
Of course you have. Enough room for Jesus between the two of you, please.
Well, of course, you know, we ain't doing nothing improper.
I'm
Spend a little bit of time at Painted Sky.
I'm so tired, dude. Is the
That
stream
feller
lagging?
who
Really?
had that cabin
Hold
up in Strawberry said he sold it.
Let me drop my frames a bit. Is that so? Why would he? Okay.
He specifically said that he sold it at cost in order to buy a different property, so he wasn't really interested in that place.
Okay, should be good now. Better.
I imagine we'll swing by and check on it.
Yeah! Yeah, we can do that. Are them folks at the Bastille giving us hassle? I need to check my telegrams.
Yeah,
Mm.
Luca's been causing some trouble. He broke into the manor.
Is that so? You got proof of that?
Warren saw them there. Warren witnessed both Luca and Eve causing
And
some
Eve?
ruckus there.
Well, Jessica won't like that. Well, in that
Just-
case... we're going straight to the marshals then.
Oh, they're aware, but they'd like to speak to Mr. Clayton.
They want to speak to Clayton. Yeah, they can speak to the marshal first. In fact,
Can you
no.
speak up for me?
Oh, yeah. See, if Warren saw him, then we're telling the marshals. I want to press charges against him.
Mm-hmm. I've already told them that they're looking for the feller. When I gave my story about what happened with that group of native folk who go by the name of Eaters of Wolves, I also told them about the break-in at the manor.
I can't do the voice today. I'm sorry. I'm too tired. I'm still. Well, again, we'll speak with the marshals, and I'm pretty sure because again, I want justice.
Mm-hmm. As do I. Which brings up another conversation, I guess. Another meeting to be had with a group of fellers called the Pinkertons.
Yeah.
They's offering their. Oh, is it? Did we go in a circle?
Yes. Just can you leave me? Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna let Jesus take the reins.
How did that happen?
I don't know. Jesus was taking the reins.
He's just been a little distracted lately, that's all. He's got to keep a close eye on me and Miss Jessica, make sure we're following a good Christian path.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. But hopefully, it'll be good to see Thomas again, because I know he and his wife usually ain't, they're always busy, ain't they? But hopefully
It's been a little while.
Oh. Okay. So, new clothes. Speak with the sheriff. Because again, if Warren saw him as well, we can put in a, I'll say I want a bounty on his head. I want a bounty on their heads.
They's also apparently in trouble for a series of assaults in Saint Denis. That's what Sheriff Mudd told me.
Yeah, I had an incident where I was, well, yeah. Whenever I have incidents like that, I just pay off the sheriff, don't I? And then the bounties go away.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what Sheriff Mudd said was happening with Luca. But now they've got something a little more concrete. They were going to speak to Warren and then round him up, I guess. But I ain't heard nothing about it, so Sheriff's not acting as quickly as I'd like. The Pinkertons promised action.
No, good. That's real good to know. You know, Jason, do you ever think about how great it is being so rich?
I figure that's why they approached us.
Yeah.
We are titans of industry.
Yeah, titans of industry. What is it? Giving out loans and running saloons. Wow. Real titans of industry, ain't we? Just, the way I see it is just imagine being poor, Jason. Imagine being poor.
Could you imagine? Gosh.
And as well, to stoop as low as to running into other people's homes and trying to sabotage businesses. When you got money, you pay other people to do it for you, don't you?
Yeah, and I came by the Bastille yesterday, just to check in on it, and it was completely empty. They had no customers.
Was they working?
No, they wasn't. There was nobody there.
Right. So.
Don't you wish sometimes your horse weren't so friendly with other horses?
Oh yeah. Okay, so what I need to do today is I need my apple picking outfit, and then I want to see how much they're buying at the stores in the area.
15 cents per apple.
Ain't much.
I went around with Miss Jessica yesterday. We had a bit of a date. We went exploring some caves and and selling apples around the state. We went to just about every single store, making sure they had plenty of apples.
We ain't got a forge, do we?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Because at some point, we'll take you out gold panning.
Oh, we should bring Miss Jessica on that. Go to the Elysian Pools.
Yeah, we can go there, I guess.
She's probably up Valentine Ways or waiting for me at Painted Sky.
Have they torn down my poster?
I can imagine so.
Have you got any of the other posters on you?
I should have a couple of mine. Oh, Oberon, don't walk away. Come here, bud.
You ought to take care of that horse there. Real fine beast.
Funny. Alright. Alright. Okay. Oh, the poster looks amazing. Safi made a really great poster. I need to get back on Lorna at some point. But it's really rough, like, I always get, like, really tired. I think Lorna's gonna be fun to play when,
You gonna be around this Sunday, Mrs. Adelaide?
I can't think of anything that is stopping me, so wait. Maybe. It depends, because... It depends what happens tomorrow, basically.
Well, I sure hope you are, because then you can come to church.
Oh, yep. 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 Fuck. There's a new metal night.
I'm hosting a Sunday service at my church here this Sunday.
That sounds wonderful. I'm really unhappy with the folks at the... I might contact the newspaper.
I imagine they'll be real interested in the truth.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not counter propaganda. It's the damn truth. Adelaide hasn't done anything to sabotage him. She's just tried to hire people. And then they break into the manor and trash the place? Bro! No, Oberon?
He's just real worried about the safety of some of these women.
Excuse me? No, they'll be fine today.
Oberon just worries too much.
Oh man. Dude, I can't believe the... God, the clothes are so good. But I might be able to find like a new shirt. If I can roll the sleeves up. The new will is so cool. I mean, this is like standard Adelaide. That shirt. I need to see if I can roll those sleeves up.
If I'm lost along the way, if I'm lost along the way.
Joe, come play. I am so fucking fragile today. It's unreal. I am so fragile today.
Two ships passing in the night on the stormy sea. Got your navigation lights pointing right at me.
No, I might just keep it simple again and just go with like a nice,
From the dead
you know.
of the night, far away from land. Searching for
The D, you watched the D&D session? Dude, it was mad. D&D was awesome yesterday. I was very hungover.
keeps my feet on the ground. Oh, and I would be the rock that keeps you from drowning. I'm your sail when the wind is blowing.
Oh, I love it.
Or if you need to row, I'm your raft when the river's flowing. I'll follow you wherever you may go. Been breaking
That's cute.
through the waves under stormy skies.
I like that one too, but I like the white one better.
And the hurricane's eye. Been sailing through the light of the northern star.
I wish I could get a basket accessory.
'Cause I knew that it would lead me to right where you are.
How do I? Oh yeah, you gotta try log in. That's how you get it. We're getting strip and set up.
Your sail when the wind is blowing.
We're getting strip and set up, which is gonna be great.
Raft when the river's flowing. Follow
It's so good, man.
wherever you.
There's just, it's very slow. It's like real slow burn shit.
I'm your sail when the wind is blowing. I'm
I don't actually know if you need the full game or not. Oh, that's a cute hat. How am I still fragile? Jesus.
Two ships passing in the night on the stormy sea.
I mean, it matches. Hey, the game itself, like the single player, is phenomenal, and I highly recommend it. If you haven't played it, oh god.
From the early warmth of May to the biting cold of late November gray. Seems it shifted in a day, but seasons never last.
God damn it.
On the outside, on the outside, on the outside looking in, wondering if you let me in. On the outside of your love, looking in. The window mirrors.
Sorry, I spend a long time trying to find outfits.
What was pretty about it remains no trace. I can't stand here, must move on. But where's the strength to walk away? On the outside, on the outside, on the outside looking in, wondering if you let me in. On the outside of your love,
Oh.
looking in.
I believe there's a white one. There we go. We can just take the coat off. I think that works.
On the outside, on the outside, on the outside looking in.
Just say the word.
No, I'm picking apples. I don't need a fancy hat today. I don't need.
Well, if you insist.
I don't need it. I just want one. Oh fuck. Elijah, you prick.
Oh goodness, what happened with my back turned?
Elijah.
He just didn't like the hat on your head is all. He's used to something a little more fancy.
Oh, Elijah.
He's just playing. He thought you was going hat shopping.
Oh no. Can we go to the doctor, please?
It's probably a good idea.
Oh, I don't feel good. Hello, Tiro.
It's okay. You look pretty good.
Thank you.
Not as good as Miss.
You watch your tongue, Mr. Jasonson. Don't
Let's
forget
get-
who dressed
it's getting
that
a little
woman.
tied. Yeah, she definitely attributes her sense of fashion to your teachings.
Mm.
She dresses awful so lovely.
That she does. Adelaide getting jealous. I ain't happy
Looks
about
like-
the Bastille.
It's sad that it's fallen into disarray.
Well, if they're going out of their way to harass people,
That's just not the way you run a business. You want to come in this other door.
oh,
Door's locked inside.
alright, I need to remember that. Boomer mods. Adelaide shot a man and he died. We blasted him in the chest with a shotgun and he flew. He flew across the room and crashed into those tonics over there. It was fucking awesome. Alright. Alright. Elijah!
Elijah doing all right?
No, he ain't. I found him out in the water when I got up this morning.
Just going for a swim.
Mm-hmm.
I must have been snoring a little loud in the stables and I spooked him.
Mm. Alright. The pirate wedding was epic. Okay.
Isn't it so nice that we have these new stitches that can take off our clothes so easily?
Mm-hmm. Roll up sleeves too. Oh.
We had a big old clothing trip in Blackwater with Miss Waters and Ash and Birdie.
Oh, those two are so sweet. I want to get them working at the Braithwaite.
I imagine they won't be opposed to it.
But I really want to get these. I really want to get the cider going, but we need to come up with a name for it.
As comically hilarious as your husband is, I find that Dixon is not a very appropriate name for.
What, Dixon cider?
I feel like we just could name it something else.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Now, do we know if they've dropped off the shipment of bottles for the cider?
No, not yet. But if we come up with a name in the branding, we'll be able to hopefully have a brand of cider that's unique.
Can we put gold flakes in it?
You know what? We can.
You know, I wonder if that lake next to the manor has gold in it.
Only one way to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wouldn't that be amazing though?
Yeah, I think putting gold in the ciders is quite an amazing idea.
And of course, like the whole like golden apple.
Oh, yes.
Golden apple cider. I mean, they ain't golden apples, but there's gold.
The golden apples of immortality.
I mean, the cider ain't gonna be that good.
Oh, maybe we could sell like an apple tea as well.
You know, it was Birdie. She wants to make like botanical waters and stuff, like fruit
that's nice.
flavors. Yeah.
Maybe she could call one of them immortality.
Oh, that's cute. Golden apple cider.
I like the name of that.
Mhm. But instead of golden, it's like, you know, little apostrophe N, golden apple. You know?
Oh, that's nice. To save some money on the lettering too.
Lemonade.
I like that one.
Yeah, so do I. That's really good. That's really good. But I was chatting with the sheriff. Actually, let's stop by
Roads.
Roads. Yeah.
It's a good idea.
You and I were married Tuesday morning. Sun high in the sky, I felt free.
Making sure we ain't going in a circle.
Yeah. Not this time. Don't listen, Jason.
Why'd you say it like that?
I ain't okay.
Listen.
Listen. Oh,
Listen.
you might as well just start calling me Thomas now.
I don't know. I was reminded of something different when you said that. You trying to get my attention and say, listen.
Hey, listen. Oh, what a fever dream.
Oh, that was our turn.
Was it?
Well,
Oh.
we could just cut through the woods now.
Oh, snake.
It's just a widow snake.
No, I'd like to start working with the folks up here. Let's see if the sheriff's around. I don't think he is.
Mud!
That's good. What exactly is the matter with you? Come on then.
Oh! Oh!
We're ending this.
Oh! Jason! Oh, he's given up. He's given up.
Come on, please. Somebody's gotta come patch me up.
Look out!
Oh!
Here it comes.
I need to go to the doctor's office.
I could imagine. If only the sheriff were around.
Over here, I need help. Cussing Kirk. can't be doing this. Just let me go.
Now I have closed the blinds. I shut the shade.
Watch where you're going.
That is inside my mind. This
I'll better now.
Yeah. Head out to
Only dreams.
Valentine?
Let's stop by the manor.
Alright. Evening? Alright, lead the way.
This is what it's like for me. It's the sound of distant thunder on the plains. Way under light
I want a little basket. I want a little apple picking basket I can just carry around with me.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Just to the right here.
dug a hole into the ground. A fallout shelter no one could find.
Oh, I'm still so fragile.
I'll tell you what it does to me.
I really want to make gross throwaway characters. I want to make a traveling circus troupe. So if someone puts on an event as like a surprise, they'll have a circus travel through town and then like just, you know.
It's the sound of distant thunder on the plains, way under lightning crashes. It's the sound of howling wind and driving rain, and heaven's on fire.
I do like that no trespassing sign.
Alright. Circus troupe sounds amazing. Yeah, right. How was it? We had 52 trees, was it?
50 on the dot.
Oh, 50. Okay.
Knit you about 300 apples if you only pick each tree once, but I imagine you could do a little bit more than that. They do get pretty heavy.
There's no way I can fix it. But you're also leaving me behind.
I've had a Witch of the Woods kind of character.
Just a few more hours. You'll be on your way.
I should have sent out telegrams.
Looks like someone might be here.
Dancing on a wire. Oh, how I try to make you stay.
I think that's Jessica's horse. Old Scraggletooth.
Won't you stay? Won't you stay?
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, I've tried training these fellers, but they're still a little upset about the incident the other day where I fired half the staff.
Oh, you know what? It happens. I'm seeing if no, I need to go down because we got the living quarters down there. I need to speak to them down there.
Locked in here.
Thomas.
Hello?
Yeah, I just woke up. It was pretty comfortable in here.
Ain't it just?
Ain't it just?
Where are you?
What? I
Thomas,
don't know. I just heard you guys talking from somewhere.
Thomas, you gotta climb out from the
Oh,
top
Miss
window.
Jessica? Are y'all
You
inside?
want me to climb out the window?
Climb out. Wait, I'll pop my horse down. See if you can mount it.
Oh, you know I will.
Why? Because this is my house. This is where I actually live. Also, we're trying to get the AI to be like. So if they're part of basically like a faction. Oh, look at you!
Yes.
Alright, Thomas, I'm gonna have
Jason.
Elijah's gonna be out front. Hi, Elder.
Howdy do.
Alright.
Okay, don't mind me just being
Come on, you can do
a
it.
bonafide badass.
Thomas, you missed.
I was so far away. But I tried my darndest. I want to try again.
Yeah, good luck
I
getting
probably
in.
shouldn't. I probably shouldn't.
You tried so hard. You got so far.
He didn't get farther, did he?
I guess
I got as
at the
far
end
as
of it,
Cody.
it just didn't matter.
How do you two?
Hey Thomas, how you doing?
I'm a little worse for wear on the account that I wasn't near miss with the horse, but I'm doing fine. How about you?
Well, why didn't you just try jumping a little further?
Listen, sometimes you just gotta jump a little further.
Listen.
That was not one of those times. Hey, listen here. I'm just trying to
Oh.
say something.
Look, listen.
Thomas, come.
Okay. Oh.
Mm-hmm. We got
Okay,
apples.
okay.
We got apples, Thomas.
Look at them juicy apples. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna work out how I can start pressing cider.
You were mentioning that, trying to find a way to get it into some fine product, huh?
Mm-hmm. And Jason was saying we could put gold flakes in the bottle, and we're gonna call it the golden apple. But like the gold
Oh.
and apple, just to save money on that.
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty smart.
Yeah,
I
right?
wouldn't have thought of that.
Would y'all like to see something bright and shiny?
Your boob?
But we can sell these. We
smile?
can sell our apples for about 15 cents each. With the 50 trees we have, that's roughly about
Ooh.
300 apples in total. So I'm hoping. Because if we're selling them and we can pay people to start picking the apples and selling them around to different
Yeah.
places, we go 50-50 split. But I don't know many people.
It's a really good idea.
Yeah, but you know what people is like? People just want money. And I mean, I know, I understand.
Yeah.
I have been poor before, but now I ain't poor. Imagine being poor.
Mhm. Yeah, imagine owing 3.5k
Jeez.
to Clayton.
It's a little bit more than that, Thomas.
What do you mean? Okay.
We had to
okay.
replace that chandelier.
The chandelier was broken when I walked in.
No,
but
it
was
bloody
a
well
fair.
were.
That were a $15,000 piece of art that you broke.
Okay, can we just make it a running joke that I owe money to Clayton and it becomes like more and more, and then I owe him like 100k?
I don't know what you're talking about,
I
a
think
joke.
That's a joke.
Listen,
The money you owe the Cress Corporation isn't a joke, Thomas.
you are a joke. No, you're not. I'm sorry for saying that. I don't know why I said that.
Thank you. You hurt my feelings, Thomas.
I like you just the way you are, Jason.
It's okay. I'll cheer myself up with some explosions.
That's so.
You guys want to see me explode?
Sure thing.
Listen.
You know, we still got maybe a bottle of two for explosive stuff. I heard it's pretty hard to come by.
I asked for
I was
It's
talking
just
about
been added.
fireworks.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about fireworks too. Hell yeah. Show them. Yep, fireworks. Let me just grab a few apples in the meanwhile. Get these popping, Jason.
Yeah, people like come onto the property anyway. I can't wait for someone to try and steal our apples. I can't
Them
wait.
apple stealing whores. You know, a long time ago, me and Aurora might have went to their little orange orchard over yonder, and we might have sneaked there at night with some Zorro masks on, and just kind of took as many oranges as we could, and then we made some orange juice with it. It was a fine time. We're living
is
the
that
real
on our
outlaw
land?
life. I don't think there's oranges about anymore around, but I know that there's a little orchard over there near Saint Denis, and there's a few oranges and clementines. I don't know if there's any in this season right now, so to speak, but we made some orange juice back then. It was pretty good.
You know, it'll be good to know where exactly it is.
Yeah, it is. Let me have a look. It is a small house. Before you get into La Grande Saint Denis, past Caligahal. Let me see.
You talking about the other farm?
Yeah, the other orange farm with the duck and everything. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, we have a dog now.
Do you?
Yeah.
That is actually really good.
Got a space for the wagons and a with the jetty. We can just use that now, which is wonderful.
That is so convenient.
Right?
It'll be a quick trip to Blackwater.
Oh, wouldn't it?
It most certainly is. You don't even go all the way to Quaker's Cove.
And you can fit about 4 people in a rowboat.
Ooh.
I feel like I would be overboard in no time. I just know myself better than that.
And just jump in the water.
I have a lot of apples.
I carry so much crap on me right about now. What do I have on me? Oh. Would you like some meat, Jason? I do carry some jerky about.
I'm okay with just an apple and Miss Jessica's cooking.
Oh,
Speaking of my cooking, would you like some? I did some cooking this morning.
Oh, sure. I'll take some of your meat.
Yeah, I do feel like an apple a day keeps the doctor away, huh?
Yeah, you'd think. I need to go visit the doctor's office again.
Oh, my back.
What happened to you, Hattie?
Elijah happened. And then there were some fellas in Rhodes.
Yeah, I gotta visit the post office.
Jason, tell Thomas what happened at the manor.
Oh my, that was awful.
I couldn't get in last night, so I had to sleep in the stables.
Okay. What happened exactly?
Oh, not much. Just doors was locked, so I went into the stable and
the
slept
other
on some hay.
thing about the manor.
Oh, I was gardening it the last couple of days, but nobody came by. I
Yeah, but
just here by
why
my
was you
lonesome.
gardening it, Jason?
Why were you gardening it?
Just in
what
case
was-
someone was gonna steal some apples.
Jason,
Okay.
Oh, is you talking about the break-in?
yes.
No one broke into the manor?
Yep.
You know the trouble we've been having with Mr. Luca Gambino?
Gambino, huh? Funny enough, I'm pretty sure that's the fella that I accidentally gave your PO, Hattie, when he was trying to get mine. I was talking to him about how we were doing sponsorships and such for the establishment. He said he wouldn't quite need them anytime soon, but it was, he seemed like,
Well,
he seemed like he was full of himself.
Yeah.
but-
Well,
so
he's
well, he sent me a
Yeah, go.
telegram a few days must have been about 7 days ago now. He sent me a telegram asking about how he could become the proprietor of the Bastille, and I didn't get back to him right off the bat. And then the day after, he was basically threatening me, saying, "Don't put up businesses, like don't put up posters for your saloon around my saloon." And I was like, "Excuse me, I don't own the Valentine Saloon. I just supply the place with bar staff." And then, well, Jason runs into him, tearing down all our posters.
And putting up his own down there, and I tried to put up another poster, and he just tore it down right in front of me. And he started arguing with me. I tried telling him that the Bastille's owned by the city. He's like, "No, I own it." I don't
That's
remember.
What an unpleasant fella.
I got the sense that he's got a devil on his back.
But then,
Absolutely.
what did Warren say?
Well, Warren, we're doing the rounds around the state, and as he got back to the manor in broad daylight, you know, the manor armed to the teeth with guards and whatnot, and he saw Mr. Gambino, and I guess a poor unfortunate soul who's been entrapped by his demonic charm, Eve. And they were breaking into the manor and defacing the walls and paint and carving awful things into the floorboards and smashing our china and mirrors.
Yeah,
Were
I
they?
had been sleeping at the manor that night, and when I woke up, the entire place was trashed. It was so incredibly disheartening that I immediately went to Rhodes and sent a telegram to Miss Adelaide and to the sheriff.
That is some pretty nasty news. What happened to Mr. Gambino since then? Is he still out and about?
Now, there's a warrant out for his arrest, and I presume a bounty on his head as well.
And as well, we're gonna go straight to the sheriff of Rhodes and let him know exactly what happened.
He's not aware
Yeah,
yet.
I spoke with the sheriff yesterday, and he's wanting to speak with Warren if he hasn't already at this point, and also Mr. Clayton, because he doesn't. He when I told him about Clayton, he was like, "Oh, that fella actually exists." I'm like, "Yes." He had never met. He's never met Clayton, so he didn't
No,
actually
he's
think
not the
Clayton
man,
exists.
the myth, the legend. He's just a man.
It was quite funny because we all know that Clayton's indeed very real.
Mostly.
A little too real at times. Well, you will meet him in due time, I'm sure.
What does that even mean, Thomas?
Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it, okay?
Yeah, that man's a nightmare.
I told Clayton to wake up
Mhm.
today. But you know, he's just real comfortable in that bed of his.
He should be
Oh.
up soon.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be up soon. I know Aurora's meant to come by as well, so
Well, because
Shit.
Clayton and I, obviously, we was out of state for a little bit, weren't we?
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
you have a good time on vacation with your husband.
Yeah, Clayton sent me a letter. I could barely make it out. It was like gibberish. It was like Russian. I was like, okay, hell yeah.
Yeah, go, visiting a nice seaside town and...
Down by
Oh
the
boy,
sea.
it definitely weren't a dry town. Ain't a dry town, my goodness, the drinks were flowing.
I could somehow tell from
What
that
a
letter.
beautiful sea.
My feet still hurt from walking around so much. I need Elijah to carry me everywhere.
Is Elijah the name of your horse?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was confused for a second.
Who the fuck is Elijah and why is he carrying Adelaide everywhere?
Just a little piggyback ride. Come on, let's go.
Wouldn't that be outrageous? I just hire someone to carry me everywhere.
Now
I
you
mean,
know that
it's
not-
people would be like, oh, those rich folks.
I mean, not gonna lie, that's what I did yesterday.
You don't need to pay me.
That's very true.
Oh.
Wow,
Oh, taking a pointer of my book, huh? Hell yeah.
You say your book, Aurora's book, Thomas.
Okay, fine. I have the right to read it every now and then. Words.
Alright,
Do you
let's,
know how to read?
Off my hat. I do have a hat that goes with his outfit, but yesterday with all the being carrying around and whatnot, I figured keep my hat off because then I wouldn't lose it.
Should we make our way to Valentine?
Yeah, we certainly can. I'll have to send a letter to Aurora, let her know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wonder if Miss Jade will still be around. I met her this morning at the post office in Valentine, and she actually has a very similar hairstyle to you, Miss Adelaide.
Ooh. She ain't blonde
Yeah,
too,
she was
is
wearing
she?
a nice. Maybe.
Unbelievable.
She seems around.
Mm-mm. It's good to see you, Thomas.
And so is it to see you. I need my coffee. I am in a serious lack of coffee right now, but it's getting there. So it seems like there's been quite a fair show of troubles around the manor in the past few days.
Yeah. And it's always when we's busy. So
Mm-hmm.
we just got enemies everywhere, apparently. And I don't even know why.
Well, I suppose we'll have to figure it out. But I mean, it's not like you provide drinks, events, and such to folks. So it's not like you're
I know, right? And
doing
we've
any
got-
wrongdoing.
What is it? This whole communism thing, like all these people saying that all sorts of terrible things about us, and that we're taking all the land and.
Jason, would you mind riding slightly to the left of Adelaide and Thomas so I can crane my head and see them?
Howdy do.
I guess I'll give you such a luxury, you hacking criminal.
Now, what is my crimes, Jason?
Oh, you know what you did.
Oh, she stole his heart.
He also said I had other crimes too, of being too
She too darn
sexy
pretty.
and too pretty.
Well, damn.
We
Yeah.
rode around the whole state with her all tussled up.
I bet you did.
There was a period of time where I appeared in my
I'm Jason the
swimming
doggy,
clothes,
the
and
bounty
I was,
hunter.
it was quite entertaining being in my swimming clothes on the back of his horse.
Oh,
People was a bit alarmed at that.
oh.
We had some clothing problems yesterday.
Oh my, so many clothing problems.
I don't know if I should ask.
It's best you just leave it at that, I suppose.
Alright.
Mm-hmm. Nothing indecent, mind you.
Right.
Gotta wait until marriage.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh!
Oh, oh, he's coming in hot.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
Oh, come here. Oh no, there is a lady on the back of your horse. Oh, oh
Where
no.
did the horse go?
Jessica! OmarRoms, Jessica! Oh, I see him. Alright, Thomas.
Here they are. Yeah.
You got.
Oberon, why'd you kick him off?
Oberon.
Alright.
Okay.
My Elijah ain't doing so good. We'll get Jessica off the back and
Yeah, get off and
at least
we'll
you
put
can,
Jason on.
you can get there much faster. Oh, sorry!
Whoop! You must have thrown me hard enough to knock them, the rope off.
Alright.
Oh,
Alright.
God. Okay.
Go on,
I'll
make
bring
haste.
another away.
Oh, Elijah! Elijah's the dick today.
It's all going to the dogs. Okay, I'll bring him to Valentine.
Oh. fine. If the doctor ain't in, and I can pick up some forceps and... What was it?
Mm-hmm.
Clayton and Gil came up with this fantastic, I want to say invention. It's like saline and iodine. And he calls it Saladine.
Hmm.
And it's real good for cleaning out wounds. Read on
Yeah,
me.
it certainly
This
sounds
is like
it.
civilian. We're civilians.
I wonder if maybe it stings a little less than straight iodine.
Oh no, it's gonna be worse more than likely.
Oh no.
I never let him work
Oh
on me.
well.
I I don't trust
But
him.
Who?
No, that's it. Clayton and Gil, the two of them make one doctor. That's the whole.
Mm.
I haven't seen Gil for a hot minute though.
I don't know if I've ever met Gil.
Yeah. He where's he live? He lives on Gilligan's Ranch, which is
Of
so
course he
perfect.
does.
So we're proper ladies. Adelaide
Of course
works
he
at the
lives on
bars,
Gilligan's Ranch.
and
That's just,
then
of course.
Jessica
Why not? Why
works
wouldn't he?
the school. Oh, I'm so sorry about Elijah. By the way, I don't know why he's so skittish today.
It's all right. For a second, I thought that it was you that pushed me,
Not again. No, not this time.
because it happened so quickly, and you were standing right next to me too, that I had no idea what had happened.
Mm-mm. No.
Ah! Well, that. Oh, it looks like the squirrel's okay. It got back up.
Oh. Oops. But I'm hoping what we can do is, I really want to get the apples up and running. I really want people to be working for us there, but I'm just scared that people ain't going to do it because we ain't going to be offering them an extortionate amount of money.
Hmm. Well, I'll happily help pick them.
Because if we can get them, we'll get the golden apple, which I think is what we're probably going to be calling our cider. And it'll be ours.
I
It'll be-
heard whispers from God from through the ether that you had originally had another name for it.
Oh, Clayton wanted to call it Dixon cider.
Oh my! I do think that might sell very, very well.
Yeah, Jason ain't the biggest fan of that name though. He goes bright red every time he hears it.
Well, I mean, we know what he's thinking about when he hears that cider name, so.
Jessica.
I mean, we still leaving space for Jesus. We ain't married yet.
So what was you two up to?
Well, yesterday we was exploring some
That's so
caves.
cute.
Oh,
Oh, he did not take you to the Elysian Falls, did he?
yeah, he did.
Oh no. How was it?
No, it was lovely. Him and I had a wonderful time together. We delivered apples to the general stores all across the state.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. So every general store should have some apples now.
No, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm. What else did we get up to?
That's so cute, man. This game is so cute.
I mean, there's some things that I probably shouldn't say. Use your imagination for that one.
See, I am, and it's going straight into the gutter, so...
No, don't go too far into the gutter, but a little bit into the gutter.
Oh. Alright, is this way. I need to stop letting Jesus take the reins, so I'm going to be stopping at every single one of them signposts to make sure I'm on the right path.
If you we're going to Valentine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can navigate for you. I can pull open my map and let you know which turns to take.
I believe I can just follow the... Yeah, we follow the railway. See if we can get some new faces as well. I really want to get people with the establishment. It's just such a shame that... I don't know what's going on with the Bastille, but...
I feel like Jade, if we can find her, she'd be interested. She
Mm.
seemed a little bit lost.
Mm.
Not necessarily in location, but just a lost little soul.
Mm-hmm. Although if she's doing her hair up like mine, I gotta keep her away from my husband.
I pulled up to the post office. I keep forgetting what that's called. I don't know why. My brain's a little fuzzy today.
Story of my life.
But I pulled up and I saw this woman with blondish hair and ringlets like yours and a black dress. And I walked up to her and I was like, "Oh, is that you, Miss Adelaide?" And she's like, "Who? No." I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I mistook you for her." But I do have to say she doesn't dress near as well as you, but she does dress proper.
All right.
While we's in town, I have to swap my outfit because I'm missing my coat, my gloves, and my hat.
Mm. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Where did they go? Okay. You know what? Say no more.
I'm going to assume that they is back at Painted Sky.
Right, if my poster has been taken down again, I ain't gonna be happy. If they keep taking down my bloody posters. The little Clayton hop. I think you need the full game.
Nope, your poster seems to be gone. I think what the trouble might have been is that it was too close to the post office box, and people might have been having trouble getting to the post office box and accidentally just reading the poster instead.
Forever yours.
So it might be better to put it on one of the walls. Probably not next to Fletcher and Oakman, since we don't like them fellas.
Oh no. Oh, definitely not. I love the outfit. Adelaide and her costumes make me so happy. But because her outfits have changed so much since she's like really wealthy now. We've gone. We'll probably end up keeping Elijah in the stables because he's being a. Forgive my language. He's being a right dick today.
That does happen sometimes. My horse Lester was being quite the dick as well.
Dude,
not today though, but when I first got him, he was awful. He kicked Eve like 3 times in an hour and knocked her down, and then also kicked her horse and caused her horse to throw a temper tantrum and have to be handled by the stable boys.
Well, if I weren't Addy? Let's just say if I wasn't as ladylike as I am, I'd kick Eve too.
I need to have a talking with her and see what's what, because when I heard about her and Luca and how they both was at the breaking into the Braithwaite, I need to talk with her.
Is that woman over
have
there?
Some stern words with her.
Over by the bank. Alright. How you feeling, Jason? Now I'm gonna go buy all of the tonics.
I'm feeling okay.
Yeah.
Feller shot my head off and grazed me in the shoulder, but Thomas poured some special juice over it, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Stings a little bit.
Sailor Dan, probably. Is that a Sailor Dan or whiskey in him?
What did you call it?
Yeah, and you heard of Sailor Dan? It's Clayton. Yeah, Clayton and Gill. It's a mixture of iodine and saline.
Sailor Dine, just don't mention it to Barry. You'll look. You like how walk
I'll
like
be
a
right
home
back.
place.
I'm gonna go find my spare
Okay.
coat, hat, and gloves that I stashed on my horse. Cause Jason, they seem to have been removed.
Why am I poster here? Alright, where is my goddamn poster?
Oh, the poster is not there anymore.
Which poster?
The establishment one. Is that what you're setting up right now, Hattie? Yeah, there's been some shit. We gotta defeat communism.
Shit.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Each of your bullets will do.
There you go.
Whew. Oh,
Hi, Des.
howdy.
Jessica's.
Excuse me?
Oh, no, you're not Jessica's. Wait, do I know you?
No, I'm Adelaide Cress.
Oh, yeah, Jessica told me about you. So you're the lady, right?
Which lady?
I don't know. He said about the ladies, and I would know when I see her. I guess I do, because she told me your names, right? She said, like, your best friends or something. And, like, about some guy that she gonna marry, but, like, they sleep in the same bed, but different beds. So he's a gentleman, something like that. I don't remember. She teaches words, numbers, something like that.
Me?
Like Jessica's?
Yes.
Oh, there you goes. Yeah, that's Jessica's. I know hers.
Oh yes, me and Adelaide's good friends.
Yeah, that's what I said. I just mix you up because you got pretty dresses and stuff. Where'd you get them?
This is from down in Blackwater.
Saint Denis.
Oh, Saint Denis. That's good. It's
I do
expensive.
quite need a dip in the river though, because this coat
Yeah,
is filthy.
yeah. But that's Valentine for you, right? It's full of mud. Can't escape it.
I have a Louis Vuitton jacket. Got it from Saint Denis.
What's that?
It is a fun piece of clothing.
Yeah, he's like that French tailor or something, ain't he? Is he French, Italian?
It's an import from Paris, indeed. I don't know if it's Italian or whatnot. I just know I paid big money for it.
So why don't you wear it? You should wear it if it's real pretty.
I'm wearing it right now.
You're not.
Always. Come on, man. This isn't expensive clothing, is it?
It is meant to look tattered and dirty, okay? It is part of the style.
Oh, get it. I
I
get
paid
it.
big money for it, too.
The game bed that's on the floor, that's on the countertop, is from me. I've had way too much of it, so I've been giving it to the saloon for folks.
Good idea.
I did finally learn some new recipes.
Oh, yeah, you just gotta stick to it, don't you?
That indeed. So
Practice
it means that
makes
Jason
perfect.
now is eating a bit better. He's eating some venison and game meat.
All I need is some apples.
It keeps the doctor away.
I don't need none of them protein and vitamins and nutrients that you was talking about.
I'm gonna disagree with you there.
I just need Jesus in my life.
I mean, you need
And
that
Jessica,
too, but you also
apparently.
need food to survive.
I really want to be able to lean on the bar.
What was that, Thomas? I thought I heard a little bit of sass from you.
What can I say? I'm a little sassy.
Mm-mm.
Okay, bye.
Mm.
So yeah, since that other day we went on that little trip over by the dam, these two have been like all over each other's. They're very
It's adorable.
Yeah, look at that.
It's sweet. Be nice.
Okay.
I think I know how to be nice.
Yeah.
You used to only know how to tie each other up. I don't know what that's like.
That's the important thing here.
Yeah, it's like hand holding, but just better.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's quite good at rope tying too.
Tom sure he is.
Howdy, miss.
Howdy's. So what's the situation with my rooms? I rented a room here. But then I came the other days and the lady said that it's a big mess and I shouldn't go in. It's like there's like stuff everywhere.
Being renovated at
Yeah.
momentarily.
Right. So who got my monies? Who got my monies? Because I gave him some monies to rent. Do I get it back, or do I get like maybe something for free? So maybe you give me another room somewhere, so a house or something, or a horse, maybe some
No.
gold
You can
or
have
something.
the game bird that's on the countertop.
What the guy have what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, what did you say? I get you.
You can have the game bird that's on the fresh game
Trying
bird
to
that I
take my
cooked this
money.
morning. That's on the counter.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that sounds
No,
good.
it's right next to me. Or there you go.
You want to lift with your back.
It ain't that heavy.
You cook it? Is it cooked?
I did.
Thomas,
Yeah.
I just really want to lean on the bar.
Is you having trouble getting it, Jamaica?
I don't see it.
I can.
Let's see.
That's okay.
It's right next to me. So take a step.
It's not what I meant to do, but this'll do. This'll do.
Yeah, we can.
I'm just a
There it
hopeless
goes.
romantic. What can I say?
Why'd you scrape it off the floor? It was on the countertop. Unless you. I mean, there is actual like I still see that it's here. My
Hell
guess
yeah.
is that your pockets is a bit too full to carry all of it because there's 10 there.
Oh, you won't want to put down 10.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thomas, who are you calling with that?
I'm howling for you, darling.
Here you go. Try that,
Stop.
Tamina.
Excuse me?
Okay.
There you go.
What a
Thomas,
catch.
I'd like you to look at me very carefully.
No, I've done hypnosis before. I'm not falling for that. Poor Barry is still probably scarred if he's still alive.
This is a.
Oh,
Praise
I'm
be.
just moving the rest that I had over by the counter over onto the stovetop to keep it warm.
Praise be.
Praise be. The face.
It ain't on the floor. It's on the stovetop.
Oh! I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Oh my God!
I
Fine.
went across the entire saloon for that. Oh!
You don't punch my wife.
Yeah, get him. Watch out! You're gonna ruin your Louis Vuittons.
He's losing his apples everywhere. Yeah, I gotta care about my Louis Vuitton jacket. Paid more than my house for it.
All right,
We should
fellas.
get
Thanks
the
for the
money for it.
birds. I'll see you around. All right.
Bless
Tell me
you.
when the rooms are ready.
Hell yeah, dude. Show him. We'll defeat communism.
No fighting in the bar. Defeat communism.
No, fighting in the bar.
Oh, Thomas, did
Damn.
you fart?
I did not.
Ew, that was on the bar.
Yeah, yeah, that was very nasty. I'm sorry about that. I'm never gonna do it again. I'll grab this
There we go.
cloth here.
I'll fix. I made sure to put
let me
the
get that.
game bed on the stove top to keep warm.
Oh.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jason, look at that little dance. Do you still do your old dance? The old little dance you used to do.
Oh, wait, I remember the theater. It was great.
Alright.
I'll be just a minute. I'm gonna go
There you
visit
go.
the clothing store.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, don't you worry.
Uh-oh.
Let me through.
I just missed.
Gotcha.
I just want to put my hand up on the bar, you know? Pour a drink or two.
We'll figure it out. There's so many apples falling everywhere when I threw Jason on the floor. He's carrying a bucket full.
Oh, of course he is. We have 50 trees.
Yeah.
Need to hire people.
Excuse me.
Oh, who's that fella? Oh. I need a pocket watch.
Over yonder. Oh. What happened?
I'm one of those. Okay.
You'll be fine.
Oh, what? Excuse me?
Well, it is the way it is. Dum dum da dum 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 dum. So he's over at the doctor, but he'll be fine in no time.
did
Just
you
a little
do?
shake.
What did you do?
What? I didn't do anything. I literally didn't do anything, Hattie, this time. I just barely walked out of the saloon, minding my own business. And there was poor Jason laying in the mud. And Jessica was all over him as usual, being like, and then I was like, okay, and it's fine. And then I noticed he was knocked out cold.
You
Blame
are...
it
Wear
on
off
Oberon.
eventually. She'll leave him in the mud eventually.
One day. You know what? I need
One
to get in
day.
touch with the Saint Denis Times and tell them about what's going on with them folks down at the Bastille.
You most certainly should give them your perspective on things.
Oh.
Have you sent him a telegram?
Not yet. As well, at some point, Clayton came up with a really good idea.
That's so.
I see all these tables. It's very rare that we actually get groups sitting down and using these. They always sit up by the bar. But what do you think of a saloon quiz?
A quiz, huh?
A saloon quiz.
Like a trivia kind of deal?
Yeah. So we got to go around and make sure that. So, because a lot of people, they don't just take time to stand and appreciate what's around.
You're so right about that, actually. Just taking the time to, you know, sit around and enjoy a few drinks and some good.
I had to take Jason to the doctor because Oberon kicked
There you
him
go.
and
He's
knocked
right
him
as
out.
rain.
So, people don't even realize this place is called Smithfields. So, big
No.
things like that, you know?
Actually, yeah, there's a lot of small trivia you can do. Like, let's say this menu right here, you can be like, hey, what's on the menu up front? And then, you know, you gotta think about it because no one thinks about that lamb's fry.
Over here.
What did you say? You run away?
What's the date on the savings bank sign?
1361. That is an. Oh no, 1861. I was like, yeah, that is a medieval fucking era kind of bank. Okay, well, 1861. Yeah, a bunch like these just for Valentine alone has a lot of options. General store, Words.
No. Everyone's in a rush.
Mm-hmm. Not even a howdy.
I'm in no rush.
Nope, me either.
Why would I be in a rush with
Good
a
talk.
walk like this?
Alright.
He's flying.
Well, Clayton knows we're out here. Well, I sent him a telegram, so hopefully he reads it.
Here's hoping that goddamn posh son of a gun.
Yeah, posh son of a gun.
Yeah, he's a posh son of a gun. Now we're still going out on an adventure tomorrow, Hattie.
Of course, we is.
Of course.
What do we want to do? Maybe we could set up for the
The bazaar?
So Clayton came up with the idea of having a pub quiz or a saloon quiz.
We could set it up for tomorrow, yeah, that'd be a good idea.
And we'll get all the tables full of people.
Hey, last I was rolling plot earlier. I had a frog in my throat. Sorry, bye.
Oh, bless her.
Bless her heart.
I need to send a telegram.
I had them damn frogs in the throat when you stumbled upon the mud.
Order some supplies for the saloon, wink.
Oh, if I could get my cider. Ah, wouldn't that be something?
That would be a great way to debut the cider.
And then, if other businesses maybe wanted to buy some of it, I could sell it to them. But we ain't selling none to the Bastille.
Of course.
Hell no, we ain't. I like the sound of a cider monopoly.
I need to go think about some brain food real quick.
That doesn't sound
Jason, if
too
we happen
tasty.
to move, feel free to tie me up and just carry me around.
Oh, I'll certainly do that.
Oh, cute. They still need to ask.
Thomas, you remember what we was
No,
getting
we don't.
involved in?
You don't usually have to ask.
You remember
What
what
are
I
you
was
saying,
just figuring
Hattie?
it'd be polite to give them permission.
when we was working with Rhodes, some of that top shelf stuff.
Oh yeah, I do remember.
Struck up a deal with the sheriff of Rhodes, and he's real interested in top shelf.
That's so.
And I just said, you do know that's probably going to be highly illegal, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, well, under the table, so 70-30 split. We get the 70, of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That is actually really good.
I also slipped him $500 to add the Braithwaite to his patrols every morning.
And he's still doing that. I spoke with him.
Hell yeah, that is a good ally to have. I do like the sound of that a lot.
So I need to get Warren to speak to him as well.
Warren's needs to tell him what he saw at the Braithwaite if he hasn't already.
I'd have to inquire around a bit regarding some of the top shelf, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sure Warren might have a few ideas.
There's a meeting that needs to happen between you, Mrs. Adelaide, your husband, and a certain group of individuals who may or may not have a certain set of instruments in the back of their house. Instruments for distilling and pressurizing certain ingredients.
Is that so?
They've been calling themselves the Devils of Lemoyne.
That don't sound too friendly. Making
I
deals
told
with the
them-
devil.
I told them I wasn't a big fan of their name, but Mr. Stone was real insistent on that name.
I'm sure I'd get along just fine with them.
They's
pretty
good
devilish.
Christian fellows.
Because I know.
Are they?
what is it? Down in the like Le Gras area, there's all them real unfriendly folks, but you know they're up to something.
I don't know. I feel like the folks up
Mhm.
here near Valentine a little more unfriendly.
Them
I always
folks in
spoke in
Saint
my
Denis.
The folks
Seems like
just
there's
out
unfriendly
everywhere,
folks everywhere nowadays.
just in the middle of the road.
Mm. Mm-mm. Just another day, huh?
Now,
Mhm.
Mrs. Adelaide, as the proprietor of the establishment,
Yeah.
I'll take your expert opinion. Should I get 2 or 3 bottles?
3.
3, yeah.
Of course.
What kind of question is that?
Mm-mm.
You don't want to, be caught.
What was I
like,
even
"Ah."
thinking?
It's better to have some to spare than being like, sure, could go for another one, but
Mm-mm.
hell nah. Some delivery fees.
Mm-mm. No.
So you just get yourself like
Wouldn't want to be
Yeah.
up too late without a bottle.
Oh,
mm,
tonight? Oh, Jesus.
I would say tomorrow more so, huh? I mean, I don't mind today a bit, but I'm ready for tomorrow is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it's
think I
Friday,
can
innit?
manage. Yeah, in it. All right, so listen,
Listen.
Look,
I'm still feeling very fragile, and
Yeah,
I ain't so good right now.
I got some, very early housewife duties tomorrow morning at home, so
Oh, I bet.
I mean, I don't mind a little bit, but tomorrow I'm gonna be ready to go.
See, that's the thing, though. It's never a little bit, is it? It's always a.
I know, that's the thing, huh? It's always just, oh, yeah. And then you look around and it's 5 in the morning and it's like, well.
Well, shit.
How the tables have turned.
Oh no.
Yeah. I found a few extra
no.
sheets of music over in San Denis the other day when I went on a little trip, so I'll have a few more tomorrow.
Mm.
One of them is a pretty interesting one.
We should.
No correlations to you, but it's about a lady named Adelaide.
Oh.
Mm. I got a few others as well. It'll be interesting.
You know,
So,
I think
yeah.
that last adventure that we had out together might have been one of my favorite things we've ever done as a group.
At the dance.
Yeah.
It was so great, wasn't it? I fell a few times. I've got a couple of bumps and bruises out of it.
Yeah, you could say I fell too.
Yeah, you
I fell
certainly
head over heels
did.
too.
I'm meant to be going
Yeah.
out tomorrow.
Also,
dude.
literally, you fell off the
Oops.
dam like
Guess I'm
5
not.
times, Jessica.
Yeah,
What can you
I
say? You
was
just
a bit
can't
weak
help
in the
it, huh?
knees.
Mm.
There you go. That's, it's a dangerous place to hang out if you're weak in the knees.
Yeah.
Top of a very high place.
Clayton always
Jason
says,
does that sometimes.
was it? Clayton always says that's when I fell in love with him, and I was like, I fell off the dam and cracked my head. So maybe you are right.
I guess that explains it.
It
I
most
guess
certainly
me
does.
and Jason is the same in that way.
Well,
Oh.
we're as guilty as charged as well, so. I fell my fair share of cliffs.
Mm. I hope maybe that because Rory's been sleeping for days. He's like a bear. He's just hibernating underneath the stairs in the manor.
Yes. He's a golden god of a bear.
Mm.
Yeah, hopefully he can make it for tomorrow. If we set up the quiz, we'll just have to go around, figure out a few of the trivia and such that we're gonna ask around, and then we can just grab the folks about in the saloon and go on some adventures, something like that.
I certainly hope to be able to catch the train after the storm, but in the
Mhm.
morning I should definitely be around.
Yeah, here's hoping the train embarking goes smoothly, and then we're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm thinking, because we got these tables, do we charge per person or per table?
I would say per table,
Oh,
just
let's check
because that
upstairs.
might help put you in some of folks' good graces if you ain't charging by person.
So I would say per table too, but if there's like strangers that gets together on a certain table, there might be some like arguing with who's gonna pay and such. So either way, let me get into my office. Huh?
Did you not see me?
Huh?
Hey, watch it.
Oh, Thomas.
Hey, it says Hot Flakes was here.
Oh yes, Bryn was teaching some reading and writing.
Do you want to have some?
Made a big cross over here. Was that a hex?
That's the letter X.
I knew that.
I can find another man.
Because I don't know if we could charge for these, like the seating upstairs as well, maybe. And then if we do put on the event, we can just have...
Shut office.
We could have maybe some of the people working just doing table service as well.
You look like
Yeah, we could have somebody who goes table to table and do things. Ah!
you really hit rock bottom. What in the name of God?
Can't catch a break, huh?
Well,
Jason, is you okay? Well,
I want to carry your husband to the doctor's office.
yep, gonna do that again.
Beautiful.
Oh, he ain't my husband. Yet.
Dude, it's so cute, man. I love how cute Red Dead RP is. I love how cute it is. Like, it's not... It's just wholesome.
They actually did fall.
Sure.
Oh,
The-
hello, howdy.
Is this? I'm gonna pay for this.
No, that's good.
I don't need it anyways because Adelaide, a few things have changed since we last met, as you may understand from my attire.
You look amazing.
Yes, I do. And I need to speak with you about this music night, if you got a moment.
Oh, of course, we can talk.
Well, that's the only thing I ever talk about with you, ain't it? So, basically, I was trying to get a loan from your husband there, Mr. Cress, but, well, being the man that I am now with my successful Fletcher Oakman business, I do no longer need a loan. I've earned the money myself, and I'll be paying the prize money out of my own pocket. But your little $500 at the start there, not to diminish it, of course, that sponsorship, I would still honor that. I have bought a wagon, and I am happy to continue having the establishment as part of this event if you desire to still be there.
I would love that more than anything. Look at you. I am so proud of you. I'll be
Yeah, this is what I'm
honest.
going to be wearing for it. I figured, might as well try and look the part, right?
So the thing is, though, I'll be honest with you and your partner there. You two seem like a couple of ruffians. I thought you was going to take the money and run. But
No.
I'm actually very, very impressed with you.
We would never do such a thing as scam someone out of their money.
I don't believe that for a second.
Well, you have a low opinion of us, clearly.
I mean, listen, if the shoe fits and you was trying to sell them cigars for an awful lot of money.
People buy them, I sell them for $200, people buy them.
Ugh. Who is paying $200 for a cigar? That is outrageous.
Not the smartest people, but keep that between us.
Yeah, clearly.
But I had a thought about, if you're going to be providing drinks and such, if I'm going to be doing the whole prize money and everything, and then the entry fees, I figured if me and Albert set that, because we're going to be the ones getting the cut of that, but I still want to have you paid for your work and, doing all the drinks and everything, and I understand that it ain't cheap. So I had an idea for you. Is up at the ranch, there ain't no saloon there ain't no supplier, so if you get your drinks and your food up there, then you can charge more than it is here, and people will buy it. There's a captive audience, it's called.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. That's why I don't necessarily need you to, obviously pay for our work. We make our own
Yeah.
money doing our thing. We're just, I just
Well, it'll
asked
be within
for-
that money that's left over after buying the wagon. It would be from that, so.
Well, you know, that's go towards you. All I do request is when you get the posters up, the establishment is just somewhere on it.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna try and get in contact with my guy and get that poster sorted out. Because now that me and Albert have full control over the prize money and the entry fees and such, then we can get that hurried along. So you just want like, how do you want it to be? Just like also feature in the establishment in like tiny text at the bottom.
All right. You see my poster out front?
Yeah.
Come on. Say, like at the very bottom, you see contact Adelaide Cress with my PO.
I
You
can't
just see-
read it, but
oh,
I like
you
the
can't.
pictures.
Oh, of course you can't. So you see.
I'm
the
getting
picture at the
better
very-
though. I can kind of like decipher it if I go slow.
Well, at the very bottom, you see there's them pictures. Just
Yeah.
above the bread, there's this tiny bit of text. That just
Yeah.
read the establishment,
All right.
or just sponsored by the establishment, or even just catering by the establishment.
All right. Then, is there anything else you need me to do to prepare for that?
Just be careful around them folks at the Bastille.
Who are they?
They are real bad people.
I mean, I've had a run-in with a few bad people being up in Big Valley, but
No, them folks at the down at the
There we
Bastille.
go. Now I'm the right height.
Yeah.
Was it you met Warren, right?
yeah, I met Warren.
Warren saw a group of them go and break into our home.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, while she was sleeping.
No,
No, we're
and,
destroying the place.
Yeah, me and my husband, we was out of states. We went on a lovely little trip to the beach. But yeah, they
That's an awful thing to come back to, miss. I'm sorry. Say, is there any, like, did they take anything?
no, they just smashed the place up, carved things into the floorboards, that kind of thing.
See, the benefit of owning the ranch up north is the place is already
I
kind of
quite
smashed
saw
up.
that
We have
now,
people come
Jason.
over there and break in through the windows, and it's like, well,
What?
you put shattered glass on the ground, but there was already glass there before. You ain't make much of
I
a
think
difference.
you was taller than you was before.
So
You know, if someone breaks in like that, you can just say, hey, if you catch them, just shoot them, you know?
well, that's the thing. If people come onto our land as well, picking our apples, not only is they trespassing, they're also stealing. It's fair game.
Question about that, though. I was, if you weren't here, I was going to head up to your home there and try and find you there. So, what counts as trespassing? Just anything past the first, like, little road there?
Well, see, the thing is, if you come into the front door, that's fine. It's when you're on the land without, you know.
Past the fence, yeah.
Yeah, but you can come down the path and stuff. Have a look around the house, but when you're stepping onto our
Yeah.
land, it's kind of like, oh.
See, that's what we do is, like, anyone past our fence, I mean, it's a smaller area, we can kind of just see them. I imagine with the manor, it's a lot harder, but anyone past our fence, we just, you know, shotguns out, say, what are you doing here? If they come up to the main gate, then it's just, you know, yeah, he's probably running off because I aimed a shotgun at him the other day for the exact same thing.
So I'm just hoping that, you know, we got people doing patrols down there and stuff. I stayed in touch with the local law enforcement and that, so.
Alright, well, good luck to you. Hope it's, no more break-ins.
Yeah. I can't
Here's
wait.
to hoping.
I can't wait to go speak with the marshals.
Yeah, is that within, Mud's jurisdiction in Rhodes?
I believe it is. It should be. It's all in Lemoyne.
He's a nice enough guy, just, you know, say some nice words, he'll do it. Alright, well, that's all I came down here to say, Miss Adelaide, so, I will try and get that poster sorted out and run it by you, and hopefully, if all goes to plan, then, next week, Thursday, should be going ahead.
Next Thursday, we'll make it happen. I'll make sure that the place is fully staffed as well. I'll get
Absolutely.
everyone round. Is there any sort of uniform that you might want them to wear? Because we have our saloon uniforms that we usually wear, but if there's a colour scheme that you want us to go with, we can adapt it and make it more suitable
That's
to
something
your
I will
liking.
have to think about, because that's a great idea. Just make it clear that who's staff and who's spectating, and makes it easy for me and Albert as well, and who's charging to go through the door and who's just working there.
So I'll make sure
All right.
everyone's in the correct uniform.
Yeah, I'll think about that and I'll get back to you with the uniform, alright?
Oh.
It should be
But-
green.
I do not think it will be green.
Could all be wearing green?
I mean, you can wear a majority. I'll think about it, alright? Green will be for consideration.
I appreciate it.
Alright, well, thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. I'm proud
Take
of
it easy.
you.
Thank you very much.
I thought he was gonna swindle us. Look at him now.
Oh, how lovely. You ain't gonna have to be shot.
I need to take a nap upstairs in the
I'm just
bedroom. I'll be
saying.
right back.
Good air, you tall boy. Yeah, I'm feeling like I got, chinned out of a few inches myself. It's fine though.
Is that woman okay?
Miss,
I think she's standing too close.
please give us some space, shall you?
What noise was that?
Howdy.
Just learn to
Hi,
hush.
Joe.
Hush.
You gagging on something?
I'm not. You know what? I give up. She can stay there all she wants. Don't mind if I do, though.
Mm-mm. Mhm. Oh, they're all freaking out. So, what is it? We got 4 tables downstairs. We've got plenty of seats upstairs as well.
Yeah, they got cuttable seats upstairs. There's even like a table up there, so. And then we got those around here. Just gotta make sure that folks don't go around destroying chairs and whatnot.
Thomas,
Mm-hmm.
have you got any... If we do the pub quiz, because I'm thinking what might be fun is I was either going to have someone play some music on the piano, but maybe if you have a song that people might know.
Oh,
That-
I mean, I could do something like fairly, like timeless, something like The House of the Rising Sun or along those lines.
What is the name of this song? And then you can just play it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I can definitely work this out.
Yeah. Like, you don't have to put on,
We-
like, a performance or anything. You can just play the music.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a fun part of the quiz too. Like you play like a couple seconds of the song, and whoever names the title first wins a point.
Mm-hmm. I like the sound of that actually. Yeah, I'm up for it. There's a few I can just go about and do, so we can definitely figure something out there. We can like have a few how do I put it?
Oh.
Chapters of some sort to the quiz, and this could be like a part of it.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Is the saloon open?
Yeah, that it is. I can see that little star on your belt. You one of the marshals around here?
No. Deputy Deadings of Rose.
Mm.
Just coming up here to get patched up, but figured I could use a drink before I head back.
Yeah, of course. What's your poison?
Whiskey, usually.
Alright. Say you back $3.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
There's also some fresh game bed on the stove if you want it.
I'm alright, but thank you.
Where did Jason run off to now?
He
Oh,
went to
yeah.
take a quick nap.
Gee, I need to speak with you about some things that have been going on down in Rhodes.
Do you now?
Mm-hmm.
How can I help you?
Alright. That's for you. Just you get the bottle as well. Mm-mm.
Oh, come here, take your money.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
So, as you may or may not know, that I live down at the Braithwaite Manor.
I do.
And me and Clayton, actually, I had a chat with the Sheriff of Rhodes, Mud. Had a nice
Sheriff
little chat
Mudd,
with
yeah.
him, and I believe that your patrol maybe started going down towards the manor.
Yeah, that's where part of my normal patrol is, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We were just there yesterday.
So, where does Saint Denis? Is that part of your jurisdiction? Because I know that bounties from Saint Denis often.
Yeah, afraid not. We get the troublemakers from Saint Denis, but we can't actually patrol it to keep troublemakers out, so.
Well.
Bit of a catch-22 there.
So, we got word. My husband and I, we was away for a few days. Went on a lovely trip, and Jessica here and Jason, they was watching over the manor. Of course, they got their own place, and they came around one day and seen that the place had been broken into, completely trashed. All the mirrors had been smashed, paintings torn down, people carving things in the wooden floorboards.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not quite right.
Yeah, and then was it Warren, who actually lives not too far. He just lives up the road, and he often because he works for the Cress Corporation. He was in the area, and he sees the folks from the Bastille.
Don't believe I've met these folks from the Bastille.
I believe you have. At least one of them.
You got names for me?
Mm-hmm. I'll let Adelaide tell you though.
One moment. Let me just mark this down.
Hi, sir. What's your poison?
One whiskey, please.
Whiskey, $3.
Let me check if I have that on hand. Does 22 cents cover it?
No, it don't.
It's $3, partner.
Well, I guess I can't afford it then without going to the bank and...
You got something to trade, friend.
Just across the way.
It is, but I don't think the situation in the bank is much better.
Well, that's a shame.
I can work it off, maybe? No?
How about a trade?
In the bar.
What do you do for work, sir?
Myself, not much. I'm out here on a request from a cousin to help out, but
wait, what's your name?
Much. Cody Ward. Are you that shirtless sheriff from yesterday, or?
Not a sheriff. I'm a deputy, and I don't believe I was shirtless yesterday, but that's certainly a distinct possibility.
Well, name's Cody Ward, and my cousin's Eve Ward.
Ah, yes, I do know who you are. Then yes, I was
thought
a
that
shirtless
last
deputy.
name sounded familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I would offer you a job here, but your cousin seems to be causing a lot of trouble. Actually, she was one of the people that was reported
Oh boy! All right.
down at the manor along with a Luca Gambino.
Oh god. Yeah.
What was she reported for?
Breaking into my home and trashing the place.
Oh.
Right. Can you describe the damage again, just so I have that?
Well, Jessica?
Yeah, I was the one that saw it first. Every single mirror, including the ones that's in the master suite, was smashed. The china in the china cabinet and the glass doors on the china cabinet was smashed. There was a painting that was stabbed multiple times. There was a menacing smiley face carved into the wall. Also, there was a phallic symbol carved into a wall as well. The bedclothes in Adelaide and Clayton's master were torn to shreds and cut with what my guess would be a knife, because the cut was kind of clean. It wasn't just torn. What else?
Just to confirm, Ms. Adelaide, this is well over $200 worth of damage. Is that correct?
Well, considering I just bought a brand new bear rug for $100, yeah.
All right, just
This
making
is
sure.
thousands of dollars of damage.
Yeah, it goes well above. All right.
Not to pry, but you're sure this is my cousin that did this?
Yeah, she was witnessed.
She likes her drinks. She may have just been coming out.
Where did Mr. Jasonson just go?
I think he's taking a nap.
Alright, well, he's wanted in Rhodes, just so you're aware.
Crying out loud.
Really? What did he do?
Actually, you know what? I believe there was a bit of an altercation
Oh,
in
was that?
Rhodes. Yeah, me and Jason, we was down there, and I got a little too close to one of the yokels, and then he started punching me, and Jason just tied him up and put him behind one of the. But unfortunately, we was looking for the sheriff at the time, so unfortunately we ain't had time to speak about it with anyone. So we can go and square that away if that's all right with you.
I mean, yeah, I can fix it, but either way. Alright, just make sure he makes his way down to Rhodes and get that sorted out. Alright, I think I've got the extent of all this. And just confirm it was Luca Gambino and Eve, whatever the fuck her last name is.
Ward.
I need to have a speaking to with that woman.
Yeah. Alright.
I've already.
Well,
they
that's
very
pretty
much know.
serious.
They've been going around tearing down my posters. Even the
I
ones
see.
here.
Well, we too had a poster torn down in Rhodes, but it appears that was the work of one Mr. Bobby Flint's. Guess he's back in town. But it also seems that most of his bounties have been taken down. Anyone know if he was caught last night?
I
No
tried
idea.
my hand with Mr. Dallas, and let's just say it was a lot of wasted time.
I see. Well, either way, the only bounty he has left is in Rhodes, so that it appears that I would assume the Valentine Sheriff's Department caught him and took all the bounties from the other various jurisdictions, except for ours, of course, because they can't take ours. So
But
I'm guessing he's in a cell right now, waiting to be transferred to our department. So
I'm just
I'll
wondering as well, what exactly is going to happen with that Gambino and Eve lady? Because I want compensation. I want justice.
Sure.
Because
Sure, I
the
understand.
thing is, people breaking into our home in such a violent manner as well. What if me and my husband had been there sleeping?
Right. No, I mean I understand. I understand your worry.
I mean, I was there sleeping, and I woke up, and the mirror on the dressing table right next to my bed was smashed. That was right terrifying to see.
Yeah, I want justice.
I'm just checking our serious felonies. Greater theft, knowingly and unlawfully take money, property, and/or belongings valued $200 or more with the intent to deprive owner indefinitely. Yeah, that's greater theft.
Well, I don't know
the
if they
fine.
stole anything. That's the thing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they just
Well, they
they
didn't-
was vandalizing.
They didn't set anything on fire, did they?
No.
No, there weren't nothing burned.
Yeah.
Mayhem, perhaps. I can put that under mayhem, I think.
That sounds like mayhem.
Well,
my
there's also
legal minor.
There's also trespassing.
Breaking and entering.
Well,
Yeah, unfortunately.
trespassing, according to the extent of the law, doesn't that reach only if you've been told to go away?
That's true, but generally, if you are
I've
breaking
worn
into
before,
someone else,
though.
yeah, I mean, if you're breaking into someone else's home,
But this is a open saloon, is it not?
No,
it's
no.
not here. It's
This
the
was at
birthplace
my
now.
home, my personal
It's a private
home.
residence.
Oh,
Yeah,
private.
no, they-
I thought. Oh, okay.
Oh
Now-
yeah.
Obviously, I think we can turn whatever that is into one of our felonies. We just we have a list of laws, of course. Fortunately, breaking and entering isn't on there, but I can certainly turn it into something. The issue is whether it's a serious felony or a minor felony.
Well, it should be a serious felony if they're going in there with knives, carving things up.
Right.
Smashing mirrors and precious china plates.
And what's funny is he sent me a telegram saying that he was a reasonable man.
The hell?
Oh
He
well,
must
you
be
finally decided to
scared
run
from
out
the
of here.
events of last night, or whenever this incident's.
Also, someone's horse attempting to break into the bank.
Oh, that's Oberon.
Better be careful. I'm gonna charge him with theft. All right. Boy, everyone's leaving. Did something just happen outside, or was this left over?
The horse disappeared from the bank window, so either he's fit through the window or something mysterious is
impressive.
going on around these parts.
All right. Well, I will. I'll absolutely take this under advisement, Miss Adelaide, and we will we'll grab him up if we see him and have a talking to and see what went
As
on.
well, you as well. Whenever you are passing by our property, because I very much appreciate that you. Because Mud said it was just slightly outside of where he usually patrols.
Well, technically, the end of our jurisdiction is actually, that first gate you have with the the long runway, and then there's that first kind of arch with the 2 guards outside. So our jurisdiction is actually inside that. So it's almost right up to the edge of the house. So yeah.
That you know what? That's perfect because we got these beautiful apple orchards, which people are more than likely gonna be trespassing and stealing my apples, and I'm gonna make it very fucking clear if I catch them out there and they don't leave and they don't give my apples back, they're gonna get a shotgun to the chest. Because I'm sick.
They should.
I'm sick of this. Because I'm down for some friendly competition, but when people are breaking into my home and stealing my property, when I go to Saint Denis because I love the sea.
Right. Well, I mean, I completely understand that is petty theft, and that's a $500 fine and 24 days in jail. Maximum. So feel free to send them over to us if you don't shoot them in the chest with a shotgun, or even if you do shoot them in the chest with a shotgun. And as long as we can catch them in the act, we can take it from there.
But I want compensation for what they did to my home.
Yeah, we might need to. Well, once we find these this fellow and this lady, we'll have a conversation, and then hopefully we can get you there, and you lot can work something out.
Work something out.
If not, we'll.
They're just threatening me.
I understand, but it would obviously be better if we could have a mediation between you and them, and with the sheriff or a deputy there. But if they decide to get violent with it, well, that's a whole different matter.
Precisely.
All right.
They came over trying to extort us, basically, asking for such ridiculous amounts of money, so I said, get the fuck off my property. So they know they ain't welcome.
Certainly sounds that way. Alright. I gotta get back to Rhodes and make sure the town hasn't burned down since I've left, but it's not lovely talking to you, and I'll make sure we get this resolved.
That's another thing. Usually we like to operate out here, but with the establishment, we generally like to staff any of the bars that, if there's a saloon with no one manning it, then we pack up, bring our stock, and then we just work there for the day. So if you ever need anyone up in Rhodes, we're available.
Right. Well, we do have a chef that works there now. Be nice occasionally. It's just nobody seems to want to sling drinks because there's no money in it. So.
Oh yeah, no, you ain't wrong about that.
I just realized I was whispering.
Yeah, but we have one Lily May. That's her. She operates out of Blackwater, but she runs the food in the saloon for us. Tiny woman, giant horse. Wonderfully nice.
Oh.
Maybe today we can make our way over to Rhodes and give you some company.
Certainly. Well, we're gonna see you there tomorrow for the bazaar, right?
Of course.
Wonderful. It'll be quite fun. I've been pacing up and down the main street of Rhodes for about an hour trying to write my speech. God damn it.
Oh, you got to write a speech? Oh. Oh. Everyone got kicked. Let me get stripping. So. message Eric. Uh-oh. Dude.
Miss Adelaide,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think was your name, right?
Mm-hmm. Adelaide Cress.
Adelaide Cress.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna have a retaliatory strike for what my cousin may or may not have done.
No, I just don't wish to do business with her. Because I've met her before and she was very friendly to me. I just don't appreciate people coming into my home and potentially putting me and the other people that live down at the manor in danger.
Of course. I'm more watching out for my own skin right now.
Oh, good. No. Oh, my God. No. We ain't those kind of people.
Well, considering I knew Eve as this kind, caring person who maybe liked the saloon a bit too much, but other than that, she was good people. But from what you're telling me, I don't even know what she's into now. So, some of the people she screws over may be looking to screw her over and use me as a means, which I'm not a really big fan of, if you
No.
see.
No, I'd never do something like that. Because the thing is, again, what we do is we run the saloons. My husband's got his own business venture that he works on. We just operate out of any saloon that needs staff in, and I guess them folks at the Bastille have taken offense to that because they was inquiring with me like, who owns the Bastille? It's like, well, the government. Like, I don't own this place. I just work here.
I see.
And they was telling me to stop. They was like, stop advertising your business, stop advertising your saloon. I was like, excuse me, I'm looking for people to work. I'm paying people to, you know.
Of course. I have a minor in law. I can maybe if you're approached again, I can maybe help on behalf of the General District Attorney.
Mm-hmm.
If need be.
You ain't gonna double cross me, are you?
You know, Eve has done a horrible thing to the ward name and double crossing or screwing you over. I seek to fix that.
Like legal advice and that kind of thing?
Up to defending you in a court of law.
Well, I don't think we'll be needed. I'm gonna need people, prosecuting them.
Well, prosecuting, and defending your views in a court of law.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
Well, I seem to have.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to go again, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. No, maybe. I think
Yeah,
we're
we are.
okay. Oh, no, we
No,
ain't.
can't get into my pockets. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I also woke up a lot sexier than I went to bed. Boy, look at this. I'm like a
You're
fucking
slowly.
Fabio.
Next
Goddamn.
time you wake up, it's just gonna be shirtless all over again, ain't it? And what's your
Look.
name again, Sheriff?
Still not a sheriff, Deputy Deddings.
Dennings.
And
Oh,
look,
you're the deputy to Mud.
Yes, Deputy Deddings of Rhodes.
Do you think if we're able, here in a little bit, you could give me a tour of the Bank of Rhodes?
Are you looking to become bank manager? Because that is an actual job, by the way.
No, I think one of my friends may be looking for it. I have.
Are you planning to rob the bank?
No, of course not. Only the most depraved would think of doing such a thing.
Like, that
have-
really makes me think that you're gonna rob the bank.
Well, let me get my sentence out. I have a minor in forensics from Harvard, as well as where my minor in law comes from. I
I really want to make a deputy. Found in Discord too. It's done. I really want to make a deputy.
Rise and shine.
typing in No! No! Streaming's dumb. Alright.
Hopefully
okay.
the others will be back soon.
I'm sure they will. You know what? It's narcolepsy. And
Yeah.
Thomas knows all about my narcolepsy, don't you?
You're telling me, Hattie.
Yeah.
Seems like it's spreading out to everyone nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like bouts of narcolepsy caused the game bird that was on the stove to disappear, so I guess
Yeah.
I'll take the pot off the stove.
I remember the days of yonder when Hattie would just surf pull up the bar and then fall right on the floor. Wake up 10 minutes later like no big deal. Oh yeah, anyway, here's your drink. That was a pretty scheduled occurrence, if I do say so.
Oh,
Yep.
God.
I can imagine.
Mm-hmm. But hey, now it's just, you know, everyone, so what can you say?
Mm-hmm. Welcome to
I
my
wonder
life.
if, yeah, get a taste of, you know, your suffering, huh? I wonder if, Clayton sent you a telegram.
Clayton sent me one.
Yeah, I think you, sent him one earlier. He must be doing, you know, his lazy mornings.
Yeah, lazy mornings, late afternoon.
Yeah, let's go check it out. I haven't been there in a minute.
Hold up. Yeah. Yeah, it's still morning.
We ain't got all day, Jessica.
Deputy.
Yeah, I'll just come in. Hi, it's my name's Trish.
Because
Let me just get some
Chris and I were
panache into my
chatting about
boots.
making like proper Cockney deputies. Like literally just chasing people to the border of our jurisdiction and being like, oh, well, not our problem. Like really, really like, not corrupt, but just really bad.
I'm too bored to even roll up my sleeves now.
Oh, well, I'll spot you some money. Good afternoon. Because Lauren is like such a fucking... Lauren is my badass cop.
That's all I needed to hear.
Or is Maisie my badass cop?
I'm not walking feminine like, right? I'm walking like I own the goddamn road.
You're walking very feminine.
I'm so not feminine, darling.
Oh, there we go. Feeling refined.
I'm pretty flamboyant myself. What can I say?
I am when I've had a couple of drinks. My goodness. Ooh.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Actually, while stripping is here, I want to show him my the GTA animation. Alright. I'm gonna be thinking for a minute. I just need a This is so cool.
Couldn't help it.
Who are you exactly? What is that website you showed me? Why were there photos of me and Sis on there? What is it? What's your game?
I like to build things. I like to build platforms that allow people to express themselves.
This is like
in the way
32
they
slots.
see fit. I don't like to be bound by restraints.
But why taking photos? Why sneaking around taking photos of everyone?
Information
Mother.
is power.
I want to bring Mother back.
Family came out here. Handful of us. Couple live in the area.
All those blokes, friends, family.
Family. Mikey's my brother. Noah's a cousin. Richie's our cousin. The Mersians breed like fucking rabbits, mate.
I'm here to be your friend. You're new in town, and I want to fucking watch some chaos go wild.
Oh, we're bringing the fucking chaos, mate.
So over the top.
They said Trish Banks wasn't coming. She's like a fox stalking the night, rummaging through your garbage. Y'all better hear me, Los Santos. I am.
She was based off of
forced to be reckoned with.
Floyd from Ark.
Cannot fathom the kind of powers that I have. Because I didn't even know that I possessed these powers.
God, Ava was fun. So dumb. I want to find that clip of fucking Ava's new look is too real for me. I think this might be my favorite though. Because we used to just throw parties under the pier, and there were the goths and there were the frats. Because there was like all these gang wars, there were loads of gang wars going on. No, like all these gang wars were going on, so there were the frats and the goths, and we were like at each other's throats. And then there was we called it Bromeo and Juliet, where Ava started dating one of the frats, like the head of the frat kids. And I pinged him, but they just robbed a bank. They just robbed a bank. And I was like, oh, you gotta come to our cool party. And then they did, kind of.
Hey.
What's up, babe?
Yo, what's going on?
That was sick as fuck, though.
Hey, cops, fuck you guys. Yo.
So yeah, that was the goths and frats. It was so dumb. The bean machine. What was it? Where's my Insta? We have an Instagram. I borrowed a phone in prison to take a selfie. Start my modeling career. Casual arson. God damn. The raves were so good. Like, I missed that. Remember the?
Everything all right, Miss Adelaide?
Oh yeah, I'm just sorting some bits out.
Well, have you gotten any more nasty telegrams from Mr. Gambino?
No. No, I ain't.
Good, I'm glad.
Wait, which one's that? What's that?
Well, it certainly sounds like Thomas and them is
This thing needs gas.
doing a little roughhousing. I should probably go keep an eye on them.
You good, by the way?
Yeah,
X?
no, I'm fine. I just hit 400 followers.
Nice. 400 followers?
Yeah, like I made my account yesterday.
What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you guys?
What the fuck?
In the cart?
Yeah, where the fuck am I gonna go? Howdy beautiful. I hope you're feeling okay. After a little holiday, I found myself a little bit all over the shop. You'll find me at home. I'm enjoying some of this circle Italian bread. Like doing the goths and frats, it was like at the time it was nothing but gang wars. Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Blue tastes like yellow.
Excuse me, Lana.
Oh, I need another beer, brother.
Just a little DMCA. Pretty great though. God damn it. God damn it. When we sacrificed Milton to... Alright then. Forever yours, Adelaide Cress. Wait, where's Jacko? Jacko's not DMCA. Jacko's not DMCA. Bum bum bum. Okay.
The islands on the lake.
Alright. Clayton's
What's
rested at
it?
home.
Izzy, does he want us to go and fetch him? Bring in some water and some greasy food?
No, he I believe he got
He's falling like dominoes, huh?
He's got some of the fancy Italian circle bread, he called it. When they get like the tomato sauce.
Oh yeah, he meant.
Oh yeah.
He mentioned that fancy thing of me, some kind of, what did they call it? Churros, ham, all kind of meat. Yeah, he's a meaty fella. It's an old recipe he's got from over the pond, I reckon. One can only think so, but it looked mighty tasty.
So I guess
Now the question becomes, where did Jason get off to?
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, friend?
Well, we can round up this and then see the fella. Maybe go and fetch the old man.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking maybe we could operate in roads today.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I'm all up for a bit of
Lovely
roads.
to get out of this mud.
And it'll also build up relationship with the sheriffs and deputies working out that way.
That is quite true, yeah. It's good to have them on good grace.
So I'm gonna go grab Jeremy from the stable, load up on stock, and
Alrighty.
Mm.
Let's fetch Jason and then carry on.
Oh, we could take a carriage.
We most certainly could, actually.
Should we take a carriage?
Yeah.
Oh,
Was there a
that's-
boot in that carriage?
I need to think. What color scheme? Because I'll get dressed up for the saloon. What color scheme should we go for?
What was
I'm
the one
always
we
a fan
used
of
for
purple.
roads when we ran it with Emma?
That was.
I know we had like a very nice one.
When
Howdy
I was
do.
last operating in roads, I wore it was like a green.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
Jason
It was
would
some
like
green.
that a lot.
Why I'm Here at All by Jacko Hooper.
I do recall the green and gold.
That was it, green
Those
and
are
gold.
Jason's favorite colors.
Yeah, that's what I used to wear.
Praise be.
Praise be.
Praise be.
Oh. Praise be.
Wow. Okay. Hold up. Praise be.
Praise be.
Hell yeah. I'm radioed out of my mind right now.
I need to speak with that Ward fella, because he said something about being an attorney or something. Even though he might be
Mr.
related
Ward.
to that Eve lady, he doesn't seem too happy with what she's doing.
Oh, yeah, the fella from Hurley, yeah. That's gonna be interesting to hear what does he think about that?
He ain't too happy about it. Because, as well, that kind of thing, if we wasn't nice people...
Mm-hmm.
Howdy.
Hello, Chasson.
Jason.
Jason.
Chasson.
Jason.
Shall we fill up a carriage?
Yeah, I'll go rent one.
What's the plan?
Let me,
So we're planning on getting up to roads today, build some relationships with the law department over yonder.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, the old man is also at the manor, just indulging himself.
Oh, Clayton?
Yeah.
Hey, he sent
Awesome.
me a telegram. Kind of weird.
Yeah. I was talking about meat pies.
Let's see here. He said, Wagwan, my little Jason. How you doing? I'll be at the manor. Got some of that circle Italian bread. It's great. See you shortly. I am certain. You can have the manor while I guess we'll buy the little bayou house in the swamp from you, and you can have the manor now. Clayton signing off.
That sounds
That's an
just
odd
like
thing
him.
to say.
Yeah, sounds just like him. Jason.
He sent me a telegram saying, "Virginia."
Alright, I'm gonna go get changed right quick, so I'm ready for roads.
Are we doing green and gold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anybody can like spot me like $5 so I can roll up my sleeves. What? Yeah, hold on.
Oh, god damn it. So I don't know if I want to go with always loved that vest. I think Adelaide almost wore that on a wedding day? Question mark? Hmm. No hat. Might go with the saloon style skirt actually. Whoops, Snoopy, oh, who dis? Oh my fucking god. Because we wore that one usually. Isn't that just like a solid black one? God damn it. Okay, we'll put that one on. We'll put the black and white one on. Oh. God fucking damn it. Outfit shopping is like the best part of this. Where are the... And then... Gotta put the white gloves on. What do we think? Alright.
How did he miss that?
Oh,
just
hello,
then?
Hattie.
What?
Look at you, Miss
Nothing. I was
Goldilocks.
just trying to interrupt him.
Yeah, I was trying to be all nutty like talking about Jessica.
Untangling.
green?
And being sticky.
Oh, I like it. Like green and gold.
Yeah, you remember that old style from back when we were running roads, like a year ago?
No.
His whole daddy right there. Alrighty. And just waiting for Jessica and we should be good to go. I roll up my sleeves, Eddie, and I didn't pay $5 for it. Life is good.
Oh, could go put on a shirt.
Yeah, put on a shirt.
I got one of the TeamSpeak stuff.
even question it.
Can I regret it?
Well, you most certainly can.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
Do you like the moves?
No.
Even better. Isn't Jessica sure taking her sweet time in that changing room?
Yeah, you just need to make sure nothing is as sticky as it was.
He did mention that.
Just tell him to use a cloth next time. Will prevent all the stickiness.
Such a naughty boy now. Thankfully, there's a confessing coming on Sunday.
Oh, there you go. And he can confess about the tingles and the stickiness.
Alright.
Praise be.
Right? I can't say it without. Praise be?
Yeah, I gotta get into, you know, the habit of just
Mm-hmm.
praise be.
This is so great.
You're so strong. Look at you. Hold on. I'm throwing a tantrum, damn it. Oh, hold on. I got this one. Let me just get a good catch here. Yep. Shit, it's a tough one.
I think you missed.
It's fine. I'll just use a rope instead.
Oh.
No!
Did you remove all the stickiness, Jason?
Oh yes, no. I made sure to put
Next
on
time just use a cloth, you know, you won't end up as sticky then.
Rubber.
Where is she? Where is she?
She's just in the store looking at skirts. I think she wanted your opinion about some skirts there, Mrs. Adelaide.
Oh, I can. Jessica, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Adelaide.
You struggling with skirts?
Yes.
So the one that I'm wearing right now, it's the black and sort of olive green one. I'll hold on. I can tell you the numbers in the catalog.
Is it the catalog number 115?
It may be. Uh-oh. Oh no, I won't be able to, Yeah, 115. Then I've got my usual white shirt on. And then in vests. It'll be 11, but it'll be the 8th one on the rack. So 11 in the catalog and the 8th one on the rack. Weather ain't great, so I'm gonna put a coat on, but I can just take that off.
I was trying to find something that would work with the green corset, but nothing was quite working right.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Ooh, coat number 2 in the catalog, 10th on the rack. Looks quite good.
Is that the black one?
No, it's I mean, I can't remember. It actually might be.
Oh, is that the one I showed you with the?
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll just be out front whenever you're finished. Again, really?
Hattie, my life is in shambles.
I wasn't
well,
gonna
not
say
really, but I'm on
anything.
the floor. I know you weren't. I just had to, somehow justify myself in those binds.
He was asking for it.
Jason asked her to tie me up, and she obliged in a minute.
Well, he's real polite about it.
It weren't that hard to convince them.
No, not really.
Well, I don't even mind it. It's a little muddy down there, though.
You'll love.
Yeah, I kind of have to.
Clean it up with your tongue.
I'm gonna clean up the floor with my tongue. Yep, there she is.
Gosh, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Huh.
Just need to go stash this on my horse.
Hell yeah.
And then what? We taking a wagon to Braithwaite?
Yeah, I'll go rent one. How much money? I'm just chatting with Luke, and you know the shooting that occurred in Plymouth? It was like literally around the corner from all of his immediate family. Because that's, he grew up in Plymouth. But it's like right around the corner. And I wasn't at Aaron and Jenny's wedding, but Jenny...
Hell
was like,
yeah.
Alright.
Oh, hello there.
What, like, so one of his friends, her...
That it's green.
You wanna hop in? I got the wagon.
Do we have a driver already hired?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take care of the driving, if anything. Onward to glory.
Alright. Ready to go?
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's much better.
Just to the breakaway manor, please.
Sitting in front of Eddie, playing with fire, huh, Jason?
Oh my, it was one time.
In the
I
danger
feel
zone.
like it was 2 by now.
Now let's just see how many loops around Valentine we gotta go to pick up speed before we get out.
You know, you just gotta bring up some momentum going.
I'm gonna think about something real quick.
Of course, take your time.
Ugh.
Mm-mm. So this is what rich people do.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think you're
That's
And this is
fantastic.
what
I mean, we sit in the carriage. I don't know about Thomas back there.
she said. This is what rich people do. Okay, we're just taking care of hanging on the back here.
You just keep an eye out for bandits.
Yeah, we're all against banditry.
Come on, Bitterman. Take a left here, Bitterman. He did it.
Oh my goodness.
Can you believe it?
All day, McPhee. All day, any day. I got you. Riding to the Braithwaite Manor in a rented carriage with their own driver.
How far have you become, huh?
What happened? To think that
I don't know.
was it Clayton picked me up on the side of the I think the Dakota River. I can't remember the name of the river now. Just the one by the old trail campsite. Just
Such
for
humble
the-
beginnings.
Right, and I'm there trying to shoot squirrels with my varmint rifle. Like, how do I hunt? I can't do this.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't even part of the trail back then. I just saw you coming in the saloon while I was running it with Hammer. You were inquiring about some employment on the account that fella down the road was giving you deliveries across the state. And he was pretty, meager, so I figured, hey, if you want to do some deliveries for the saloon, you're more than welcome. And one thing led to another. Now you're just running the thing, being the, well, one of the richest women around, offering opportunities to everyone in need, just like you kind of had back then. How far have you become?
Well, that's the thing, because people wasn't even like. I remember, like, being able to, you know, I'd send people out and, you know, running the deliveries to Flat Neck and Emerald, picking up the beer and whiskey for us, and I've been trying, but everyone just wants so much money.
Yeah, that's the thing. I remember people were eager to go out and hunt for small game so you can cook up some stew.
Oh, wasn't that lovely? And now they're just, no, nah, I want this much money. It's like, excuse you?
Yeah. It can be the way it is, but there's always some fun folks willing to get some honest work going, getting some help done and whatnot. I mean, Jessica's a good example.
Mm-hmm. She's a good example of lots of things.
Aww.
You're so naughty, Jason.
Take care, Chris.
Where are we going now? I reckon that's the way to go about it.
I'll probably take the scenic route.
That's what I prefer.
I'm always over scenic route. It's all about the journey, not the destination.
Yet, but it's gonna happen. And if you want to live like wild men, there are loads of
You know, I always
camps
say that
around.
a destination is the friends you make along the way.
I always say that
Like
coffee's pretty good.
if I remember, if my memory serves me correctly,
That's all I got.
Yeah, you don't say nothing else.
No, just the coffee's pretty good.
Like listen.
I do say listen at times, and sometimes I
I
walk
think
here,
it's like around
and that's about it.
here-ish.
I'm a man of few words.
There's the river.
You never shut up.
And there's a campsite that's pretty run down on the corner.
Except
and right
when I
opposite,
talk.
there's a cave.
Except when I talk, I tend to,
You never
ramble a bit.
stop talking. What do you mean you're a
I-
man of few words?
I can be a bit of a rambler.
A bit.
I just,
I think you've said more in that sentence than I have the entire day.
I was wrong.
That's not hard to be, though. Listen,
Jesus.
I
Praise
talk
be.
every now and then.
It's here.
Praise be.
So right where this R is, there's a campsite here, and there's a cave here. And inside that cave, there's like an old campsite and wolves.
Hey Thomas, I can't quite remember. Could I get your name?
Apologies?
Your name is Apologies?
You're asking for my name?
Yeah, could I have it?
Like you want it?
So,
You want to take it for yourself?
I just don't quite remember
You can still
what
hunt.
your last name
you
was.
can hunt and cook, but I think water you have to buy.
You-
I usually just buy
You
out all the
don't?
water I can. If I'm like
Yeah,
my
I was wondering if
outlaw,
I could get that again.
so I don't have to.
Okay. That sounds like an absolute setup for some kind of like whatever, so I'll indulge you. Yeah. My last name is Hopefield.
Okay, thanks.
That's it? Wasn't like a setup?
Okay. So there's the camp.
I don't know what you mean. I just don't remember your last name.
This little icon will be where the cooking.
Well, it's pretty
stations
simple to
are.
remember. I don't think there's many people with that last name.
You know I isn't so great with names.
I
You forget
I don't
Thomas.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, just his last name, that's all.
This is so suspicious. What have you got planned here?
Oh, nothing yet. Nothing at all.
Have you a book on yourself?
I've been writing a book, the Bible Part 2. The
Bible
Newer
Reloaded?
Testament.
Right. Did you just say the New Testament?
I said the Newer Testament.
I can't wait for the end of the trilogy.
Yeah, book 3 is gonna be the newest.
The newest, I was gonna say. And then if you make another trilogy, you can just call it Renew.
What?
Don't worry about it. Each thing's in their, due time.
Of course, I could always have more than 3 books in my trilogy.
Then
You can make
have to
2
call it
trilogies.
something else, because a trilogy starts with the root word tri, which means 3.
Yeah, but books is funny that way. You could write 5 books and still call it a trilogy.
What about writing 3 trilogies? What does that make it?
A throuple.
A triple threat. I'm just gonna stare into the beautiful horizon for a minute,
Wait, hold up.
which happens to be on my right.
How can you have more than 3 books in a trilogy?
That's what I was asking.
Well, you just call it a trilogy. That's all. There's a certain author that I'm fond of that wrote 5 different books, but it's all part of a trilogy.
But I know
It's called-
just like the extended.
No, it's all part of the series. It's called The Hitchhiker's Guide to New Alexandria.
Mm.
Are you alright?
That took a minute to sink in.
If someone was talking to me, then yes.
Who would want to talk to you?
Oh, that's so
I don't know.
mean.
Be careful what you agree to there, Thomas.
Oh yeah, I've made plenty of deals. I met that man who wears a suit and tie. He was like, "Yeah, you want to play the guitar, huh?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." He was like, "Well, you'll have to pay, a sweet price for it." And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Hit me up."
What did you pay?
With his soul.
My sweet.
No, that's unavailable.
Yeah, she already got the contract for it, but
Marriage contract.
No, actually, there was a contract
No.
beforehand.
Did you sign the blood?
Yes, you did.
yeah.
There it is. The manor.
He was meant to, possibly return it after a week, but here we are.
Never
Wasn't
intended
even
to
paying
return
attention to
it.
where we was. I was just looking at you, Jason.
Huh.
I think we found people worse than you.
I am not bad.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything.
You and Aurora's always tying each other up.
What do you mean? I am listening.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I've never
Con-
met Jessica.
I can be somewhat of an hopeless romantic at times, but it's like, I gotta, tone it down. I'm just too wild.
Okay.
Considering that you
Oh, Jessica, put your shotgun away.
I have no idea why that came out.
Yeah, I know that feeling all too well.
Yeah, that's what she said when she
I
blasted
saw it
me
flash
in the
in my. I got worried for a moment.
Alright.
And here we are. Thank you, Bitterman. Here's a little. Ah!
Wait, excuse me, I paid. You. I paid. Excuse me.
Not even gonna leave us at the door. And he's gonna crash into the wall too. The nerves on that fella. I'm telling you, Valentine drivers.
I'll add it to your bill, Thomas.
You can't just add everything to my bill.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I'm already like double the amount I originally heard.
Y'all wanna maybe keep that
Keep
wagon?
Jeez.
Go haul yourself out and pay it off.
Where is he?
Fine.
Doors up.
Claton.
Hello.
Clayton.
Hello.
Unlock the doors.
Open the doors, Claton. We need to get in. Somebody laughing dead.
Wearing?
What do you mean?
What are you wearing?
I just tried to dress myself with whatever I could find.
Oh.
He looks like some lonely drug lord just minding his business alone.
It was difficult to get dressed.
Them fancy Italian circle bread you were talking about. Just don't mind if I. Oh.
Yeah, you have a slice, mate.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad it's raining because I feel so dry.
Just struggling.
Yeah, my legs still hurt.
Oh, Christ.
That bad they do. You walk in here.
Yeah, there was a lot of that.
And there. And over yonder.
Too much walking.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta walk. Speaking
Do you
of,
like-
I walk with
do you like
so
my
much
little
style
flip-flops?
nowadays.
Look at them.
Your house slippers?
Nah, we when we were at the beach, there was a native man selling them.
Is it like sheepskin?
Yeah, something like that.
So, was it?
You got
so
such a big toe.
we
Anyway.
spoke with the. Was it Deputy Dunning?
Oh yeah.
Deputy Eric Dunning.
Yeah, we spoke with him, and so hopefully he's going to be writing up something on the, was it Eve, Ward, and Luca Gambino, because Warren saw them around the area shortly after we was around the time we was broken into, so.
He saw them breaking directly into the house, in and out of the doors.
Huh.
Yeah.
Eve?
Mm-hmm.
That seems really fucked up. I thought she was a friend of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid
I need
bitch.
to have a talking with her.
What?
She is kind of a stupid bitch.
Yeah, what a silly, stupid fucking bitch.
Is that the coach guy? Just running around the orchard.
Wait, what?
Quick, grab the shotgun!
He gave us a
gonna
lift.
kill him.
Now he'll give us his life.
We're gonna kill him. Where is
No,
he?
he's fine. He's going on his
Oh
merry
yeah, I
way.
think he's found a road, yeah.
Aw.
Every road leads to roads.
No, it doesn't.
Except some of them, they lead to Valentine, and some lead to Blackwater and New Austin. You know what? Roads leads everywhere, but some of
Yeah.
them do lead to roads.
That took a lot of thinking, didn't it?
Yeah, my brain hurts now. I need a break.
Thinking's hard, especially today.
It is. You're
And
telling
yesterday.
me.
I feel like yesterday there was a load of chickens on the run, and
Yeah, I feel like yesterday, all my troubles were so far away.
we met a nice family. They were called the Millers. They were nice guys.
Oh my Christ.
Oh yeah.
They had a weird kid with a massive ball sack.
What?
Shit. Don't you just, run into him? What can you say?
Nah, I think he got bitten by a spider or something.
Oh.
Just a prank.
Movies.
Shit. It's not a kind of prank, belong.
Do you know what I found out? There was like this circus show, and they fire a rooster out of a cannon.
What?
What? Also, that guy still. You get in there, fella.
Yeah, he ain't okay.
I think that's Jason on there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Jason up top.
I agree, he's not okay.
Beautiful.
But we're gonna
Jason,
be
are you okay,
working,
Jason?
We're gonna be
Of course
working
I am.
out in roads today,
Okay.
just to get friendly with them and make sure that, we bring some life to roads and they keep patrolling our grounds.
Yeah, we'll get the sheriff on our good side.
I mean, I thought he already liked us. I don't know.
I mean, he liked the $500 I gave him.
Yeah, no shit. Nice that someone actually appreciates a moderate amount of money.
That's a lot of money.
So,
It's pocket change.
can we have like a set of spare keys for the guest room?
Nope, can't find him. I've searched every nook and cranny of the place.
What? Really?
Yeah, and then I gave up and got my
Even-
Circle Italian bread.
Even the front door?
Yeah, even the front door.
Well, I'm sure you'll find a few set of keys eventually.
Yeah, I don't know if the little press thing that makes them's in there just yet. That's what it is.
Hopefully we get some for some duplicates for Declan's side out as well. Can head it over some of the trail as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, everyone but you.
Of course. How are you gonna lock me in also?
I'm gonna keep you sleeping outside like a dog.
Out. You're gonna be locked out.
But
It's still alive. It's a tough one.
It's good to know that we got the jetty as well. Take the boat us out. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Can go a little bit quicker.
Oh my god, that is a great idea.
Yeah,
It's
just
going to
make
be
a
so
little
much
run.
easier to get the bait
Mm-hmm.
and annoy everyone.
We ain't no fishing. I'm done with fishing.
Same.
You never fished.
I fished like
I
7
found it
fishes
once.
the other
I
day.
found it super boring.
Once. You fished once.
I guess I'm just an easy man to please then.
No, I found fishing quite boring.
How far from here is Flatiron?
It's really close by. We're like right there. Instead of the lake, like right over yonder. So we're yeah, we're
There's a
close
rider.
by.
Yeah, I can see that with a lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Can we shoot him?
Well, I mean, you can warn them first, and if they don't get off the property, then
Imagine it's
Come
actually just a
kinda
deputy.
blind.
That'd be funny. It went behind you. That's fine.
Yeah, it's like
Rude.
behind the stable. They didn't come out the other side though, so.
I saw them come by like probably at the front right now.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm. We'll have a look. Should be fine.
Why is Thomas walking like...
I'm gonna flamboyantly make my way there.
Oh.
He's walking very femininely, like a pussy is.
You look like you got a stick up your ass.
I'm so not feminine. Oh, it's the deputy.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, and it's
Jason and I met a Pinkerton yesterday.
howdy.
And they was interested in speaking to us.
Who?
Jessica.
May?
Yeah, I found someone trying to break into the manor with a chef's apron. Turns out it's just Wesley.
Oh.
He talked
Hey, Wes.
with Jason, so I don't quite know exactly what he wanted, but it was interesting. I'd never met a Pinkerton before.
Interesting. Pinkertons.
They was talking for quite a while, and I was outside
Denning.
sitting on a bench reading,
Denning.
and I got word that something had happened to Jason. He was gone for quite a time.
Howdy, deputy.
Hello.
Howdy.
Howdy. Just doing my rounds. Oh, here comes someone else. Just saw folks around here. Two things, if you wouldn't mind. One, Jason, you still have a bounty out, and I know for a fact that there's a bounty hunter out after you right now.
He's actually not here.
Oh.
Oh, at least I can't... Oh, yeah, there he is in the background.
Right.
Here he is.
Yeah, gotta go to Rose.
Oh, hey,
get
Johnny.
that bounty.
Could you please get that done immediately? Yeah. And second, I was wondering if you or one of your manservants, whatever they are, friends, could show me exactly where the fields that were being robbed are, the apple trees, so that I know where to patrol.
Oh, yeah, they're all behind us, like, to the
All
right of
these?
us.
All
All these kind of smaller ones, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just...
And
There
you-
should be about 50 of them.
All right. Are any other crops that have been messed with?
Not that I've seen, but these are the orchards, and yeah.
All right. I just talked to the folks over at Calico Hall. They've said they've been having similar problems with their tobacco plants, so just curious.
I haven't met the folks over there.
Yeah, they're nice fellas.
Walk around again for us.
I don't
Then we
need
can
to.
determine that.
All right, well, that's about it. But be safe over here, all right? And if you have any other
Yeah,
concerns, come up
likewise.
in the roads. All right,
Thank
be
you.
safe. You're welcome.
What brings you around, Johnny?
Oh, well, as the new co-owner and proprietor of Doyle's Tavern in Saint Denis, I figured I'd, come by
Hell
and
yeah,
try
nice.
to break in and trash the place. Didn't
That
expect y'all
sounds
to be
about
here,
right.
though.
Well, stand in line, grab a ticket.
Oh.
I was
caught him trying to break in.
I was maybe thinking, Mrs. Adelaide, maybe the establishment might be able to strike up a deal with the O'Doyles.
We could come up with something.
I'm sure we can.
Mm. Especially once we get them cider presses up and running.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't do business with them folks at the Bastille, do you?
No. In fact, Luca was sitting in there last night when we had our grand opening, and I put a poster right in front of him.
Yeah. Last time Jason did that, he tore the poster down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he'd bite the bullet if they did that to Wesley, though. That'd be the difference. I mean, Johnny. Fuck.
Go, Johnny, go, Clayton.
But we can, yeah, we'll sort something out. Especially if you need stock, anything like that. Even if you need temporary bar staff, we can help supply you with them.
Well, we appreciate that for sure. My associates will probably be around later to open up. Maybe we could schedule a meeting of kind.
Yeah. As well, because I quite like Saint Denis, I'll be honest. I much prefer drinking in the Bastille, but since the new owners, haven't seen O'Doyle's. But
I saw it yesterday. It's quite dingy. It needs
It's really
good
nice.
cleaning.
I swept.
Well, that's good.
Oh, you swept all the rubbish up and threw all them empty bottles away?
Yep, it's all clean.
Good. Could also use a fresh coat of paint on the walls. There's some interesting stains there.
Nah, it adds character.
Yeah.
Kind of makes you feel like the luck of the Irish is there, you know?
Hey.
Well, if you're interested in events, anything like that, and just trying to get people out that way, more than willing to help with that. Especially if it takes business away from the Bastille.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get that monopoly on Saint Denis.
There's that word again.
Run the Bastille out of their business. You take over. You won't see me complain.
I really like Johnny's new look.
Yeah, I like the hat.
You get that, Thomas?
Yeah, I was just, just
When
crouching for
you grow up,
something.
you could be if you could if you could do if you could just and you could do anything.
Yeah, I like your hat.
Oh my goodness.
You all right there, Clayton? You was having a stroke?
Nah, it's fine. I was just taking the piss out of Thomas.
And I was taking the piss out of you.
Don't you still owe him money?
Yeah, of course he does.
No. Okay,
See, if you went fishing every day and met your 5 fish quota, we wouldn't be
Wow,
in this.
5 fish.
So, I gotta wait until Hattie and Clayton are like separate, and then I gotta tell Hattie that Clayton said that it was fine, that the debt has been repaid, and then I gotta tell Clayton that Hattie said it was fun, that the debt was paid off, and then like make sure that they never talk to each other about it, and then you just hope for the best. I think that's
Just
the best
hope
course
for
of
the
action
best.
here.
That'll work.
How about I do something that's worth $3,500?
Well, yo, a little bit more than that.
Yeah, 'cause
The
you broke, like,
chandelier
a
was broken
chandelier,
when I
right?
came here, and the carpet was already muddied up.
That
was them communists.
That was a $10,000 rug.
That it was
Okay.
already muddy when you walked in and said, I'm wiping my shoes on this rug?
I never said I'm white.
Wow, those words came out your mouth, you idiot.
I never said so. It was all about the implications, okay? Okay, let me tell you what. If we defeat communism, is my debt paid off?
If we defeat communism.
Yeah, I can defeat communism. I just need
I mean,
time.
I'm pretty sure it'll just take care of itself, you know?
Yeah, I just
I
need
have
some
a-
time.
I have a suspicious feeling that the communist is just using that as a front to cause destruction, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Mr. Luca is the one spreading those communist rumors.
That's what I
That
think
would
as
make
well.
sense, huh? I'm
Either
still
him
gonna
or
defeat
Hat Guy.
communism if my debt's wiped off.
You need a hat there,
Hey, that is such a
Clayton?
good plot for a book. One
Nah, I'm
man.
good.
We go hat shopping.
What?
Nah, I'm good. I don't do that. That's my wife's job.
What would your book be called, Thomas?
It would be like It would be like
101
I would call it the
knots and how to
Communist
use them.
Manifesto, and then I would just fucking rewrite the entire thing and make it a thriller. And I would just, one man against an entire nation.
I love a thriller book.
It's a thriller book. It's pretty thrilling.
You get
It's a
there,
thrill and a half.
Johnny?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You could have just taken the last bit.
It was the last one. I'm.
Oh, sorry. I already took it.
I didn't want to intrude.
No, come here.
Can I take the plate and throw it
I
away?
got
Freeze
something
be
for
like,
you. Come on.
Yeah, good you can.
If you'll excuse me, I
Oh,
need
yeah.
to go pray to Jesus in the
Johnny?
stables.
It's $97.
Come on.
Wait,
Apples.
go grab him.
And people.
Go pick an apple.
Do you know those people?
Wait, no, I don't. Clayton, people. Excuse me.
Hello.
Ah.
Hi, Miss Cress. We talked earlier.
Mm-hmm. That we did. Next time, best to ride in through the front way, not through the fields, because you almost
Oh.
caught a shotgun shell.
I see.
I told you.
I'm looking for Jasonson.
Yeah? What's
Uh,
that?
You just
Oh.
missed him.
Was he going to finally pay off his bounty?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm here to discuss business
Alright.
regarding our families,
Hitch the horses around the front.
of course.
Clayton! He's the...
Yes, my darling. Why the fuck?
They
Why
just
the
got-
hell now? I'm not dressed for this.
No, you ain't. Well, you're at home.
Do you like my little long johns? Used to wear them when I went
Is it
skiing.
Cresco stuff, or you want me around for the talk?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Neither do I. I think my wife went
It's
after
The
Jason.
cousin of Eve Ward. He said something about
Okay.
being an attorney. I don't...
Oh. Okay. I hope me catch Jason.
Yeah, well, your wife was going after him, so.
Unlock the doors.
Yeah, I need that money.
Yeah, there you go. I just did one. I don't know which one though. Could be either side.
It's a nice horse.
The fuck? Be ba 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 da bo. Fuck did that guy just sing?
That throws me back to Strawberry, huh?
Hitch up next to my horse up there.
Oh, we got a Scottish as well.
I got it.
Hey.
Ah, okay. Alright, I'll maybe ask about Warren at the same time.
Howdy.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, y'all.
No.
Alright.
Come on in, you can take a
Oh.
seat. Preferably on the chair, not the table.
Yes.
I'll leave you to talk to your business.
Alright.
Sorry.
I do find it funny that in the library there's nowhere to sit.
Do you mind if I have a cigar while sitting down, Miss Cress?
can.
Thank you.
So how can I help?
So, you say Eve came through here and messed up a lot of things. Is
Mhm.
that correct?
That she did.
Who did you spot on her escapade or who spotted her?
Individual by the name of Warren Lee. He actually works for the Crest Corporation, lives just up the road.
I see. Well, how can I make this problem between the Crest Corporation and my family, ease up or
See,
disappear?
the thing is, we ain't got no issue with your family. We have a problem with Eve.
Fuck this chair.
And the thing is with Eve is I've already spoken with the local law. So it's in their
Okay, I give up.
hands. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh, this is my husband, by the way.
nice to meet you.
Likewise, I'm hanging out my ass.
Of course. So, what does the Crest Corporation do? I'm pretty new in town.
This and that. Bit of everything, really.
See.
Loans, events, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, don't
Security
forget that
sometimes.
we own pretty much every house in the entire state, you know.
Can you shut the
So-
door, please?
We also sell them back at exceedingly high rates, obviously.
So, realty, it sounds like.
No, not at all. I'm being sarcastic. We don't do any of that. It's just all the fake bullshit people have been saying.
Well, as you understand, fake bullshit is annoying to a person's name. So,
Hey, trust me, I've been living with it for the last, I don't even know how long now.
of course. I'm just trying to... Can I speak with Mr. Warren, the person who saw Eve allegedly?
I don't know if Warren's actually around at the moment.
Not as of now.
When is
It's a bit early for him.
Rhodes Bazaar? Because he's going to be running that, ain't he? So...
Of course. I may be busy during the bazaar. But I hope I can talk with him another time and Eve's name can get cleared up.
Yeah, well, he might be around afterwards, just probably.
Well, again, like I said, we've already spoken to the law about it.
Yeah, I obviously don't know what happened, and if my cousin's involved in something illegal that seems out of her character, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I thought Eve was our friend. That's what I'm really confused. So it's probably someone whispering some weird stuff to her to get her to actually do shit.
Yeah,
Or,
you think
like,
she might have been
maybe she
influenced?
owes someone a debt or some shit, you know? Who knows what it could fucking be.
That's what I'm thinking. If we were able to find the person that's influencing Eve, I apologize. Do you think you'd still have her pay
The thousands of dollars worth of damage that they did?
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't even know if Eve would be able to scrounge up that amount of money. She tends to be quite living off the land, so to speak, usually.
Our family is a bit poor. I'm the lucky one that got to go out of state for college
Mhm.
at Harvard. I have a minor in multiple different fields. But beside the point, I'm just trying to figure out how we can make this, how we can end this kindly without one being put into the ground, money wise.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you break it, you buy it. And no one's being put in the ground. It's like I said,
I'm not
it's in-
talking about physically, I'm just talking about money wise, because thousands of dollars is quite a lot of money, I must say.
Yeah, I agree. I personally wouldn't want to put it on Eve, but it kind of blows my mind that she would even come and do this shit. Like,
I heard she was with some fella named Luca Gambino, I think it was.
yeah, charming guy's been harassing my wife, whipping down her posters and shit.
How about, instead of making Eve the scapegoat, if we
She
were to
ain't a
focus on the...
scapegoat, though. She's guilty.
She's been influenced. She's clearly beside herself in
Yeah?
her mind.
Oh my goodness, that poor woman can't even think for herself.
So, Yeah, so she may be smart, but sometimes when she hits the taverns a bit too much, she gets influenced by the wrong people. And I want to see that these wrong people are brought to justice.
But if she's in
So-
with them, it sounds like a her problem. And she's trespassing, breaking into our home, it becomes a me problem.
I see that, but she shares the same last name I have, so this also is a me problem.
No, it ain't a you problem.
Well, she's family, you see. Would you turn your back on your family?
They turn their back on me.
Your husband here, if he were to rob the bank in Rhodes, would you turn your back on
I would
him?
never rob a bank.
Well, if
I don't
someone got
need
into
to.
his ear about it. That's true, you probably own the bank. But
Do you know what? I would actually love to own the bank. That'd be
Actually,
so good.
You know what?
I hear
Wouldn't be
there's a
too bad
bank
now, would it?
manager
In
position
Rhodes.
open.
Yeah, up in Rhodes.
I can take care of that.
They showed me around the back of
No,
the
you
bank
can't.
and
You can't even
everything.
pay back $3,000, Thomas. You'd be a shit bank manager.
I would do just fine.
You'd make a good go of it, and that's what counts, Thomas. We're all very proud of you.
Yeah, we'll try my very best, okay? How do you know that?
We'll give you a little gold star.
Mr. Cress.
Yep.
I forget what your first name is. Thomas? What's it?
Clayton.
Or Clayton.
Wait, what did you say my first name was?
That's me.
I seem to have my facts backwards. I forget
That's
what
right.
point I was trying to make. But Mr. Kress, if you were influenced by someone, or God forbid your wonderful wife was influenced to rob a bank or hold somebody up or trespass and burglarize a house, you'd want to see that she wasn't the one that fell into the crosshairs. Correct?
Well, that's the thing. I ain't stupid.
Well, he is not that stupid either.
Well, you say that, yet she's being influenced by these people. But then when I met
I
her,
had-
she seemed
well,
quite
I-
independent.
Yeah.
Well, I heard she's in a little bit of a love triangle, as it were.
I see. I'm not that involved in my cousin's love affairs. I'm just involved in making sure our family name and Eve are safe.
Yeah, well, within that triangle was that Gambino folk. Whatever his name was, Luca. So,
Excuse
you know.
me? Oh.
Yeah, the other guy's real nice as well.
So you're saying these are all nice people, but you still think they broke into your house?
No, not Gambino. Gambino was one. He was caught going inside, along with Eve. The other fella's a nice. Well, wait.
Yeah, the other fella is completely separate. This is what I'm saying. He's one of the other pointy
I
bits
see. Yes.
of the triangle.
Yes, I thought for a second you're talking about Luca being a good fellow.
Oh no!
and Eve.
Fuck no!
No, okay. Yeah, love triangles always ever so confusing. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah. Much easier
many
just to
sharp
marry a woman
edges.
and just get on with life.
Do you have a drink by any chance?
Yeah. What's your poison?
I was just wondering if I could have, I don't know, maybe a shot of whiskey?
Mm.
I could say so.
Do you think he's able to be paid off and that someone paid him off to incriminate my cousin?
I ain't giving him
Not
any
in the
money.
slightest.
Fortunately.
No,
Probably
Warren's
one
a
of the
trusted
most
friend of
honest
us.
fella. Yeah, he's one of our very close group, and
I see.
he's very trustable. He wouldn't be
Not
someone
one
to
to
get
lie.
bought off.
I ain't got no
Most
glasses,
certainly
by the way, because someone smashed them all.
I'm not a barbarian. I can have it through straight out the bottle. Thank you, by the way. I don't know why my foot is lifted up like that.
Don't worry, sometimes it gets a bit
Enjoy
like that when you have a
yourself.
bottle.
Yeah.
I'll return in just a moment.
I can tell this is going to be a bit of a long conversation. But thank you for your hospitality, Miss.
Oh, of course. This is my home, after all. Which keeps getting broken into. And vandalized.
Is this the first break-in, or has there been multiple?
Oh. Well, we've had people coming onto the grounds.
But has anyone ever entered the house?
Not that I know of.
Okay. I don't like that our company has left for the most part, besides the woman in the corner riding. Okay.
We're at home. Ain't nothing weird's gonna happen.
Yeah, I know you're probably not thinking of harming me in any way. I just, out where I'm from, if someone screws up, it's liable to come back on the whole family.
No.
Oh, Mr. Cress, nice to have you join us again.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Were you just showing out the... Oh, no, they're back. Nice to meet you.
No, I just wanted to have some water. My mouth was a bit dry.
Of course.
So you want to pay off this fella to own up to his crimes and take the fall for Eve?
Well, as you can tell, the Ward family is not that rich. But I do know what talks, and that's lead. So I'm thinking of getting him to take the fall for it through creative ways. If that
I
makes
mean,
sense.
he's kind of already doing that himself.
What have you got in mind, though? You seem to have a few ideas.
Well, let's just say where I'm from, shotguns aren't only for bird hunting.
Yeah, we're pretty well acquainted with that as well.
So if I can get him to take the fall for both him and Eve, that may help both you and myself. And that you'll have someone to pay you back. I'll have wrapped up the love triangle and cleared my cousin's name. Thoughts on the matter, Miss Crest?
How much?
Well, I'm not gonna pay you. I can drop him off at your doorstep or at the sheriff's office.
Well, I mean, either works. Go to the same place in the end. Obviously, I mean jail.
Of course. Well, that is if I'm able to find him, capture him. He sounds like he may be liable to fight back.
What's
But-
the Bastille?
Try and approach him on the
Bastille.
left because he has an eye patch.
He has an eye patch.
Ryan!
Yeah, so you should approach him on the left if you're gonna get
Blindside
him.
and everything, you know?
Yeah.
Literally in this case.
Yeah, quite literally, yeah.
Clayton, that's awful. Smart though.
Well,
Awful
this
smart,
is
yeah.
a city of many alleyways as well, so...
Yeah.
I'm sure that on his way back from work, some evening.
It would be pretty easy to get him tied up. Put a little bow on the knot too.
Yeah,
maybe
just
drop him
slipping
off.
into a rope or something.
Yeah, maybe drop him off here on the doorstep for you. And I'll do this free of charge, just what I need is Eve's name cleared. Is that doable?
I think it sounds fair.
Yeah.
And if he comes back missing a limb or two, or he's never found again, I don't care all that much. But I'll do my best to deliver him in a living, not one piece, but living.
No, he's going straight to the sheriff's office, that one.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you're not gonna settle it in house?
What do you take us for?
Things are different, Alan. Put it simply.
They're different where, sorry?
We would never dare.
Colorado.
Oh, okay.
It's a
I
relatively.
can't say I've ever been.
Well, it's a relatively new state, formed just 20 years ago.
Wow, it really is new.
Yeah. Just out west a ways, but when it was a territory, let's just say the Ward family up there was not to be messed with. Most issues were settled in-house.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, it could be the start of a good business relationship between the two families, you know?
I see. Well, I don't have a business to run on my own currently, and trying to cover.
Yeah, yet.
I'm
sure it'll come to be.
Yes. What would you say Deputy Denning's closest relationship is? Someone he wouldn't dare harm.
Good question. Only ever met him once, and that was earlier today.
Thomas, you seem like you're out in the street a good bit.
Usually so, but I've been laying a bit low the past week or so. I am not too well acquainted with him. I did meet him earlier.
Okay. Is the Cress Corporation running a stall at the Rope Bazaar tomorrow?
Clayton?
That was all done by the sheriff, correct?
Yes.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. Are you running a stall selling anything there tomorrow?
Warren might be, and he's associated.
Well, Mr. Warren may want to steer clear of the bazaar a slight bit. Because the business I'm about to be entering, it's very reminiscent of the Colorado lifestyle.
So, well, the thing is, when you say you gotta be careful at the bazaar, what do you mean by that?
Well,
Are people
I
at
mean,
risk? Are people gonna be running through and trying to rob the place?
No. The vendors won't be robbed, and no one should be harmed if... Oh, Mr. Jasonson, did you turn in your bounty?
I sure did. I got that all paid off.
Okay.
Anyone seen Jessica?
Yeah, she's right in the corner.
Over there.
Oh, there she is.
Also, get your knife out. How works?
Wise?
Nah, just, things.
We were trying to get his hands cleared of
That's the
any
one,
glue
yeah.
material, yeah. Yeah, I thought this was, as you can tell by the scar, Colorado and knives is a bit of an experience.
It's part of my culture too, back in England.
Lovely.
Shanking's our culture.
You have culture?
No. Knife hooves.
Considering how he dresses in this fine manner, may I add.
Only I can insult him. Choose your words wisely.
Also, that Louis Vuitton jacket costs a pretty penny. Thank you very much. It looks tattered
Choose your
because...
words wisely.
Well, I'll just drop it there.
I have an issue with...
It's for your own sake, I'm just saying.
I have a real big issue with the bazaar being threatened. Considering if we
Well-
have one of the boys from the Cress Corporation who's actually helping to run the event that's going on along with the sheriff.
Well, as I was saying, no one should be harmed and no vendors should be robbed.
Yeah, but people is going to be getting robbed, and if that comes back to us,
Well, the only
Our names
association
are
we've
on the
had so
poster.
far, we've had so far, public, has been at a saloon where I don't think anyone's gonna think that the Crest Corporation has anything to do with awards, especially after the alleged breaking and
Yeah, but it's
trespassing.
more about this place and innocent people run the risk of either being harmed or robbed.
Well,
Even the guests attending this event.
no one should be harmed.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Hmm.
I
So
don't
what
wanna
is
see-
actually going to
yeah,
happen?
Yeah.
You can speak plainly.
I take it. Well, the business I'm going into is I'm maybe coming into a lot of gold soon. But plenty.
Okay.
Gold?
Yes, gold. And there's a transaction tomorrow during the bazaar, and so I'm just concerned that if the person tries to screw me over, people may get harmed. Either due to...
Okay, so you're kind of doing it under the cover of the bazaar, essentially.
Yes.
So there could be the violence, if it does come to that, could leak out into the crowd kind of thing, and that's basically
Yeah.
what's going on, right?
Yeah, like, if something were to happen, the only person I intend to have any chance of harm coming to is the person I'm making the deal with. That's only if he tries to screw me over.
Well,
Yeah, that's fair enough.
might I suggest
I
instead
mean,
of
if you
doing
want people watching, because we do have a security company.
How tight-lipped is your security company?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Any good shots too?
Yeah.
If I told you this transaction of gold was under duress,
gold,
hypothetically, would you still be willing to assist me?
It might be worth you talking to Warren.
Can I trust him?
You definitely can trust Warren.
Most certainly.
What are you what are you doing with that
I've
gold?
known him for years.
Well, what does anyone do with gold? Profit.
You bury it.
But you're not profiting off it.
Well, if you'd like to profit, I'll buy it off of you.
For how much?
Well, little bit off what you're buying for it.
Well, isn't the standard price of a gold bar $15 worth, roughly?
Yeah, that's definitely the standard price.
So, I'm looking for $25 per bar then.
It's a bit rich for my taste.
I can be
how's
talking about
about
20, but that's as low.
20's a little more reasonable. How about 18?
Feeling pretty strong on the 20.
You know, lowest I could probably go is 19.5.
How about $19.50 per bar? In addition, no, $19 per bar. In addition to having one or two assets at the bazaar in case things were to go haywire.
Clayton?
I mean, your gold's the business, mate. It's not my part.
Well,
That's your part of the business, James.
Well, no, yours is the assets, the security, and whatnot.
I'm trying to keep the cost down.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm just.
I'll need to talk to Warren about it. If you give me your PO box, I can send you a telegram about it later.
How dangerous? How dangerous is this? Because the thing is, if we're going down to 1950, make it 15, and then assets as well.
Yeah, because we usually pay our security quite highly because they are
Putting their
pretty
lives in
fucking good.
danger.
I see.
Curated. Every one of them.
Well, how about?
I'd be willing to pay 16.
I was gonna say 16 and 2 free undercover assets, just in case anything were to go up in smoke.
I think that seems fair.
Your assets I require to be undercover near the either near the post office.
Mhm.
I don't know the exact spot. I assume it's just taking place throughout the town of Rhodes.
Yeah, yeah.
If I could have them at the crossroads in front of the bank,
Kind of like
undercover.
near the statue or something.
Yeah, near the statue.
Mhm.
Just in quick, easy sight of the bank.
They could even be over at the general store, to be fair. That would also work.
Yeah, just undercover, waiting for the, wait and see what happens and if the sheriffs catch on.
Now, about how much gold we talking?
I need to do some more reconnaissance in that matter, but it should be a hefty amount.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I just recommend Mr. Jasonson move it quickly.
Oh, don't worry. I've got a very safe place to keep it.
Harry!
And I'm so glad we could come to a deal.
Me too. For the assets, Mr. Crest. I do hope that if the sheriff and his deputy were to catch on, they may get a little hostile. So your assets would need to be fine with assisting in that matter, as well as reading the situation well enough to determine
Well,
if
I
they...
like to think we have a good relationship with the deputies in Rhodes.
Well, make it someone who you can burn. Because the assets that I'm paying for, I really need to help me out back end and cover my ass. So, you may need to shoot at a sheriff, get someone who you're fine with shooting at a sheriff, and who's tight-lipped. 2 of them, preferably.
Yeah, I'll talk to Warren. We'll get something arranged.
And you got men that are willing to do that?
Anyone who can blend into the crowd, and if the situation calls for it, subdue or shoot the sheriff. If that can't be arranged, I'll take my business elsewhere.
Nah, it should be fine. There's been stuff like this in the past.
This is all for an asset of mine. I'm just the agent. Helps them. If word were to get out about this, I shouldn't be going down.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be going down either.
Of course. From my end, my lips are sealed. The only way I may be implicated is through your assets, but as long as they're good and don't get caught, that shouldn't be a problem now, should it?
Local gold's ours anyway, right? That's what I thought anyway, Jason.
All the gold is mine.
Edmund Marley. Is that name familiar, Mr. Jasonson?
Wayne Marlowe?
Edmund Marley.
I'm not familiar, no.
Okay. He's a gold vendor up in Valentine. And he's supposed to be at the bazaar tomorrow.
I'll see if I can't buy some gold off of him too.
Well,
like all of it.
Why buy your gold off him for probably at 17.5 when you can buy it off me for 16?
Well, that's a fair point. But what if he has more gold that you don't have?
Well, after tomorrow, I should be having most of his gold.
Well, that's good.
He's the making my trade with.
Soon it shall be mine.
Alright. Alright then.
Perfect. Sounds like we've come to an agreement then.
It does. Luca
Sounds good to
Gambino
make
for
a
the
deal.
clearing of my cousin's name, And 2 assets for $16 per gold bar.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Of course. For the drop-off point, since it may be a little too hot to carry for too long, I can drop it off and have one of your assets pick it up, and then come by here later for my payment.
Jason, you probably have a better idea about this part, right?
We could probably just meet here at the manor if you bring the gold here. It's pretty secure
Oh yeah,
location.
that looks great. No, you're not fucking bringing it here.
Okay.
Take it to your little shit shack in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah, why don't
Well-
you take it there?
It looks like there's a alley near the gun store.
There sure is. Just in front of the parlor house. I suppose we could do our deal there.
The parlor house. I may be able to make it there and drop the gold on the back doorstep. You just need to be there, ready and waiting.
Opposite
Well,
the
I'd
parlor
prefer it
house.
if you didn't drop the gold on the ground. If you could just hand it to me.
Look, there's that little building just opposite the parlor house. You can go in the back. They've got like the little walkways up top too. Out the way.
To the west of the parlor house.
Would we really want to go to fucking Saint Denis when Luca Gambino's men are probably posted all over that
No,
shit?
no, no. It's opposite the parlor house in Rhodes. You know those.
Oh,
little-
it's
Roads.
oh right.
Oh, opposite of the road.
So,
Yeah.
what about a little gypsy camp up north of Rhodes?
Oh yeah, there's the gypsy camp behind the one behind the church.
Well, the thing is,
It's a bit close.
I think it will be better for Mr. Jasonson if he's not seen face to face with me while I'm handing over the
Yeah.
gold. So I can just drop it on the back steps of the parlor house and run through.
Well,
I would advise a gypsy camp, given that there could be traffic over the parlor house. We don't want
It-
anybody to stumble upon it.
Well,
It really depends on how much gold is being sold here. Because if it's a really large amount, I'll just have you put it in the back of my wagon and I'll run off. But if it's a it's a small amount, then I could just put in a saddlebag.
I may need you to bring a wagon and then put it in like an alleyway or so near the bank. So I get out the bank, toss it in the wagon. It just looks like I'm running towards my horse.
Oh, that would be fine. Though
So-
I'd park the wagon behind the bank.
That's a bit far of a run. You know the alleyway between the bank and the Undertaker?
I sure do.
I can run through there. Well, that may be in view. It looks like your assets may need to be called to action, Mr. Crest, while I'm handing off the gold to run interference of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
If you put your cart outside the gun store, Mr. Jasonson, like in the alley to its west,
Okay.
I can, and it needs to be facing south, so I can just throw it into the back end.
Yep.
Run past down to horse.
Well, that's a good plan, I'd say.
Then it doesn't matter if I get caught at that point. What, Mr. Crest, I assume you know some of the loopholes of the law around here.
Mm-hmm.
What's the charge for bank robbery?
I'm pretty sure it's quite high, actually.
Yeah, it is a pretty hefty one.
You're not taking this gold from the bank, are you?
No, of course not. Would that hypothetically be an issue?
If I was a bank manager, maybe.
But you're not just yet.
I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I feel like some other fellers might.
Mm-hmm.
Because gold is gold to me.
Okay. Well, from what I believe, Edmund Marley may be stashing his gold in the bank. As a means to keep it under wraps, because obviously you don't want to have a lot of gold sitting under a vendor stall. or
No,
anywhere.
just underneath the house.
So he may be using a safety deposit box in the bank, which I will then take advantage of, run out, stash it in the cart, and I get away. Whatever help your assets can provide should hopefully be good enough.
Yeah, well, as long as you got your shit in order, I'm sure everything will go fine.
Yeah, that's a risky endeavor you got there. One wrong move and could go south really quickly.
Yes, and some loose slips might sink the ship. Mr. Cress, Mrs. Cress, I assume I can trust you to keep your lips shut. Mr. Jasonson probably doesn't want any of this getting out, because that may ruin him. But Thomas and your red-headed partner, can I trust you? You've been sitting here the whole time.
There with me.
Well, I'll be honest, they were probably just thinking about roping each other up the entire time anyway.
I see.
That's a given, ain't it? But, you can trust us as much as you can trust him, if I put it this way.
Okay.
What about your friends outside?
Yeah, what about them?
They know nothing of this plan. They just think I'm here to hear my sisters.
Who are they?
One is a poet commissioned by your friend Warren, I do believe, and the other...
Yeah.
Lovely guy.
Yes. The other was some random person I met off the road that wanted to help me collect Mr. Jasonson for his bounty, but since he's paid that off, I no longer wish to see him harmed or transported to the sheriff's office.
Yeah, there's no money in it.
Of course. As a sensible person and a businessman, like the rest of you can tell there's no money, it's not worth.
Of course, you know how the saying goes.
I'd
Pay
still
the
say
fine
it's
if
worth
you do
the eye
the
up,
crime,
but-
and you'll be fine.
So, I just need to think of a time when this will all be happening tomorrow. Don't know, because I get up at weird times. I go to sleep at weird ones.
Oh, trust me, I feel you over the past few days.
Yes.
Shouldn't this already have been thought of and sorted if it's such a high risk situation with such a big payoff?
Yeah, seems like we're doing all the heavy lifting.
It does, and there's a lot of room for error for such a big operation.
Well, put simply, the plan I have can work at any time. It's just a matter of when that time happens. I'm thinking sometime in the morning. How does 10 a or no 12 p.m. Eastern Stars?
That's right when the bazaar starts.
That, oh.
I mean, that'd certainly reduce any fucking risk of people, but it would give worse cover.
Yeah, we'll probably want to wait an hour or so. Or I can message your assets and do it the afternoon stretch of the bazaar. So,
Well, the bazaar will go on for quite a while, so...
yeah. It's probably gonna be pretty happening at the 3 p.m. Eastern Stars time, or a little after that when everyone's woken up from their midday nap. And is back at the bazaar. That makes sense? Work for you?
Yeah, works for me. I just need to get in contact with people first.
Then you need to have a chat with Warren as well.
Yeah, precisely.
Wait, I need to, or Mr. Crest does?
Well, I would say both, but I was referring to you.
Well, Mr. Crest, do you think you can facilitate that meeting?
Yeah, I just need to fucking... Well, I'll need to knock on his door first and see what happens. He should be awake, but...
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll be right away. I'm just gonna go grab a drink again.
Mm-hmm.
Don't die just yet.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's gonna be a risky endeavor, alright, but the payoff could be worth it if we remove all the margin for error.
Yeah, yeah. The payoff
I
might
feel
be
like there
worth
needs
it.
a lot.
There ain't
There
no
needs to be a lot
payoff.
more discussion.
What is it? Yeah, payoff might be worth it. What? We can buy gold slightly cheaper.
How much gold is it? Exactly.
I don't know how much Mr. Marley will have with him.
Then how do you know this will be worth it if you don't know what the payout will be?
Because after this, I'm planning to go to Mr. Marley to see what he has and if I can help inflate his gold stock in any chance.
Shouldn't this have been discussed before coming to sort assets?
Well, I'd rather get my assets in place than have to worry about scrambling for assets.
Well, with all due respect, we don't know necessarily how worth it would be if there isn't any concrete
I believe
propositions here. No?
I believe there should be a good amount of gold in it. Maybe $2,000 worth. I need to check with Mr. Marley on how much he's bringing.
Can you get that sorted out today?
I should be. I plan on writing him and maybe taking a ride out to Valentine to find him.
Well, again, if the payout is worth it, we just need to know the actual payout, and then we can, I would assume, confirm it all, because it might be worth the risk, might not be.
That's the thing, isn't it?
God, you can't do better than PG tips.
Huh?
That's just a T thing.
Ah, I see. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to smoking my cigar.
Yeah, no, of course.
Help yourself.
Thank you.
God, that sounded smashing.
Well, if I can have a P.O. box number, I can message or telegram the number I expect to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, it would prove quite useful to have that information before anything goes down.
Yes, after I'm done with my business here, I will ride for Valentine to see if I can find him. To also get
So 66406 is Warren.
66406.
Yeah.
You want me to just message the amount of gold I'm expecting to him or Mr. Jasonson?
I'd say the gold stuff probably go to Jason for that.
You can send that to 66756.
66756. I may just need one of you to come to the post office with me because I don't seem to have a noteboard to write things down.
Jason, you want to do it?
Yeah, I could come.
Someone go
Warren, I'll need Warren's number again.
66406, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's the one.
Alright, well. The crest. It has been a pleasure.
Likewise.
This is Crest. Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course.
I
Thomas, could you
hope...
see him out, please?
What, of course.
Oh.
Yeah.
One of those
get you
parties, eh?
yours.
Well, apparently it's a ward thing to ruin lovely things. Have a nice night now.
Have a blessed day.
That's a real shitty deal for us. Like that. We don't really benefit from that in any capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Clayton, could you follow me?
Clayton.
Okay.
I don't think he realized.
And this is where we get our keys.
Get you some. Got some fancy apples over here.
Mm.
What was that? Sorry, I was talking to a bird.
Yeah, but we're not like min-maxing and just trying to get as much, like, we're trying to do everything in roleplay, right? Hi. Yeah, that was, we didn't get anything out of that. There's a masquerade. Ugh.
We got, yeah, there's a way to go about it. Easy build up of a relationship. Or
Yeah,
just,
exactly.
yeah, or we just get a talk with rest of the trail and figure it out.
Yeah, but this guy, he's
Gonna
gonna
go
go
put my cup
running.
away.
He's gonna go run into his cousin, say all this
Mhm.
stuff.
Well, let's be real, Hattie. I'm under the strong assumptions that he was fishing for information and whatever he could use, but turns out that he didn't get anything from us. But we do have quite a bit of
Oh, we have an awful
leverage
on
on him now, so
Mm-hmm.
he put himself in a
Just
pretty
right
bad
suspicious.
predicament.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got them as well. It's gonna be much more convenient now. But it's yeah, I have a feeling that he doesn't realize how much he set himself up in quite a predicament because he gave us a lot and he didn't get anything back in return.
I thought he was a lawyer in training.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, and he was, you know, obviously trying to inquire about some of the less than legal side of things and what could be done, mentioning how this is the way it's done around here and whatnot. He wanted us to be, indulging him, telling him, oh yeah, we'll take care of him. But
He's also blind as well. Blind as a bat. He was staring right at me and didn't even see me. Or he
that
just thought I
too,
couldn't hear him at all.
that could be it as well. But I don't know. Maybe he just thought, you were part of the trustable group and whatnot, so he just didn't think twice about it. He knows you're
But
with
he
us.
asked about yous.
He did. I'm kind of mysterious. What can I say?
That's true.
Right.
I guess I look rather unimposing sitting in the corner with my book.
Mm-hmm.
Wish we had chairs in here.
Of course. I'm not just gonna, But yeah, of course not. It's not something that's, gonna exchange hands, so to speak.
No, of course. And same for you, darling.
What was that?
If you wrap your key up in your bedroll on your horse,
You could also put it in your chest tackles.
she could.
No one would ever think to
In her,
look that.
in her chesticles?
Yeah,
Chest tackles.
it's like a bra thing.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
You remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that. I store stuff in
your
my
wife doesn't.
testicle every... Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, she does. I don't have anything like that.
Wait, what the fuck is your one holding up? I thought you were young.
My assets.
Oh,
What was it?
Oh god.
It's like a strap that... You know what? I'm not even gonna go in
Excuse
detail. It's on my back
Prince Albert over
assets,
there.
okay? It just wraps around my chest and, keep them up.
Like a holster.
Yeah, it's like a butt holster. Ready to draw.
Oh my goodness. Alright, should we get out to Rhodes?
Yeah, shall we?
Yeah, I'll put some
Why
proper
did
fucking
Jason
clothes
run
on.
off too?
To Rhodes.
He ran ahead.
He went with suspicious fella 03 to
Come
get
on
some
down,
stuff
dress.
done. All right, I'm
wait,
coming.
I get it.
Oh my, do I
not me.
do I need
Fine.
to dress you?
Boo.
Oh yeah, so this is the change room and the other room is just the other bedroom.
Changing room.
Oh.
I don't actually think there is, but I would love it. No, I have to go to a horse.
Oh.
Key.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, did it?
Yeah, maybe. Do I?
It won't on these doors because this floor's fucked.
How long have you known Have?
No, it was more because I just wanted to talk to you about what the fuck was just going, what that fucking kid was saying.
What? I don't know. I think it's dumb. He just really wants to clear his sister or his cousin's name.
Try and get this one.
Oh.
Did do it. It did, yeah. Sweet.
You look ridiculous.
What do you mean? It's the best I could find.
It's actually amazing. It's amazing.
It represents how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Fabulous, but the worst at the same time. So,
There
are
he
we
is.
gonna talk to Mud about this or what?
What do you think?
Well, I mean, he's never fucking met me, right? I feel like it's a pretty good parting gift, or like meeting gift, right? Some stupid fucking kid and another stupid idiot from Saint Denis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm setting it.
No. No, fuck it. What can I? Can you? Hello? Hello? You two good?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Hattie.
Clayton got something caught in his throat.
Oh, there you go. Really? Tell her to, you know, cycle the mud of her hairs. Me, Hattie.
I can hear you.
Okay, well,
That's
your,
what I'm
your
saying.
lovely
She's got
husband.
husband block.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can hear him now.
You have husband blocker on. What the fuck?
I think she can hear you now, Clayton.
Anyway. Well, it's lucky she didn't hear me call her a bitch 3 times.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, of course I didn't.
Hell yeah.
Damn it!
I can't help
Oh, we're
it. It's a
going
natural
at it. Come on,
reaction.
darling. Oh, shit. I can't punch you.
Alright, come on.
You want your ass kicked? Is that what you want?
It's not my fault. I just love to hit that.
This is when I'd slap you.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, I got the
Howdy,
carriage.
howdy.
Right over there. I'll drive. Since it's green.
So, Jason, what do you want to do with this entire fucking thing with that kid?
I don't feel like it's enough gold worth our time to get in trouble with the law, so I
You
feel
should
like
just talk to Mud.
if we just stash the gold in my wagon and I make my great escape and then these just get arrested.
Good.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Mud would like to know about it.
So where to, fellers?
Roads. Oh, that door's gonna get on my nerves.
I know a door
Oh,
that'll
yeah,
get on your
oh
nerves, get
my.
on your nerves, get on your nerves.
It's fine,
I
I'll
know a
close
door
it while
that'll
we're
get on
going.
your nerves, get on your nerves. It's right there. I know a door that'll get on your nerves, get on your. Oh God, Thomas just got ran over. Shit.
Bye.
Wait.
Thomas!
Yeah, Jason, you left Thomas behind.
Oh, I didn't notice that he got off.
Oh yeah,
go-
he
just go home.
sounds So true with that.
Just go, Jason. It's fine.
Running sounds.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Well, since you insist, Aurora.
He did get the
Thank
door.
you.
Come on.
You're such a piece of shit. Hup.
Did he make it? Oh yeah, I can see his little hand.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh,
this is the
Ain't
battlefield
bullying.
that we did the pellet balling on. Do you
Brings
remember
back
that?
memories.
Oh, mate, it was such a good one.
Excuse me. Just some pheasants who got in our way.
You're excused.
Disgusting pheasants.
Pheasants.
I love being rich.
Imagine being
know
poor.
you do.
Could you imagine being poor?
Can't say I know the feeling.
I've always been good at pretending I've got
Nah.
money.
Look, if you have rich friends, it's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose so.
Yeah. It's like rich by association.
Rich adjacent, I guess.
We're going to the parlor house.
Of course we are.
Jason just got distracted. I'm quite good at that.
That's so.
I like how you said rich adjacent, but it sounded like you said richer Jason.
Richard Jasonson.
Oh, just you wait till you...
Oh.
And here we are.
Well, I guess it ain't a nickname as it's longer than my actual name.
They have a fair few tables here.
Mm-hmm. Fella, can you not throw up in the corner here? Thank you very much.
And of course, we got a seat in here. Blackjack table.
Mister,
too.
I'm gonna clean it up at your face. Sometimes you just need a little kick in the ass, you know? I kicked a fella in the ass while he was throwing up and he left.
I'm gonna go see if
Thomas!
the sheriffs and stuff are about.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
If you's looking for your husband, he's upstairs.
Why would I look for him?
Not you, Aurora.
It's okay, we got it.
There he is. I found him.
Oh my god, Thomas, you did such a good flip off that table.
Yeah, it fell for you.
Adorable.
Oh,
I need to finish these nuts.
I was talking to May.
told them about your amazing idea about the saloon quiz.
Ah, so fucking good.
Mate, it's some good shit. We're gonna have some good trivia out of it. Eddie was
I
even
feel like it came to me in a fever dream.
I bet it did. Eddie was even like, you can do like snippets of songs and have people like figure out where they're from.
Yeah,
you know?
so you like play like, I don't know, what, like 5 seconds of a song?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be a great thing.
It is, but I'm like, wanted to do it tomorrow, but I feel like if the bazaar is gonna be going, it might be like tricky.
I'm having real flashbacks looking at this cocktail mixer.
Let me just put it on the floor. Yep.
Oh. Shaken, not stirred. That's what they usually say.
Not stirred. My Louis Vuitton jacket is full of mud. At least I can afford cigarettes now.
Hooray!
Clayton, as well, because
What do you mean, Thomas? You still owe us
Jason was
money.
saying he wants to put gold flakes in the cider.
Don't worry about it.
Right, makes sense.
Yeah, but look,
why
look at
don't we
the
have
name.
2 versions? Why don't we have like a normal version and then, I don't know, maybe a gold flakes version? That's what that company Smirnoff do.
Yeah, but you had such a good idea for the name, like the gold and apples.
Mm.
Oh, like a golden apple, yeah.
Yeah, the golden apples.
What we could also do is we could put a golden apple on the inside of one of the bottle caps and it wins them money or something. But when they
Oh.
purchase it, they have to, you know, like...
They get like a number?
Roll for it, so to speak. Not that they would actually need to do that. They'd obviously just see the golden apple.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like they have like a chance out of 100 bottles, something like
yeah,
that.
precisely. Like they win,
That-
like, I don't know, $100 or some shit.
Well, you could make it like a like a chance out of 100, and then if they win big. Like the grand
Precisely.
prize of like $1,000 or something like that.
I think it'd be a good idea.
It'd be great.
I have dressed like Willy Wonka before. Be surprised if my wife doesn't remember that.
You know,
bet May would do
actually, I
fine on
do,
Balloompa.
because I was with Jessica and I was wearing a very similar coat, and she said the same thing to me. I was like,
We're just a couple of Willy Wankers, we are. Wait, what?
stop.
Again? A storm's coming
Oh,
again?
what? So, I just got a message. About the cider. I'll be able to make the cider. That will, you know. So people actually get drunk. And then in the description, but shh, no one knows. I'm just so grateful we spawn where we leave. Wait, did he just... He... Oh, okay, okay, okay. Getting comfortable, I see. I'm deaf. No. Mm-mm. Happy Pride. I can't do it. I want to get on the bar. I want to get on the bar. It doesn't work. It actually looks amazing. I love that outfit so much. Mm. Oh. Why? It's such a good look. It's such a good look. They're just scuffing everything, dude. This is so dumb. Checking for any of the announcements. Do you need what I posted? Hello, this is Maisie Graves. Hello, as many of you know, I haven't been around as much recently. The first few weeks of getting this department set up was a hell of a lot of work, and oh boy, I'm still recovering. I'll be stepping down from the position of Deputy Chief of Police as I believe it should belong to someone who is consistent and active instead of gathering dust much like my service pistol. This is not a goodbye, it's a see you later. When the time is right, I will return to the skies to try and assist with those damn souped up cars at vault robberies. In all seriousness, though, it's been an absolute treat watching every single one of you grow from nervous wrecks into competent officers and deputies, especially with the little training that you have received. You should all be damn proud of yourselves because I sure am hecka proud of the lot of you. M. Graves. Oh! Ow! Oh my god! I got 4 hours until I got a fight on... Yo! Yeah, the team speaks fucked right now. That was so dumb, but I loved it. I always really enjoyed it whenever like the TeamSpeak would go down. Why does dancing on a table seem like a Kiwo thing to do? You know, it's funny you should say that. Aw, Meg. Now, no more silliness. Ah. The server's busy today. I'm gonna buy 20 cigarettes. Oh my god. I should install Friday the 13th. do a flip. I actually love that fucking outfit, dude. Too rich to care. I see you up there. So we're just waiting on the TeamSpeak to work. But it's okay. I don't mind waiting. We can just chill for a bit. Oh, looks like a Salty Chat update. Excellent. I don't know how to... Fucking awful. Jesus. Oh no!
Holy fucking shit.
There we go.
Odd fever dream.
All right.
Fancy meeting y'all here.
Oh,
hi, Warren.
Why you
Well,
doing,
Warren.
Warren?
How you feeling? Right as
Well.
Clay!
Do you guys need a moment?
Oh wow. I'm not. Nope. I'm not even gonna look at that.
Them some powerful thighs.
Thanks, better. Thanks, better.
How you doing, Devin?
Not bad. Yourself, Warren?
I absolutely love your outfit right now.
Thank you.
It's brilliant.
What were you writing there on the stairs?
Fuck.
Things?
The
What do you
chaos
mean?
of
I
roads.
literally just walked in here. I've never been in here ever since.
Yeah,
I
we were
mean,
just having all a weird, really weird fever dream.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was just a funny 5 minutes.
Is that what you call it nowadays?
Yeah.
Now that's a funny 5 seconds.
Collect on the 4-pump jump.
Oh my god.
Just the tip.
He only knows because he counted.
We've all got
Did you say I only
your
know 'cause I
Clayton's
counted?
5 seconds
Uh-huh.
of fury.
Yeah, it's the
5 seconds of
second rule.
fear.
Oh, you just nearly made me spit my drink out.
That's disgusting.
Absolutely. Warren, we need to talk business.
Yes, sir. I reckon. Yeah, I mean, everyone here can hear.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just can't tell what.
We're all friends here.
You know what he's about to say.
Well, I've written the things for you.
Mr. Devon is going to perform at the masquerade tonight or tomorrow.
Nice, nice.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, I need to get.
So I wrote a
outfits for that.
welcome thingy.
You want to get what?
Costumes.
Amazing.
Okay, yeah.
You have to wear a costume. Anyways, you want to
sounds
give us a
like
little
you've got
sample of it?
clothes shopping to do.
I can give you the little 3-verse welcome thing.
Okay.
Right, let's see here. Right. Right, it's just called greetings for what it's worth. But right, here we go. We welcome you to this fortuitous meeting. Thank you for postponing your bounty-based beatings. And the fishers, we wish you best of luck with your catch after festivities that Cress plans unmatched. The gold-rushing panners, we welcome you thus. The farriers, the merchants, and those acting sus. You are the ones providing the vital. To you I dedicate this fair recital. Cresco's successes, all thanks to you. Here from the desert to the bayou. Let us raise our cheers to all here tonight. A thanks to you all. Our future is bright.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
And it
fucking
will
done.
hopefully shut the communists up.
Doubtful, but it was very beautiful. I love what you did.
Yeah, same.
You're gonna
thank
keep
you, thank
your
We're gonna defeat
personal
communism.
one a secret for the.
Thomas.
Yeah, don't give
Well,
that
it
away. until
depends
then.
because I've got a few, but I've got one like really long story poem or a couple more snappy ones.
You know what? How about we go upstairs and actually do keep this a secret?
All right.
More like a
I wanna-
surprise.
Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh shit.
Oh, we need to speak to Warren about that fella, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
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 Yep.
Mm-hmm.
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 Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
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 What is wrong with all of you?
A lot.
And all of you, all of us over here. I think you mean all of us. You included, Miss Adelaide.
Excuse me?
You isn't
It's true, darling.
with the rest of us.
No.
She was with me down
We
the beach.
we were
Christ.
we were all together.
It was a fest.
We've all got a partner.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't. Mm-hmm.
Woohoo.
No, there ain't gonna be no woohoo, Thomas.
What about woo?
Well,
We
cheeky woo.
Get a nice picture of woo woo.
Whoa.
We ain't married. We
Maybe we
can't
could
do
get
the
some
woohoo. We can just do the
WKD.
mhm.
Oh god.
Okay, Jason, calm down.
Look, we were meant to get that out in the silent chaos session. What's happened to us? Wait, what are you adjusting? I need
I'm
more
wondering the
specifics. Ah, no wonder he wears a long coat that covers his...
So, masquerade raffle. What are we all going as? It'll be.
We've also got Bull in the Den, aka British Bulldog as well.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Fucking love that shit.
Isn't it great?
I love the way he included Cresco in that poem. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for those to be on cereal boxes.
And everything, you know, livery on couches. Little bottles with a little Cresco.
Crescola, what? You know, we
There
put
you
that
go.
cocaine in a drink. Sort them right out.
Chris Coke.
Awfully Moorish.
Awfully Moorish.
So, what now? Ain't no one in
I don't know.
roads. I only came here because I knew that there was the deputies about.
Go clothes
I ain't
shopping
seen
in
one of 'em.
Blackwater. We could take boats across the lake.
We could.
Oh.
He only said Blackwater because he falls into the void in Saint Denis.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
The clothing, the tailors don't like me in Saint Denis. They push
They don't-
me in a hole underneath the store, then I
Yeah,
fall
they don't
into
make
the void.
clothes in his size. That's what it is. The kids section, right?
Yeah.
Hey, at least it makes your shoes cheaper. As
We
Adelaide's
had
mum
that.
would say.
These shoes ain't cheap at all because they's covered in gold.
We'll get them spares of you.
What?
You know, I really love gold. The look of it.
I know you do.
The taste of it. The smell of it. The texture. I love gold so much that I almost lost my genitalia in an unfortunate smelting accident.
Oh god, don't do that.
Did you?
He said almost.
But almost. I mean, if
He
you...
didn't. He
Okay,
said
yeah, you
almost.
wouldn't.
That-
Okay,
the meaning of the word
fine.
is almost. Of almost is that you didn't do it, but you got real close.
All my life I've been in love with gold's brilliance, its divine heaviness. I welcome any enterprise which will increase my stock, which is considerable. Anyone hungry?
Fair.
I'm not eating gold.
Maybe a smoking a pancake? Would you like a flapjack and a cigarette? Maybe a cigar and a waffle?
We're getting the boats.
Hot.
Yeah, we can get them from the estate now.
Hell yeah, I'm going on the boat.
Oh, the wagon's gone, so we'll have to walk.
Yeah, obviously. Can we not just... Wait, we can get a wagon from here.
No, we don't need to take a wagon.
Just hire a wagon and take us.
Yeah, we do. We don't walk anywhere. We're rich now, remember? Let's go and get a wagon.
It's true.
Mr. Jasonson.
We're rich too, by proxy.
Yes, sir. Howdy.
How you doing?
I'm doing real
Holy
good.
shit, how did I not
good. I was
see
interested
this
in,
man in a beautiful
organizing
bowler
a
hat?
Take it.
With
These
myself,
here are the
or
Cresses.
This is Mrs. Adelaide Cress, and this is Mr. Clayton Cress.
You caught me
it's
on a bad
pleasure.
day.
I apologize. We can find another time.
Oh no, I just meant because I look like shit.
I think you look unique.
He's in his
Now-
leisure wear.
Now,
Right.
names isn't my strong suit, but yours was Mr. Marlowe, right?
That's right, Wayne Marlowe, Chief Investigator with the Pinkertons National Detective Agency.
Pleasure
to meet you.
It's a great pleasure. We heard all about you from Jason.
Beautiful.
Good things, I hope. I was looking to speak with you for some time. Nothing too long. Just a
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah, of course.
Can we go inside then? Or would you
Well-
rather go to your estate?
Yeah, let's head to the estate because we're gonna go rent out a wagon. Oh.
We don't walk anywhere.
Right, as you wish.
So what brings you down this way apart from us?
Oh, doing the runs.
You got the runs?
No, doing some runs. I was with some of my operatives, but the recent storms have put them in some bit of a deluge.
Yeah, that does happen, unfortunately.
Right.
I will say I very much approve of your uniform. The bowler hat is the hat of the future, after all.
To that I can wholeheartedly agree. Perfect middle ground between a working man and a man of dignity and prestige.
Exactly. That's kind of why I went for it.
Too bad I had no perfect middle brim, huh? It's a short, if anything.
Thomas.
I'm merely talking about the brim, Hattie.
Right, let's see if we can get this to... Yeah. Why?
Where would you like me to take you?
No, you don't have to worry about it, Warren. We can get the other person to do it.
You mean I don't have to drive?
No, you don't have to, no.
But who's gonna drive then?
Well, the guy will. Watch.
What guy?
You'll see.
Hop on.
Am I being replays?
No.
I'll fucking
No,
kill
you-
him. Is it this guy?
You know you're irreplaceable, Warren.
Look, watch this, Warren.
You took the
Just get-
shift.
Just get on.
Hey, buddy.
You can show him how it's done up front.
Now we just have to hope that he doesn't go around roads about 3 times.
He knows his way, I'm sure.
Actually, because we took a carriage earlier and straight out of Valentine. No circling. It was.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sir, your horse doesn't have a
Mhm.
tail. Looks like it just has a little wiener hanging off the back.
just a moment.
It's terrifying.
Oh, that was a tight turn that this man was doing.
Where is he going now?
We're going
Look,
in a
we're
circle.
just getting a tour of the cotton mill.
Oh,
I
God.
wonder if somebody
Not
purchased
again.
it.
Those days are over.
Warren, I thought you was interested.
I was, but I don't
Tell
think
you
we
something,
should
my
purchase
faith in
anything
the,
ever again.
Capability of these stable masters decreases by the day.
Yeah, sometimes they like to pull pranks on you and change the color of your horse's mane and stuff. Maybe remove
Right.
your saddle.
Strange
Yeah.
people.
You have a horse of many
Yeah.
colors.
Yeah, nothing I can really do about that. I think they put some sort of dye in the tail.
Oh, okay.
I just hope this guy actually goes straight this time instead of turning into
You
this
can do
cabin.
it. You can do it, sir. What an amateur.
I take it you're heading to your estate, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully,
Mhm.
yeah.
Looks like it now.
Right.
I'm not sure which route he's taken.
Yeah, neither.
Oh, he'll go up here and then he'll turn to the right, and there's this little back road that loops around. Be careful, there's another car, sir. Hog the road.
Warren, you're such a better driver.
Who the fuck is Sir Watson following us?
What?
Fucking
He's
Sir
a
Watson
he's
looking
he's a
motherfucker.
he's a Pinkerton.
He looks like a white man. He's not pink at all.
Are we going to Saint Denis?
I
Yeah,
have
yeah, we
no
missed the turn.
idea.
We
He
missed
is
the
not.
turn.
He's not following the place I marked for him at all.
Is he taking us to Caliga Hall or to Braithwaite?
And yeah, good question. He's going the exact opposite way of what I told him.
What the fuck is happening right now?
He's trying his
Still
best.
going the wrong way. Are we
Listen,
being kidnapped?
It's the scenic
Hey.
route.
I mean, I was kidnapped twice yesterday.
Hey,
Once I
Warren,
ran
you
for
want to do us
fun
a
and-
favor?
Yes, sir.
You want to handle this for us?
Sir, would you like to walk back to the stables for us, and then I'll just drive us, please? Oh, fuck! He kicked me off!
Warren.
Well, can I drive, please? Okay, sorry. Just, I push you gently. Oh, well, the horses don't follow my command. You son of a bitch, get off me!
I think it's only fair.
Gentlemen, that was rather okay.
Get up, Walker, quick, get up there.
Warren, go!
Comes with the show then.
Apparently
This
so.
is as fast as they move.
He's coming for you, Warren.
I can't turn it either.
Oh my lord.
I think these horses are attuned to his gentle touch.
Yeah, I think they
Walking
might be
towards
now.
you menacingly.
I might have to time up.
Wouldn't you like that?
Wait, I have an idea. Jason, you have a gun out.
Oh god.
Turn around for deniability.
No, I
Oh,
don't think
we
we need
paid
to
him
kill the
already,
man.
didn't we?
Just stay there, sir. Hopefully he gets scared and runs. Okay, let's see if that works.
A far more peaceful solution.
I agree.
God
we don't
damn
advocate
it.
violence. Is it still? Jason, your gun's out again. Ah! Oh no.
Well, what do you guys think about a little hike?
Trapped in here.
Clayton!
Help me.
Excuse me, sir, but I'm spoken for,
What?
and I do
frowned
believe
about,
you
don't worry.
have a wife.
Truly, beacons of professionalism.
This is really not what I was. Okay, yeah, this is. Okay, we're just gonna walk.
Yeah,
Can I be of some
just a little hop.
assistance, Mr. Chris? Perhaps the lady could borrow the horse.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Proper gentleman.
Would you like
Man
to?
after my own heart.
I take it she's your wife, not your sister, yes?
Correct.
Here, I'll let you take the horse. You put her on back.
Oh, we
I
get
don't mind
now?
walking.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I understand you have a businessman's sense of propriety, so I'm sure you'll return.
Yeah, of course. What I can do is I can go grab mine from the stables, and then you could try whistling. Your horse is probably trained to do that, right?
I
Oh,
believe
wait.
so, yes.
Touch.
Thomas!
Wait, has he got the wagon working?
Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Perfect.
Oh, darn.
I appreciate the gesture, though.
Of course.
Shotgun.
What can I say?
I love Warren so much.
I think he overestimates my professionalism.
Jason, were you carrying her? That way she didn't have to walk?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's sweet!
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, at least I'm over the way of Jessica and not Adelaide.
Excuse me?
Highway to the danger zone.
You gonna meet us there?
They're all yours,
Can you hear me?
Warren.
Let me
Yeah,
meet you
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I'm having some trouble.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
perfect. Jason, your gun's out.
Jason, you have
I can't
Put
drive
that
this.
gun away.
Jason or Thomas, you're gonna have to do it.
All right.
I'm having trouble modulating my voice correctly.
As am I.
Oh no, it does still do it. You
I
just
can't
have to
anymore.
look
Yes,
in
I
the top of
know.
your
I,
eyes.
Okay.
I was just.
No!
Everybody off, and then we're gonna let good old Warren take the reins first.
Warren, take the reins. Take him from
Sorry
Thomas.
for pulling a gun on you, sweetheart.
All right, I think we're ready.
I was just happy to see you.
Oh, perfect. Is it moving still, Warren?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I thought I was gonna. Come on, let's go.
Oh, I get it.
I thought I was about to accidentally pull you off, Warren.
Nobody wants to sit next to me to
Still
Warren.
moving.
We still moving.
I
Okay,
want
perfect.
to.
Skirt.
To the manor, Bitterman.
Yeah.
Now this is steep.
Oh, we should have paid Warren to do this first, shouldn't we?
I'll pay him. I'll hand him a nice crisp bill when we get to the manor.
Well, why is it crisp?
Because it's fresh from the bank.
He steamed it.
Oh, Warren, I've heard that there's a job as a bank manager going on.
A job as a bank manager?
That'd be kind of interesting to get involved in, don't you think?
Oh, God.
I mean,
Rhodes Bank?
Already own everything.
Apparently.
Might as well own the banks.
Right? Make the communists love us even more.
I met a communist.
Oh yeah? How'd it go?
Well, he said he's not a communist, but he's a communist.
Ah, okay. Because he's embarrassed
His
of it. I
name's
get it.
Melvin.
Yes, ma'am.
Charming guy. I think that might be the one I insulted his hat.
It is.
Could you imagine being poor?
Excuse me?
Yes, yes, I can imagine it. I was there not too long ago.
Can you imagine being poor?
Thank you, Warren. Can always count on you, can't we?
Well,
I'm gonna get
Oh,
changed.
please
before
don't
that
shoot
guy
me.
Comes back.
Now I'm about to die!
Warren! No, Thomas, body block. Oh no, this is not gonna end well.
Going inside. Doors open.
Can we get these bodies out of the way before that?
It should end interestingly. As a ghost closes your door.
It should be fine, hopefully.
God, we need to hide all the bodies for the Pinkerton
Yeah, I was gonna
shows up.
say we need to hide the bodies in the bushes before the Pinkerton man shows up. This guy just
The
didn't want to
gunfire
lie down,
seems to
did
have
he?
stopped.
Hmm?
The gunfire seems
Is
to
that
have
it? Just two of
stopped.
them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, they're rich, they're not smart.
I don't know. I hear people upstairs, so maybe up here.
Upstairs.
Maybe.
Jason!
I'm right here.
Oh,
I'm gonna go
there
get
you are.
changed.
Was you worried?
Nipples aren't showing.
God, I can't wait to make cider. I can't wait. Warren's amazing. I had to stop by Valentine to stock up the general store. We put 30 in there today. So I'm hoping Oh yeah, what we're gonna do as well with the apples, with the cider when we sell it, we're gonna roll a 1d100, and if it gets like a certain number, it'll be like a golden ticket, so they'll win something. And we'll role play it out as they drink it, then we'll role play it out as, oh, look, there's a golden apple on the lid. You win a prize. This is cute. I can't wait for our saloon quiz. $100 is a lot. Any idea on the price of cider? Well, apples are 15 cents. So I don't want to sell the cider for much. I'd say
Right,
Please
where
take
may I
a seat, wherever you like.
As you wish.
$150 maybe.
Well, I thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Cress, for welcoming me into your home. It is a distinct honor.
Anytime I'll chat. Don't you worry about it. It's our pleasure.
Now, I understand you're busy folk. You've a business to run, so I'll cut to the chase. I've heard some rather unsavory things, which I have no doubt are untrue regarding your corporation. Throwing around the word monopoly and saying you buy real estate and things like that. I am under the impression it's all nonsensical. Am I correct?
Yeah, 100% correct.
I have no doubt this is akin to the nonsensical posturings of those that carry the ideology of communism in their midst.
I'm only waking up a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
An unfortunate and highly dangerous ideology. An
100%.
ideology that seeks to uproot the very foundation of our American values, that seeks to destroy our economy and our industry. And its very upheaval, its very presence is one that inspires fright and disdain in the hearts of myself and my Pinkertons.
No, I completely agree.
In addition to that, I would like to offer you our services, Mr. Cress. We offer security
beautiful.
work as well as investigation, and we've had a long history of success. As we enter this region and establish our Southwestern Division at Saint Denis, that's where it's headquartered, I think there could be a good relationship here.
Yeah,
Now,
100%
as
agree with
mentioned,
that.
we're men and have a way with information. We have a way of finding things out. I understand you have some trouble with a Mr. Gambino.
Yes, he's been nothing but a thorn in my wife's side for like the last, 2-3 weeks?
He seems so friendly too.
Right. Those that have ill will tend to put on a show.
Yeah,
At least in,
so it would seem.
They put on a show and then they break into homes and trash the place.
Yeah.
I heard of such. Something he may do to deny. Me and my detectives, we had a conversation with him, so to speak. A conversation in which he vehemently denied being a communist, which I understand there were suspicions of. Is that correct?
He had pamphlets in his house.
I know.
There you go.
He's a liar. That's what my understanding.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I understand that the conflict you have with him is in your interest in the Bastille. Is that correct?
I have no interest in the Bastille. I don't know where this comes from. What I do with the establishment is I just supply workers for the bars. I don't own nothing. We just
That's what I
work
meant.
there.
Contracting. You contract.
Yeah.
You contract people who work there.
But with the Bastille, like Bastille is somewhere that I personally enjoy going for a drink. It's very rarely that I actually work the bar at the Bastille. So I don't know. I don't know what their game is.
But what this seems to me is that Mr. Gambino has something out against your corporation. He takes the word corporation, attempts to attach to it some ill intent, something preposterous, and spreads it around like wildfire.
Yeah, probably just trying to draw customers to him or some shit.
Well,
I don't know.
it's libel with the intent of trying to destroy him. Inevitably, you're competition to him, the way he sees it at least.
Well, the thing is, Cress Corporation does its thing. He does it. Clayton does his loans and security and stuff. The establishment, we work in bars.
And
That's
contracting, right?
Yeah, that's all we do. And the thing is, we just go there and set up shop for people. Very rarely do we
Originally,
even
the
ask for money.
establishment was
This is my
traveling
okay.
bar originally.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's where my inquiry derives. This seems preposterous. They've levied upon you all these claims that seem mostly untrue.
Mhm.
I understand business has many sides, but I have seen no actual evidence of you doing any of these things. This inspires my curiosity as to why he's out for you. The only thing I could think of would be the fact that, by virtue of perhaps being a communist, his ideology is diametrically opposed to yours. That of
Yes.
innovation and capitalism. That
That's
of
how it
American
seems.
values. And thus I get to my point. I would like to offer you the services of the Pinkerton Detective Agency. Of course, at a fee, as all things should and duly are.
Yeah, that makes
Well
sense.
experienced, well trained. If you need security, you have an exterior force that you can count on consistently. Furthermore, we can do investigation on unsavory individuals such as Mr. Gambino who seek to undermine your establishment.
Investigate my ass.
No.
Okay.
There's Rory.
Yeah, sorry about
Good
that.
morning, Sleeping Beauty.
I needed all the beauty sleep I could get so I could take it from myself and put it into my wife. Sure know they fucking
Right.
need it.
Rory, go into the kitchen and wash yourself.
Okay.
It's like having a senile old father around. I do apologise.
It's quite alright. I had a unsavory uncle, drunkard.
Yep, pretty similar.
The voice was almost identical, in fact.
Ah, well, there you go then.
Regardless, that's my offer.
Okay,
the
how
details
much-
of
how
such
much are we
services can
talking?
be discussed. Well, there's no general sit and fee. Everything depends.
Okay.
If it's a matter of investigation for cases, it depends on the complexity of the case, the contrivances, the details, the situation, and the time, as well as
Mhm.
how quickly you want it solved. Security, that can be more streamlined, but it also depends on circumstance. We're reasonable men.
Well,
We just want to make a living.
The
Yeah,
thing
of
is,
course.
though, when it comes with this detective stuff, is quite honestly, for what they did to my home, and I mean, Jessica was sleeping upstairs. If my husband and I were at home, who knows what they could have done? Apparently, they smashed all the mirrors everywhere. They were stabbing the walls, tearing up paintings. They used knives to tear all our stuff up.
I
I
understand.
want justice to come to these people. I've already spoken to the law about it.
Here's what I will say. The unfortunate reality within this region and these states is that the law is unorganized. And it's not very much orthodox. It is farmers who have proven some sense of rapport, some sense of worth, who have badges placed upon their breasts. What are marshals if not politicians? Men placed on precipices to extend authority, reputation. Now, these things aren't bad. These are the basics of a coming of a more organized constabulary, but they are necessities. What we can do is, as men who stand by and wish to support the law, that is the Pinkerton Detective Agency, it is our history, it's what we've always sought to do, is assist the law in bringing justice. An example of such would be Mr. Gambino, a man who has entered your home unlawfully and has caused vandalism and destruction. If that
Well,
is something we
just
can
him.
assist with in any way, that would be my intent. I don't know the details of which, ma'am. Perhaps there's other cases as well, and you could enlighten me on them.
Woman by the name of Eve Ward, who, yeah, she was also present for the break-in.
Eve Ward, an associate of Mr. Gambino, then.
Mm-hmm. In a love triangle, it seems that she is.
And who's the third, then?
Nathan Yang. He's actually a really nice guy.
Mm.
Doesn't seem to be involved with that Gambino fella.
Caught an unfortunate business, then, I'd imagine.
That's what it sounds like, I believe.
A shame. These are the places in which I could offer my assistance. Acquisition of information, locating, and, if necessary, apprehending these unsavory individuals. In the name of the law, of course. Justice must
Of
be
course.
enforced unanimously and unitarily. If it isn't, then we've lost, and the values of America failed. But I hope and will die before that day comes, Mr. Cress.
No, I appreciate the
I
dedication.
like this guy.
Yeah. Where is
Like I said, I understand my agency and its whole has had a dubious reputation. People call us union busters, others call us marauders and thieves. All of it is nonsensical. I can assure you what is evident and what is fact is our dedication to our jobs, to the principles of fidelity, law, and jurisprudence. And we have, in all of our history, maintained those things. We've been founded since 1850. Of course, mistakes have been made, but my intent here as chief investigator is in this region to assist folk like yourselves who have been wronged. And those wrongs need to be righted, Mr. Cress.
Now, one thing I can appreciate is hard work and dedication to a job, because, my lord, it took me ages to save up for this place.
There's nothing more American than that, Mr. Cress.
No, indeed.
It's the very reason why communism is a fallacy imbued on the minds of those who have been fooled by its preposterous. Labor, through our economic system, will provide success, equality of opportunity.
God,
Those are our foundaries, our principles.
And that's all we ever want to offer, isn't it, darling? We just want to offer people opportunities to actually make money.
If nothing else, by your business being, you're allowing other businesses to rise up and offer competition. This idea that you're somehow a monopoly is ridiculous. You've just
Yeah, it's
levied where
crazy.
there wasn't any. You've profited
Precisely.
in a lucrative business where no one else has made the attempt to. And then they call you a monopoly because you're successful. Frankly, and I know I do not know every working of your business, it saddens me to see this. It's people missing the point.
Yeah, but all these people, and if they're aligned with the communists and that, what just blows my mind is the fact that every time I've tried to hire people, they just say, well, they offer me this much money here at this place. If you give me more money, then I'll do this. And ain't that all topsy-turvy?
It is. People seem to miss the idea of experience in labor. The location, the circumstance, that's what gives it value, not just some number on a piece of paper. Though that is important, it's not everything. I'll be candid with you, Mr. and Mrs. Cress. Completely candid. As I've mentioned, I believe communism is a cancer, a tumor to which salve will not be the solution. It needs to be cleansed from the inside, uprooted and removed. And thus, if I can, by my employ to you, assist in completing that task and removing these undesirable individuals, I think it'll be, advantageous and
fucking undesirable. So,
it would be advantageous for both of us.
fucking selling random shit.
Mm.
Killing myself.
Yeah, no, I'm interested.
Yep, I am too.
I understand I'm here by myself, but is he okay?
Doing my fucking self.
Who knows what he's...
He should be alright.
Rory? Rory?
Fucking
you okay? Rory?
I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry.
Should take this conversation to the front porch in case someone struggles to wake up. Also, because I'm locked outside and I want company.
Wait, you ain't got keys?
I'll sort it out once we, we got...
There's somebody in the middle of my sleep.
Hey, Roy, it's good to see you're alive.
Look at myself.
Yeah, he ain't too happy because he was sleeping underneath the stairs, bless him, when they came in.
Fucking bed of my sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we, wait until the storm passes in to continue the conversation?
Yeah, I feel like that makes sense.
Right. But I hope
Until
the
then,
offer intrigues
cigarettes.
you. Yeah, cigarettes.
No, I feel like you're very professional. And hardworking, which is something that I value highly.
Professionalism and hard work are, as mentioned, the foundaries of this great country. All success
Yeah.
comes from it.
Oh,
Can be drawn a line from.
Look at what?
Look at Rory go, bless him.
Is that him just standing ominously in the middle of the archway?
He might be lost.
That is
Talking to the
horrifying.
guards. He's probably trying to round them up right now. Or he's chastising them for not doing their job.
Probably that. But they had enough of that from Jason.
Ah! Very fair. I don't feel so well.
See you on the other side.
Right, on the other side.
Indeed.
So, come here often?
A few times a week. What about you? Here often? Thanos, no!
Well, this is nice. I'll quit. I might grab a bottle of wine. An entire bottle. I'm a 2 bottles of wine kind of girl. It's pretty bad.
Again, what? It just wants me to be carefree.
I mean, you're in the privacy of your own home.
It's just gonna
As you
ruin
said,
this
it's
people
good.
immersion. 1 second.
Fucking Christ. I am so excited for cider. You have no idea. No pressure.
How much money do you think he's going to ask for?
You know what? I'm hoping it's between. I want to say he might be reasonable. Say around 200 to 300.
You think it's going to be that low?
I mean,
I hope
that
so.
ain't like that's still a large sum of money.
Yeah, I know it is. But, hopefully, yeah. I'm kind of feeling it's going to be more in the region of like $2,000 and above.
No.
I just kind of feel that.
But the thing is, if people are asking for that sort of money, then they can just continue living off the land. Like they can keep doing that.
Yeah, that's fair. But then you got to think there are more than just him. So if they're going to want to split it about 200 each, then that's what, like 600?
I think like 500 would be the most. I like even that amount of money just seems ridiculous.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And if people are
Don't
only gonna
worry,
work
darling.
for
I'm on
those-
your side.
Well, you know.
I totally understand.
Mm-mm. I can't believe they ruined the Bastille.
Can't believe they ruined our house for a bit. But yeah, it's kind of sad. You haven't had a Sandy hat in days.
I was gonna work today, but no one's coming in, so dressed like a fucking barmaid again.
Kind of into it. Means you'll be near counters, you know.
Oh my fucking Christ! Do some of that role play. Oh, hello, sir.
Or
What would
we
you like
could.
to drink?
You.
Ew.
She's like walking around like goblins again.
Oh wait,
Hello,
we can.
sir.
We can.
Wait, we. Oh. Like this one.
Oh, ain't so good. Oh.
I'm walking like a veteran.
Easy riding.
The weird part is I can sit. That's very strange.
What?
Like I can't see you walking like that, but I can see me walking like it. I'm wondering if it's. Oh no, I can see it. Now you look posh as fuck.
Ooh, refined.
You see me walking a bit different. I've gone for the refined look.
Mm-hmm. That's only way to do it. Yeah, your
You
head's
see, it's
up.
got like a little bit of swag.
And turning your
my head's
nose up. You look down your nose at the poor people.
Which is quite far, because my nose is kind of long.
Hello?
Hiya.
You sounded like Swedish. Then you were like, "Hello."
Hello?
Okay, that's Jamaican.
Hello?
Hi, Warren.
Is he okay? Warren, you good?
I don't know if he's good.
Something tells
Oh,
me.
he looks like he just tried to speak.
Something
okay.
tells me that I reckon the government probably would like to hire Warren to read them all their work telegrams.
Oh, that would be good.
Oh, yeah.
Off he goes.
I always miss that fella when he's gone.
Jason, was you picking up whiskey at the saloon?
Here and there, yeah.
Oh, I might treat myself to a cheeky bottle of wine.
Just as it
Oh.
wears off.
That's what you're.
Excuse me?
I was thinking about waiting until tomorrow
Oh.
because you weren't feeling too good earlier.
Yeah, I never feel good.
But I can always change my mind.
Well, there's tomorrow as well. That's the thing. All or nothing.
Isn't it
Okay,
nice being wealthy?
Double down, let's go!
I've got to be careful trying to keep up with you, Mrs. Adelaide.
Yeah. I've eaten actually, so I should be fine.
Yeah, that was definitely the mistake we made.
Warren!
Warren, you.
Warren.
Oh. I like his little Django shirt.
I like everything about him.
Same. I'll never forget when he served us dinner. That was probably one of my...
Oh, God.
Honestly, just so...
You noticed ever since that night he started calling, like, men sir.
He has...
And stuff like that ever since that night.
I think
It's
he
almost
really
like he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
He takes great pride in his humor.
Oh.
And he absolutely slays me.
Yeah, he does.
I'm just gonna write out this telegram here.
Uber Eats.
Are you talking?
Me? No, I'm thinking about 2 bottles of Blossom Hill.
Wait, 2? It was 1 like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, no, tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for tonight. That silence is worrying.
Yeah, 1 for tonight and 2 for tomorrow.
Okay. Hi, Warren.
Warren!
I don't like silent Warren. It makes me sad.
Ow.
So peaceful on the estate like this. The ambience is actually so nice. Wonder how timely those people are going to be for that Scribbles body pillow that I ordered.
Speaking of, I just finished this telegram.
I don't think we've quite reached the thing for that, have we?
Hmm?
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 I think there's a few more to go, right?
How many more underground payments do you need? You know, the ones that are subterranean?
Ah, yes, I know about them.
Oh!
A little
wait.
mole.
$860.
There you go.
You're nearly there.
It's coming home, as they say in England.
No, they fucking don't.
Well, no, they say it, it just never happens.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
What, more drinking?
I'm getting I'm too old for this.
Nonsense. We are in our prime.
Jesus
Yep.
fucking.
Yep. Doesn't feel like it, but yep.
It's a miracle I'm even standing right now because my feet are fucking killing me.
It's my like upper legs and my knees.
Your thighs.
Yeah, those bits.
You've always got to make sure that you're always exercising them thighs. Get
Oh,
them
trust
real-
me,
real big and strong.
I was marched around this fucking beach.
While back, I went to like a nice fair where everyone was dressed in old timesy clothes, and I walked around all day. Came back with blisters on my toes.
Oh no.
They must have been dressed as like medieval people.
Yeah, that's about the fair I was talking about.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know how old you were talking about.
I brought my pointed shoes.
Do you know when we were down at this beach, we found like an arcade, and there was a little dancing man that looked exactly like you.
Just a little green man.
Well, actually.
You just didn't happen to have someone draw a painting of it, did you?
I wish, because there was this little fella. There's this little fella, and he sits up on this perch, and because there was all these old photographs of families and from around
ages ago.
Well, no, from around these.
No,
You know,
well, there was a few of the more modern ones, yeah.
Yeah, but
But there were still ones from further back as well.
within the last 50 years. So it was.
Yeah.
But there was this little fella in all green. He kind of looked like that forest sprite. He just needed a little pen.
Just sat on top of a shelf, yeah.
And
No one had bought him for years.
Hey, how tall? He must have been at least 3 feet tall. No, that's pushing it. 2 foot maybe?
Oh, that's much taller than me. That's so unrealistic.
Yeah, true. It'd be like mini Jason. Or would it be the other way around?
Other way around. Because I'm only like 6 inches tall.
I think
I'll do the job.
Clayton!
See, usually about now I'd be getting slapped in the shoulder.
Did you get smacked a lot while you was on vacation?
I don't want to talk about it.
I fucking swear.
By the moon and the stars in the sky, I'll be there.
Oh, we'll just. I'm sure the little courier will make his way down the path in about 15 minutes.
What, with my Scribbles body pillow?
Picked out an artist for that yet? Are you still waiting?
No, there's a couple of them ready to go. I just gotta pay them.
Oh.
Yeah, there's two versions.
Yeah, there is.
Oh.
pretty rad.
It's one of them things, like, I don't know how I feel. Because I love it, but...
One body pillow that you can show all your friends, and the other you keep stashed in your closet.
Even has like a little hole in mind.
What is wrong with you?
I'm never going to change. You can't make me. Look at that. I just stood straight back up. I'm such a unit.
I've got all that core strength, but nothing in your legs.
Yeah, that's what it is currently.
Skipping leg day?
I'd be a very bad chicken on the run.
Oh, hi, Warren.
Hi, Warren.
Warren!
Oh, this
Please.
is so sad. So, we was talking about the Pinkerton fellow. How much money do you think he's going to charge us?
Take a guess, Jason. Just think about it. What do you reckon would be a reasonable price?
A reasonable price, or what I expect he...
Okay,
is
do
going to-
both, but tell us which one is
a
which,
reasonable price would probably be... I should probably get out of his way.
Careful, idiot.
A reasonable price would probably be like $200 a month, or a week rather.
Mhm.
And what he's probably going to ask is like $1,000 to $700 a month.
Okay. I think that's pretty fair. The way you were talking about it. So I said, hopefully about kind of 5 to 6, so that if he's got 3 people, he can split it 200 each.
Yeah, and it depends the quality and level of service that he provides and how many people he's providing, of course.
Yeah, true. Can't wait for this guy to try and shoot us.
Oh my god. I almost thought he was going to shoot Mrs. Adelaide.
Yeah, that would not be good.
Nah, they're fine.
I like this dance.
Oh, Nova, no!
Give me a couple of moments.
No! How many are in queue right now? Overstuck at 15. Yeah. Oh no. Over. He doesn't get on the server too often. He hops on Red Dead RP on weekends. Oh no, you're fine.
Warren.
You're making a character. Oh yeah, stripping Hicks, stripping. Both of you two are OGs. That's it. We've actually just hired Pinkertons. I'm hoping that's going to be something like 300. But Jason!
You were saying...
What's wrong with you?
I thought I saw something in the air right in front of me. I was just defending myself.
Jason! Praise be! Praise
Oh,
be!
praise be.
I can't wait to go to church. I almost said I can't wait to go to court to do that. Wouldn't that
I
be
hope
something?
to see you on Sunday.
I will do everything I can. Hopefully, you know, I will. I'll be
thank
quiet
you.
and fragile in the back, though.
There'll definitely be enough room for everybody.
In your church?
Of course. It's so big on the inside.
Yeah. I guess. I wish I could hotkey the emotes. I really want the lean bar. That's all I know it as. It's like a hand on the hip. Like that, but then the other arm is like outstretched and you can sort of stand on her. You get that?
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Monday's gonna be crazy. Testing one sync. What VoIP? I wonder what VoIP is getting used.
You hear me all right?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
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 I'm turning into fucking Thomas and...
Listen.
Listen.
Warren?
Warren?
Warren.
Oh my... Warren, no!
Is that Clayton near us? Oh, he's just inside the door.
I'm so glad we have... Do I pick some apples? I want to go get changed, but I ain't got change of clothes anywhere. Oh no! Do it again! You gotta do it again! Oh, ow, ow, ow. Dude, I fucked up my heel, man. I love the little illustration. I know that the apples are like a physical item because I've seen them before. And like with some, like certain items of food, you can see or you can like physically hold them. To be fair, most of your shoes don't look like they would be comfy to wear for too long. A pair of Doc Martens would. I couldn't even be bothered to, like, I'm still so exhausted. Like, I couldn't be bothered to pull up a pair of shorts, so I just put a skirt on. Mm-hmm. Do the same thing all the time. Like, because my shorts they're just chilling in the doorway. At least one pair were, like the denim ones, and like I was pulling them up, and I saw my skirt like right on the tumble dryer. I was just like, yeah, no, gotta make your boy. Oh Christ, Sam. Oh, what's his name? What's his name? Are you doing a scuffed southern accent like I am? Why? Listen. Adelaide is the most normal character I've had. The most normal character name. No, my southern accent is flawless. Whatever noise JP made as he lay in the field during the Survivor Games. Wait. Sure. Wait, you were in Survivor Games? Wait. Brian, that wasn't the same one I was in, was it? We skinned a man, and my partner carried him all the way to 3rd place. Face down, starving to death. Well, okay. Now, I mean this in... I'm just jesting, but I'm just saying, isn't that like the majority of early DayZ gameplay? When you're like new to the game? Sorry, that was... Got him! She says and looks at her 2,000 plus hours. Ready. Oh. Oh no. Ow. Karma got me. Ugh. Karma got me. Ugh. Oh, and so did the restart. As I put the bottles down, one of them fell over and landed on my big toe. Dude! Do you remember that Rizkana place? Rizkana. Ow. Whoa. Ow, 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 ow. Rizkana, they had the most amazing potato soup. Because it's when I moved up near the castle, I used to order from there all the time, and you'd get a mason jar of soup. And there's always the like crispy bread, the chicken salad bagels. I still think about the chicken salad bagels. It wasn't even a bagel. It was like a different bun. God damn. And that tiny little hunting shack in Meshach. So, fucking Brian. Brian's like, hey, do you want to go see the Northwest Airfield, but it's like real life? So it's me, Brian, and Matt Lightfoot. And so he shows us these walls, and it's exactly like in DayZ. It's exactly the same as the airfield, like the walls outside, the perimeter. So we're there. And then it's like, okay, we gotta climb over. And there's a ladder from an old deer stand. And it's like, okay, what the fuck is going on? So yeah, that was the time that Brian, where we broke into an abandoned Russian missile base or something. And we were looking at these boar. They were like wild boar, but they were in these pens. And then someone, I think it was Brian, heard something, and he's just like, hide. And I'm just like, what in the actual fuck is going on? He's seen a car. He's seen a car that's like patrolling this place, and it's like, oh my god, I'm gonna get arrested. It was like a real life stealth mission. And the worst part about it, I'm gonna think it's funny. No one else, I thought it was funny. But we're in like the most intense situation. I'm like already super uncomfortable because I'm terrified of getting in trouble. Yeah, being at a meet, it was such an adventure. And all I was thinking is like, I'm just there hiding in these bushes like I really need a poo. This might be TMI, but that's all it was horrible, man. It was so horrible. You know, have you ever been in a situation like that? Where you're literally hiding from Czech boar farmers who probably have rifles. There's like just dead deer everywhere. Hunters just out doing their things. Oh, it was terrifying. It was terrifying. Pretty much DayZ IRL. So dumb. It was so dumb. But there was this lovely little restaurant. Was it Italian? It was an Italian restaurant that we used to go to. It was, Matt and Brian were Dean's babysitters. I mean, they were producers, but they were also babysitters. Al Capone's, yeah. And there's a fire station, like literally like the fire station from the DayZ, like Armor DayZ. Or just Armor. Chinaris. I think that's where they were. Anyway. And my favorite thing about that place, and I've been trying to find the picture, is, you know, it had like loads of random photos and stuff and paintings on the wall, but my favorite one, and it was always at the table that we
How's
used
them apples?
Oh, yeah, I can't pick anymore. They're falling out my pockets.
I've got some space if you want to hand me some.
Oh, let me have that. Why?
Oh yeah?
Oh no. You know what? Don't worry about it. We don't need. I don't need any more. And this fucking. There's
I
a
usually keep
picture.
a bushel or two on me.
There was a picture on the wall at the table that we used to always sit at because Dean had a favourite table and we'd always sit there. And it was a train.
I'm so sad that the storm came. Me and Warren were having such a lovely time on the porch.
Yeah, could you? Is he good now?
No.
Oh.
No, we were just cuddling.
Aww. So there was a picture of a train falling off of a bridge, and it had in like big bold text, like them, you know, those old fucking memes from like 2008. In big bold text underneath, it just said "Oh shit," and this is like a family style restaurant that you just. It made no sense, man. So dumb. So.
What was that?
You must have missed the fellow. He came down. I guess you and Warren must have been looking into each other's eyes because they gave me my wine. Cheers.
Ah, yes. Yes, cheers.
She says. Hold on. Let me.
I've still got another about maybe
Yeah, she
hour, 2 hours until I get mine. Till I get what's coming for me.
Oh.
I'll get what I deserve.
Oh. Oh. Bro. Yo. I'm gonna need you to bless the apple orchard at some point.
Well, excuse me, sir. Gosh, I get so nervous around them. I'm gonna just take a step to the left. But I've been burying fish in the field as fertilizer, and that fish comes straight from Elysian Pool.
Oh.
Hi, Warren.
Hey.
Warren.
And he got his keys too.
That's right.
I don't have my keys.
Y'all, look at this shirt. Is it not cute or
It's
what?
amazing.
It's adorable.
It's so good. Do you like rolling your sleeves up every now and then as well?
I've never tried.
Oh yeah.
Well, good morning.
Oh.
Good morning to you as well. Thank you.
Howdy, sir.
I do apologize. I napped longer than anticipated.
Oh, that's quite all right.
I'm feeling I'm about to be in this man's way.
Yes, and they will shoot you.
I imagine his fingers real wrapped around that trigger. Jesus Christ, you got him in formation.
Yeah, too bad they couldn't have caught the people that were, trespassing.
Yeah.
Or the people that took me all tied up on the property.
Too bad they also lack trigger discipline. I heard gunfire when I was riding in here earlier.
Hi, Clayton.
Mr. Chris?
Yeah.
Do apologize. I will say, though, I slept like a baby.
Perfect. That's what we aim for here.
What
We
they,
don't aim
Peace and
at
quiet,
babies.
you know.
Yeah,
obviously.
a calming decor.
Yeah, precisely.
Right. I do apologize. We want to resume where we were speaking, or
Yeah.
Yeah, of
hungry
course.
or thirsty or anything?
I will say I am parched.
I can get them some water.
All right.
It would be nice. Thank you.
I'm gonna say set up the dinner table again, but. Can we play this?
You a pianist, Mrs. Chris?
Oh, no, never. It's too
I'm
much
pretty good
work.
at fingering.
Jason,
Okay.
if you would. Dude, I love that we just do our business in this room.
You don't mind if I smoke in here, do you, Mrs. Chris?
No, of course you can.
Thank you. I know some are partial.
Just be careful if you're ever buying cigars, cigarettes, and the like. Just I wouldn't go to Thomas and Albert. Was it Fletcher and Oak?
Yeah, I've seen their posters about. They've a reputation.
$200 for a cigar.
Oh, pardon me.
That's a joke, right?
No.
Nope.
What is it, gold crusted?
It's crusted in something.
What's your name, gentlemen? The flag.
My name's Warren.
Warren, pleasure. Wayne Marlowe.
Oh, the pleasure's
Warren's
mine.
basically my number 2.
I thought that was Jason Jasonson.
He runs the gold side of the business.
Jason's
Only.
he's like more like a half.
I say he said a vice president, so I made that assumption.
No, that's all right.
Right. Where did we leave off? You recall?
I believe we were about to start talking, I guess, pricing, I suppose. Obviously, we went over that it would kind of be on a subjective kind of basis.
Well, not subjective so much as circumstantial.
Yeah, that's what I mean, circumstantial.
Right. So there's a few ways we could do this, Mr. Chris. Seeing as you want to employ our services,
Mhm.
it will depend on the service and how long you want it and how you want it to be operated. We're pretty versatile. Now, if you want all-around security on a consistent basis, you could pay weekly. If you want us for events, you could pay for the event for whatever amount of hours we're there and for the amount of people you like.
Mhm.
In addition to that, you could pay for us to investigate a case. That would be a whole different conversation. It depends purely on the service you are looking to obtain.
Okay, perfect. So,
And then I can tell you whatever price works.
I feel like currently we're on the more investigatory side, I suppose,
Right.
because we've obviously got that Luca Gambino fellow.
Do tell me, do you have, enlighten me, do you have a security force? Personnel that you can trust?
Well, Warren usually runs that side of the business. He's got
I see.
a few lads that kind of work for our events, etc.
Okay. So here's what we can do then. It seems like you're more interested in us taking on a particular investigation, a case, so to speak. And then perhaps later, after building that rapport and our relationship, our business relationship, you might hire us for events or security as needed.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
exactly.
Okay.
I would say it's more like, my boys are more like, Texas Rangers.
I was a
Thrown-
Texas Ranger, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, thrown together, makeshift. There's definitely places that in which we would need your assistance as well.
Okay. I take it your men are freelance, or are they purely employed unto this corporation?
They're employed underneath me.
Right. Okay. Then we can offer our services as needed. I take it they're more men who could stand around with their guns rather than the details of positioning and circumstance of that like.
Yeah, I mean they know what they're doing. They're cowboys. They don't miss. They're smart. They
Right.
keep their head out their ass. But we not out here training and shit.
Well, we train. Perhaps that could be where we assist, add a touch of professionalism and some experience. But
Well-
as mentioned, per circumstance, Mr. Warren.
Yeah,
To your discretion.
I like how rough they is.
Right. Well,
I like that aspect of them. So I reckon I'll leave the training to you.
Sure. And, make no mistake, Pinkertons are not gentle when they need to be. Right, Mr. Chris, then. Investigative purposes, a case. Anything in particular? I understand Mr. Gambino is of interest.
Yeah, well, obviously he's a bit of a problem, kind of stopping my wife actually being able to even attempt to get anyone to work in the Bastille.
Well, I don't mind
Right.
not working at the Bastille. He can have the place. It's just
No,
he's
no, of
trying
course.
to poach everyone, and he's just offering them large sums of money. Where is he even getting that? Because they ain't getting customers.
Yeah, that's craziness.
Yes, I'll be candid with you. We've began some investigation just for our own database, which we Upon employ, I'll be happy to share with you. So is that who you want us to look into? Him in particular? What organizations he might be a part of? What his intents are, his motives?
I'll be honest, it kind of feels like most of his stuff's quite nefarious anyway.
Yes.
So that's pretty obvious. I suppose trying to get more of a result out of it would probably be the end goal.
Okay.
It'd be interesting to see as well if he is actually part of the Communist Party. We were informed earlier that he had like communist papers on his desk or some shit as well.
Right. Perhaps also might I offer where his income comes from, because he's not getting customers, as your lovely wife mentioned, and furthermore, he's not out there laboring like the common man. So evidently, there is some way in which he's incurring the money to pay people to avoid you or to enter his establishment in particular.
Yeah, precisely.
Right. We could investigate all of that. We could do something called a full sweep. Investigate him as an individual, what groups he's a part of, what his motives are, his friends, his family, his relationships. Every part of his personal and impersonal life I can provide to you.
Yeah.
Within the confines of the law, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Him in particular, or would you like to expand it beyond simply him? For now, we can do just that if you like.
It would be nice to try and get some more solid information on the people that are actually spreading the communist propaganda.
Okay.
Last night I met a man named Melvin. He said that there's rumors going around that he is the man that's heading this communist party.
I can tell you almost to a fact, and not to interrupt you, Mr. Warren, that Melvin is not the one operating in this communist business. I've spoken to him extensively. If he is, he's handling it very well, but I will be certain to look into him. What was it exactly that he told you out of curiosity? Did you speak to him or to other people about him?
To him. He said, I said, well, what even is a communist? And he gave me about an hour-long speech of, what a communist is. And he didn't seem impartial neither.
He didn't seem partial toward or against
Perfect.
Against it.
He did seem partial against it.
He didn't seem impartial against it.
And you
Matter of
take
fact, he was talking about how the rich need to, start spreading out, their wealth some more to the northeast side of Saint Denis.
Oh wow! Imagine that, the rich spreading out their wealth. Oh,
It's not
goodness.
like that's all we do.
Interesting. I'll look into Mr. Melvin, because in the discussion I had with him, he actually seemed partial against it, which shows some dichotomy to his words.
Well, Melvin ain't stupid. He
He's
seemed
not.
very smart. He was playing. There's a lady named Bianca who has been attached to Luca Gambino's hip since she came over here from England. And,
Wait, slow down now. Bianca Volpe.
Yeah, correct.
She's been attached to his hip.
That's correct.
Elaborate, please.
Well,
this guy
she
is
pretty much
sick.
has been living in Saint Denis next to Luca Gambino. Every time I go down there, I just sit outside of the Bastille. Nobody notices me. I watch who goes in and out, and she's always going in and riding out with her.
Very interesting.
Seems to get all the ladies' attention, doesn't he, for some reason?
What do you believe his relationship with Ms. Volpe is? Do you have any ideas?
Yesterday they had matching outfits.
Oh, that Eve
How about-
lady won't be too happy about that, will she?
I don't know.
So my understanding, you mentioned a love triangle. Eve is in a relationship with this Luca Gambino, and then there's another fella. His name was Nathan, you said?
We don't even know if they're actually in a relationship, but it kind of just seems like a love triangle.
Is it revolving around this Eve individual?
Correct.
Interesting. What's her last name?
Ward.
Ward?
Understood. Interesting. Okay. All right. We can discuss more information. I'd like to speak to you more extensively, Mr. Warren. But regarding the business deal, we can look into him, and by extension, I'll do additional work regarding the communists.
Perfect.
How are you outfitted? Do you carry long arms during events and such?
We do, yes.
Okay. And you have all these acquired?
Yes.
All right, understood.
We also have...
He was probably just going to say, if not, we can probably supply those.
Yeah, I have quite a large armory, so if you're ever in need of anything in particular, long arms with scopes, Mauser's pistols, anything like that, just let me know.
We could have a conversation about that. We're mostly well equipped, but I'm sure there's one or two things we could use. Much obliged, Mr.
Absolutely.
Warren.
Hmm.
Now,
All part of the business, so.
all part of business. Mr. Cress, there's a couple ways we can do this. We can do a weekly pay, or you can pay by the amount of information I provide you. Now, while the latter may seem more obvious, it's inopportune as information is gained in no consistent fashion. It's obtained and given. So what we could do is set up meetings, and you could pay me weekly for continuous investigation. Would that be proprietous to you?
Well, we usually work on a weekly basis, don't we, darling?
Hmm.
So we could probably just keep it that way. Keep it simple.
Okay, that works. I could report to you maybe twice a week, or when a large piece of information are found, and I want to provide them to you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me do some math there.
Yeah, of course.
Guest room was a mighty comfortable bed. Apologies for the delay. What can we say?
You
Hey,
did.
no, it
You
happens,
clean
don't
up
you
after
worry.
yourself.
It's very clean. It has a piece of chocolate on the pillow and everything.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that was Warren's touch to it.
Of course it was.
Yeah, he dropped me on there a few days ago.
Right.
Wait, what
Okay.
Warren did?
Sorry, don't let me interrupt.
No, go on.
Okay. Out of good faith, in addition to these services, I'll offer you on-hand security. So let's say something bad is to happen. The Pinkertons are available. You need to call us in. To no necessary additional charge, it's simply a matter of circumstance. You can call us in for something immediate. This will be separate to events, and I'll include this in the fee you're paying us to do investigation, sort of on-hand security. Let's say something bad happens. You have another break-in in here. You want someone else
you
to
can come on
investigate.
straight down.
We'll
Perfect.
come straight down. We can add, at the moment security, and also investigate that to no extra charge.
No, I appreciate that.
Right. The fee, and it is negotiable, but I feel it is reasonable, considering that I have many detectives, and we will get on this very quickly. We're not going to draw this out.
Yeah, of course.
$600 American per week.
See, I told
Oh.
you. I'm so good at guessing.
That's, you know what? 600.
Yeah, I'm. What are you thinking?
Well, again, if we can manage that, I'm fine with it.
Our goal here is not to be unreasonable or to skiff you.
No,
If
no,
you-
of course.
If there's need for negotiation, I understand we can go down a little bit.
500.
But I do believe it's a fair price. $550. $550 with the added benefit, and if there is another case of investigation relative to that, we will investigate it with no extra fee.
I think that's pretty good, darling. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
that's
lie.
fair.
Very good.
How about 500 and we provide drinks as you wish whenever you come
What?
around the saloon?
Thomas!
Okay,
no,
never
Thomas,
mind.
it's fine. Yeah, we'll do the
You
550.
can get drinks anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think you
Might
can't
try.
blame the man for trying, right? I suppose.
Thomas was the one that taught me everything about business, and look at him, he got married and it's all gone downhill.
Yep.
You mean to tell me drinks aren't complimentary?
Exactly. See,
Mm.
I remember that
It is
first
more than
rule of
fair.
business for you. First drink was free, right? So I
Okay,
remember the
this is
establishment
exactly
starting.
why we got Adelaide in business. We were a bit too keen on giving
Oh,
away
you were going out of
drinks.
business. Okay.
Oh yeah, we did keep giving away drinks. I was like, Thomas, no, people are walking in a bar and if they don't buy a drink within the next 10 seconds, they're leaving.
And that's why she's rich and I am still here.
But yeah, we can do that, Marlo.
Fantastic. Do you have perhaps a room upstairs where the signing papers can be completed?
Yeah, we can do that. Let me,
Next door should
just-
be fine actually.
I'll get that
shouldn't
sorted.
That works
What,
as
the
well.
drawing room.
it? Mm.
It's a large estate, after all. But I say beautiful decor. This is Chris. Absolutely
Ain't
beautiful.
it?
Especially the carpet.
That rug in there cost me $100. I had to buy that off someone. I felt so bad for this poor chap. He couldn't make any money. I was like, fine, just go and skin me some animals and I'll pay you.
Is this Persian? No, must be French decor.
Mm.
Baroque, I believe.
Mm.
Yes.
Bien sûr.
I don't like that word, baroque.
No.
It's too close to broke.
Why not? Imagine being poor.
I'm pretty baroque myself. I'm baroque
relate.
as shit.
Can't relate. Thank you, Solus.
I'm rich by proxy though.
That is true. I'm gonna drink this man's water before he gets back in here.
Yeah, drink his water.
Left with your pack.
So much for free drinks. Fuck that man.
I think that's Warren.
How much does he know about the situation? It seems like he's been around for a while. That's the first time I've ever fucking hearing of this guy.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know. I guess they're good at what they do with this private investigating stuff, so.
Does he have like a badge or something?
Do any of them?
I don't know.
That's the thing. He
I've never
seems-
spoke to a Pinkerton before.
Well, that's the thing. He seems open with his findings, so I'm happy to work with someone like that. As long as we keep him happy.
Reckon they're more akin to guns for hire, aren't they?
I think they're like investigators, more like.
Yeah, the private kind.
And they ain't, they'll probably do something, at least, because the deputies are just, well, it ain't our jurisdiction. We'll look into it, Miss
Yeah.
Adelaide. We'll take a look. Okay, are you gonna fucking do anything?
This
The
couch
kind of-
looks mighty comfortable.
Don't sit in it.
I won't. I'm not gonna soil it.
You have pour written all over your pants.
You know what? I'm gonna go and sit right there.
Okay, the chair's fine. That's fine.
But then I won't even sit in it. Up. I didn't mean just walk on the table.
I think we all have at this point.
I haven't.
Well, of course not. You're a lady.
Yeah. I really want to have a dinner party at some point. I had so much fun the other day. That was last week, wasn't it? Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was something alright.
I mean, we could hire actual, like, chefs and such.
Oh, I told you about the cider, right?
Yeah, sorta.
Well, we've decided. Well, we know that Clayton wanted to call it Dixon cider, but we're probably
that's brilliant.
We're probably gonna go with the golden apple, but
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
like-
far more pleasant.
like gold and
Yeah.
apple, so we save money on the
Expanding into
lettering.
the cider business soon.
Cider. Sounds
Yep.
delicious.
It
Deal is
is just
done.
Brilliant.
Oh, wonderful.
Yep, all sorted.
Well done. Has anyone exchanged POs?
We actually haven't done that yet, no. Well, I mean, me and Marlo are going to be going to Rhodes anyway, so if you wanted to come, we can probably drop by the post office.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
That works, yes.
Might make my way to Saint Denis and go get changed. I ain't working the parlor house, so.
Yeah,
Shall
fair
we
enough.
Yeah, might
have
as
that
well.
drink, though, Mr. Chris?
Yes, let's have that.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, you probably got some spare, right?
When doesn't she?
Make sure to break it out of the good cabinet.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. Your names?
So, do you like him?
Yeah, he's really fucking good.
Yeah. All right. There you you can take those. Watch your back.
Beer. Beer.
I haven't got any of the other.
Ah, fuck.
Why not?
I'm trying to think if I've got any on Falcon Hoof.
Ooh. Paddock.
No, Paddock Basher. Oh, well, actually, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you just he'll be.
forgive me.
Yeah, that's all right. He'll be right out.
You're right there, Jason.
Dear Lord, are you okay?
On one of these days. My special cider. Because that's gonna be something that I'm really looking forward to as well. Because then that means I can just give that to anyone that works at the spot.
It's just a crass hospitality. Mm-hmm.
To a toast then.
Yeah, indeed.
To a fortuitous business relationship. To the successful completion of this case. And, of
Amen.
course, to your lovely wife.
Aww.
Cheers to that.
It's a proper gentleman.
Amen. Praise be.
Amen.
Oh, praise be.
I'm excited to meet the rest of you.
I'm sure you will soon, Mr. Lee. Some of them are cowboys as well. Just got to put a bowler hat on them and a nice three-piece suit. They get themselves real nice and professional.
Like I said, out of the future. Just saying.
It is true.
Highly debatable.
Thomas.
But I will let you carry on.
They'll see in 3 decades when everyone's wearing bowler hats.
Exactly.
Actually, since we are here, perhaps it would be best that all those who have information regarding Luca, we go somewhere and discuss it. I'd like to share with you what I have already.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then
Sounds
we
good.
can handle the money afterward. It's a secondary.
I mean,
Perfect.
drawing room or the.
Drawing room makes sense, doesn't it?
Wherever you'd like.
The nice one.
Ooh, that's when you know we're not messing around.
I would love to have a table in the middle of here at some point.
Then you'll call it your war room.
Right. I just need to grab a piece of fruit.
And it is the drawing room. I guess standing's good exercise, ain't it, Mr. Lee?
The blood flowing.
So where you from, Philip? Virginia.
Saint Denis.
Saint Denis. Hell of a place.
Only place on earth I call home.
Fair enough.
And they don't very much want us in Saint Denis.
Well, they ain't kept me out of
Apparently
Saint Denis. Matter of fact, I've been sitting on their front porch almost every day.
Can you hear me over there as well, Jasonson? I'll speak up
Jason.
then. You hear me now, Mr. Jasonson?
I actually don't even know if he's present of mind at this point.
He's been keeping
Jason, are
somewhat
you
quiet.
awake?
Might be parched.
Apologies.
Okay,
Can you hear me, Mr. Jasonson?
I sure could.
Fantastic.
Okay. Beautiful.
Right. I think the best way to go about this is you share with me what you know so far, and I'll add on to it at the end. I have conducted some investigation. I don't want to go to business partners empty-handed. It's bad business. But I'll let whoever wants to speak begin. Tell me what you know so far.
You've had more dealings with him, haven't you two, probably? I don't think I've met the bloke.
We ran across him actually a few days ago. I might have mistakenly took Adelaide's PO number and thought it was mine, so that's the one I was giving away to people. And that fella was in Saint Denis. We're talking to him about how business helps with sponsorship and running the taps around and such. And he told me that he probably wouldn't need those services, but that he would still take the PO number in case. So ended up giving him this, and I would assume that's how he got a hold of Adelaide. But also, that's the only time we've met him. Seemed like a quite stoic bloke, for lack of better terms. He was all had a pretty strong Italian accent. He was pretty massive.
To worry too much about the description, I've met him on several occasions.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps things he's said, revealed, implied.
He didn't say much, in all honesty. Only mentioned that he wouldn't really require our services, and then inquired about PO numbers and such.
But I believe when he sent me a telegram, it was very much addressed to me, because he was asking about the Valentine Saloon and how he could get his hands on the Bastille. I couldn't get in touch with him right away, and then the following day, he was saying that he wanted me to refrain from advertising my saloon at his place of work, that he runs the place, that I should be of better mind and not do something like that. When he was tearing down all our posters because we was trying to hire people. Jason had a run-in with him down at the post office in Saint Denis, where
it was in front of the Bastille.
Oh.
So I did mention him that you and I were running the business, and I would assume he inquired around, got a hold of you then.
So he kept tearing down posters, and then kept saying, I can't remember what his last telegram said. It was like something along the lines of being a reasonable man. I thought it was funny.
Mr. Lee, anything that you've obtained?
Luca Gambino has plenty of contacts throughout the states. The first day he came into state, I saw him in the swamps. He was outfitted with a Missouri Foxtrotter, a pump shotgun, and a long arm, all tallying over $2,000. I inquired how he got these things so quick, and he was pretty quick to mention he's friends with a list of people. Two names stuck out to me, Claire and Elodie. Claire and Elodie is...
Spell that for me, Elodie. Is that Ellidy?
I-E at the end.
Elodie, isn't it? And then Redford for her surname.
Like Melody.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
well, with an I. Right. Continue.
Now, those are what I would assume to be upstanding individuals. They live out in the West. I think that they knew each other in the past, so he contacted them to get outfitted. Now, if they're business partners or so on and so forth, I have no clue. But
I have a strange question. Would either of these people happen to be Italian or of Italian descent?
No.
Okay.
The Claire.
Elodie's Australian.
Yes.
I think.
Correct. And Claire is Scottish.
Do you have last names for these two?
Elodie
Redford's
Redford,
Elodie.
and I don't know Claire's last name, but she is a warden. Basically, rangers of the sort. They take
Live in
care of
Saint Denis.
animals.
Yeah.
Of all places.
In one of the manors in Saint Denis.
Interesting. So these are
Came out of nowhere, had a mansion. What?
Right. So these are park rangers essentially with a mansion.
Essentially.
Correct. Yes.
Why would they live in the city?
These are strange times. These are strange times. So.
Yeah.
Please continue though, Mr. Lee.
Let's see. What else do I know? Oh, I was here inside of the bar, Saint Denis the first day that this Veronica lady showed up, and she seemed to be a stranger to Mr. Luca.
You said her name was Veronica. You saw Veronica.
No, not Veronica.
Are you talking about Volpe, Miss Volpe?
Miss
Bianca.
Volpe, that is correct. Bianca.
Okay, speaking of Bianca, right.
They seem to be strangers at first, but I think that they knew each other. They've been inseparable, and as a matter of fact, they have matching outfits, and I've never seen Luca change his outfit one time. I mentioned to her that I have a security business and a loan firm. She found that interesting, an interesting partnership, she said, because when someone doesn't pay you your money, you can have your interest or your security firm collect. I said, well, of course, there's a contract signed, and I would go to the law. And she said, if you have a security firm, why would you need the law?
Strange. An inclination toward the upper posture.
Yeah, correct.
Mr. Lee, and rather to all those addressed here today, you have my full trust, though I expect utmost confidentiality. I understand that tongues can be loose, and at times it is not clear whether things should not be spoken again. I don't mean to step outside my boundaries, but might I clarify all that is shared should remain here for the safety of the investigation. If word spreads, information leaks, its security, its proclivity is in danger. That cannot be lost. Are we in agreement?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And as the wonderful lady, then as the wonderful Lady Cress said, amen. Let it remain as such. Bianca Volpe. I think it is beyond question that she's an associate of Mr. Luca. The reality of this man is he has no direct stream of wealth, which means he has associates that are funneling it to him. He has some sort of operation beyond his Bastille, and he's making money. And all of these claims have the implication that he's doing something below the law. Or around it, rather. Now, I have something very, very good to tell each of you about. Bianca Volpe has attempted to join my agency.
John who?
Okay.
This will be an opportunity for me to decipher her relationship with Mr. Luca without giving her the information regarding him that we have.
Yeah, for sure.
And to decide what she's doing, because the reality is she could very well be working for him and trying to join us to get information on us. It's something I have not looked over, and it's actually a very likely outcome. So I'm going to watch her very closely. This individual, from what I've gathered, likely has some sort of business or organization. I wouldn't go as far as to saying it's a mob or corporation or anything like that, but it is strange. When he was, I would say, interviewed by us, we had a conversation.
I don't hear
He
it.
was very, very expressive as to the fact that he was not a communist. He also referred to your corporation, Mr. Cress, as a nuisance and a worm, or rather a weed in a garden. He's not very fond of you. He believes you're trying to
Clearly.
purchase the Saint Denis saloon or something along those lines. You're a business threat to him, in his eyes.
It's literally never been on the table, but okay.
Right, the veracity of that is irrelevant. It's what he believes. Thus, it's something we need to address. Now, Mr. Lee, please continue. I just wanted to comment there. Anything else that you have?
Off the top of my mind, there's a few patrons that I see on this bar on the regular, which is Melvin and Mr. Ming. They seem to be sympathetic to Mr. Luke. I don't think they're involved in any ways. They're just people who primarily stay around Saint Denis, but they're, of interest.
Warren, did you want to bring up the break-in?
I was going to leave that for last. Let's discuss what we know about him first, and then we'll talk about the break-in.
I reckon that's pretty much all I know about Luca.
Okay, then good timing, Mr. Jasonson. The break-in then.
So?
Give me the time of day, the details. Start from the beginning, go to the end. Leave no stone unturned.
August 10th, 1899. I reckon it was probably about noon. The sun was in the middle of the sky. A lady named Melody was riding straight towards the manor. I followed her from Rhodes, and I spoke to her politely on the west side of the estate about how she is trespassing and that I would like for her to be escorted off. At this time, a horse from the barn, a red one, was scared in my direction. As I turned around, Miss Eve and Luca were hiding in pretty much plain sight behind a white car.
Now, what was the orientation of this car to the estate here?
Right next to the barn.
Right next to the barn, you said?
Yep.
Right, so they were a ways away from the estate to begin with. You were the only other person outside besides this Melody.
Correct.
When you turned around to face them, did Melody move or anything like that? Was she on her horse?
Melody was on her horse. Now, Melody is an interesting individual. I don't find her to be involved. She's well.
Do you have her last
strange.
name?
I don't know.
Okay.
But she's like a shaman or something. She believes in the elder stories. I don't know how to go into it, but she doesn't seem like an individual that would be involved with Luca.
Right, it was just bad timing on her part.
Correct. Well, good timing on her part because she led me straight to him.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're good then.
Yeah,
You continue.
When I glassed him, put my binoculars on him, Eve took off first. But then she stopped and Luca went further. Now at this time, they were far enough that I didn't exactly know who they was. So Luca ran behind a brown bar to the east of the estate. I rounded the corner with my gun pointed at him. When I realized it was Luca, I said, "Oh God, put your hands down, get on my horse." I escorted him off the property.
To clarify, Luca and Eve split directions when they ran.
Correct.
And you recall specifically that Luca went around the estate, whereas Eve's direction was unclear.
Yep, I lost view of her.
Understood. Please continue.
I escorted them both off the estate, and at that time I figured it was just trespassing. I couldn't pinpoint that they had been in the estate yet.
Did he get on your horse?
He did. Yeah.
And you did what after that?
Escorted him off.
Right. And you escorted him off to where? To Rhodes?
To his horse, which was put in a bush on the east side of the estate, and then I watched him leave.
Right. Now, was Eve on your mind during this happening?
Well, she came out of a bush saying, "Oh, there you are. I lost you." Trying to play innocent like I didn't see her. Anyways, they left the estate, and then in Valentine, him and two other individuals came up to me, pulling me aside. Now they were all dressed together like matching outfits or something.
So then, Luca and two other men.
Two women. Eve,
two women.
Eve and a red-haired woman.
Red-haired, okay.
I don't know who this woman was, nor did she say one word. But they both, stood on either side of me, and Luca stood in front of me speaking to me.
Before you continue, could I get a description on Eve, please? General one. What's the color of her hair? Blonde, right?
Blonde, long hair. She has a couple outfits she wears. She wears like a black dress with a white top. So she got like shoulder puffs on or something.
Right.
She also wears a blue
her
shirt.
height.
Yeah.
How tall is she?
Same height as
not very
Aurora,
tall.
I'd say.
Okay.
Maybe.
You said she also has a blue dress on top of the black dress with the white top.
She has a blue shirt that she wears with like dark blue pants.
Rolled up sleeves. Open
Yeah, rolled
collar
up
kind of thing.
sleeves.
I think it's denim.
She changes her outfit often, but
I wouldn't rely on the attire then, but the
Yeah.
description is standard. How does she speak? Southern drawl? Is she
Kind of
British?
soft.
Sounds like an American whisper.
Yeah, she's kind of soft. Her words are drowned, alluring and seductive.
Southern drawl, exactly. Okay. Got it.
Oh, it's almost like a playful tone to her voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like real friendly.
Childlike, would you say?
No.
No.
Is her voice low? For a woman's, at least.
I wouldn't say so. No, I think it's about normal.
But it's hushed. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit soft.
Okay. Right. Sorry, please continue. So, Luca, Eve, and a red-haired woman approached you, and then what happened?
Well, they said regarding what happened on the estate, what is it going to take for you to, keep your mouth closed?
That just screams guilt.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
said.
I don't think it just screams it. I think it's an admittance of it. Please continue.
100%. Well, it gets better.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
I played I asked him, why are you doing this? What happened? And he claimed that Miss Adelaide is trying to take his bar. I asked him, why would you not go to the law? He says,
Slow down
well, in my
now.
line of business.
Who's Miss Adelaide? That would be Mrs. Cress, right?
Yeah,
In
Mrs.
front of her. Understood.
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Please continue. Sorry.
He said that in his line of business, the business partners in which he will soon get in contact with, he can't go to the law.
Wait.
I said, speak
repeat
plainly
that.
with me.
Repeat that one more time. His words were that because of his business partners, he could not go to the law.
Yes.
And I apologize, Mr. Lee, for the interruption. I just need to make sure I get this all written
No,
down.
you're fine.
Okay. Do continue then. You said to speak plainly.
I told him to speak plainly. Why can't you go to the law? Because they would see you as a snitch, correct? And he nodded.
What exactly is he gonna be? All I can think is moonshining, but. Ugh.
Well, we certainly
that-
never been up to any criminal activities.
No.
You're referring to yourselves, Mr. Jasonson?
At the royal we.
Right. I'll be frank. The workings of your corporation, I understand waters can be muddied. It's rather irrelevant to me. I'm more focused on the case. Mr. Lee, I have a curiosity for you. After he said this, did they leave? What else progressed with this? That line of questioning, rather.
They kept kind of pushing, like, are you going to tell them what happened and all this kind of stuff. I forget how we got to the fact, but he said something about what we did in the manor. And I was like, kind of got it out of him that he did break into the manor, vandalize it. But, that was 3 days ago, I think, so the details are a little bit muddy.
That's fine. That the gist is very well recalled. As for what he did within the manor, when you went to go escort him out, I imagine you forgot to check within the manor, didn't see what had actually occurred.
Yeah, they were so far away that I didn't even...
You didn't think they even got there? Yeah.
I reckon they were probably here before I was, and they were snooping around the manor or something.
Right. And as Mrs. Cress beautifully explained, they broke windows and mirrors and vandalized.
Yeah.
Could I get the details of what they exactly did here?
Jason, you were because you and Jessica were here.
Jessica.
So, Jason probably knows more than I do.
We were on holiday, so.
To give a summary of all the damage, there were etchings and carvings outside on the outside wall of phallic imagery, based on penises, and there was a smiley face carved on the inside wall, as well as more penises carved on the inside wall. We had several china plates smashed in our locked cupboards upstairs. 3 mirrors were smashed, 2 in the bathrooms and one in the hallway upstairs. The queen bed in the guest bedroom upstairs had a knife cut through the mattress, and it looked like the chest had been rifled through.
Imagine coming home to that. It was not great.
I imagine they got into the windows then.
Can only assume so.
Well, the locks on the doors were kind of finicky that day already.
I see. So the
locks
man
were
forgot to
broken.
lock the doors. I imagine you fired that man.
No, the doors were definitely locked, but when we got here, they were broken.
Oh, okay.
So they
I see.
probably kicked the
Okay.
door in or something.
Right. You remarked a lot of phallic imagery. Was this
Right.
on the exterior of the estate?
Only on the
inside.
exterior of the manor was there any etchings of phallic imagery, but that also continued inside. But that was the only thing on the outside.
How juvenile. Anything else? Imagine it's rather I can imagine what they did. Toppled
They-
bookcases, staffled the ground.
They broke our chandelier that we have in the stairwell here. It looked like they had cut it from the top of the stairwell and it had just crashed down.
I see. They really destroyed your home.
Yeah,
Mr.
they
Chris.
really did.
And now here's my second line of question, unless there's anything else to add regarding the vandalism, Mr. Jasonson.
That would be that would suffice to be a summary of what I found. Yes.
Okay. The law. I will add something. When I spoke to him, I was informed that he had. You informed me, actually, Mr. Jason, that he had a warrant for his arrest. Is that correct? He, when I spoke to him, remarked that he had spoken with Sheriff Mudd, who had cleared it up for him. The details of which I'm very curious about. Did you contact the law?
I spoke with Sheriff Mudd, mostly about an incident I had unrelated to Luca, but I also told him about the break-in, and I think he was waiting to speak with Warren here, because Warren was the witness who identified Mr. Luca.
Yeah, I think he also wanted to have a conversation with me. Jessica forwarded a telegram my way.
I suspect that the conversation Sheriff Mudd and Luca had is in regards to his many assaults and warrants that had been written by the local police down there in Saint Denis. Apparently, he's been having a lot of troubles with assaults.
Right.
That's what the sheriff told me.
Here's what I'm curious about. He broke into your home, which you own legally, destroyed it, vandalized it. Why didn't the law involve themselves upon being told that? My understanding is that the only occurrence of them being informed of this was you telling them second-handedly, Mr.
Well,
Jasonson.
Today is the day. Well, we only just found out that it was them.
Yesterday.
No, today.
Today?
Yeah, we've only just found out that it was the other two.
The
You must
Cresses have been
then
on vacation for a couple days.
I see. Well, you must have had your suspicions then, Mr. Jasonson, because you informed me of that yesterday, that it was likely that it was Luca Gambino.
Well, I was told
We've known since the 10th. The
I had
Cresses
no
haven't been
idea.
around.
I had no idea who it was until Warren told
I
me.
see what. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we
They've
went away
only
to
been
the
informed
beach.
as of yesterday, but you didn't tell on their behalf. Very clearly, Mr. Jasonson.
I only reported to Sheriff Mudd what I saw.
I see. So, and Sheriff Mudd hasn't done anything relative to that actual breaking.
Not to my knowledge, no.
That is unfortunate. Now, Mr. Cress, you can see why my agency can come in handy.
Yep.
The law is often unsatisfactory. The unfortunate nature of the coming age of a constabulary, as we move from deputies to what do you call them, police or something.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's it. They've received no justice for the destruction of your home.
No, not yet.
That is
Sounds about
pathetic. This Luca Gambino man and I like to stay impartial during my cases, but that's disgusting. And it upsets me that the law has not been able to do enough for you. Mr. Lee, I take it we'll speak a little bit after this, but I think in the coming of information, I think that's about it. Is there anything else?
I don't think they're stupid. I think afterwards, Eve came up to me and she's trying to separate herself from the situation completely. She told me that she's she told Luca she wants no part of it. So I took her for her word for a moment. Then I thought better of it. So I sat out in front of the Bastille for a while, and I've seen her come and go plenty of times. So I reckon she either lied to me or she really got a thing for this Luca man.
I wouldn't trust her for a damn second if I were you. Lovers are often very much intertwined in the business of their mates, for better or for worse. And the fact that she knows of it means he's not keeping it from her. So it's reasonable to infer that she's involved in it. She's someone we're going to want to investigate as well. Right.
She's always been so nice to our face as well, even when my wife offered her work. Which was a
Me as
really
well.
good fucking deal.
I'll be frank. I think this Gambino, I think he has an organization. These
Yeah, I
dealings,
think
they're
that's
too
fair
well
to say.
coordinated. I wouldn't necessarily, as of now, go as far to call it, a gang or anything criminal, but it is absolutely doing criminal things. The fact that he said that they would snitch on him, Mr. Lee, and that they didn't know how well entwined he were with the Chris's is I think admittance enough.
Oh,
This
well,
is not
I
going to be a
made sure I
typical
was,
case.
I made sure I put myself in a position that I was very impartial. I was just hired security.
Is that still maintained, Mr. Lee?
Oh, absolutely.
Fantastic. Fantastic. If there's nothing else, I'm going to get to work.
Mhm.
Mr. Chris, you can expect this will be completed in due time.
Mhm.
I'll make
I
this quick
appreciate
for
it.
you. And in fact, like I said, we'll organize some times over PO. We'll exchange them at Rhodes. And if anything big comes up, we'll have an impromptu meeting if that works.
Perfect. Yeah, we're going to do that now then.
Mhm.
May as well get the ball rolling, as it were.
Oh, can we take the boats to Blackwater? I wanna go. I wanna go get changed.
I don't want to
mean,
be see.
We can go to Saint Denis, right?
I prefer Blackwater.
You can go there. We'll just head up to Rhodes quick, and then we'll hop over.
Oh yeah, we got
No, I
the little
wouldn't
Is that
have-
fair
jetty as
enough?
well. Yeah.
Yeah, we got the jetty now.
It's fine. I'd like to speak with Mr. Lee further as well. So maybe I'll just accompany you to Blackwater. That way, we can, unless he's not coming with you.
I don't know. I mean, if you three want to head out together, we can just take the boat over.
The rowboat or something.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll
yeah.
want to take a rowboat. You fit 4 people in there.
Do you have a rowboat?
I
Do
do.
we have a rowboat? Oh, alright. We'll take yours, Jason.
You're rowing,
I got one
Jason.
as well.
Yeah, that's fine. And then I can
That's
head to
alright.
Blackwater afterwards. It's fine.
Okay, great. That works. Have a
See you
safe
over there, Cleveland,
If I
man.
could.
row.
Yeah, don't
We'll row,
drown or
row,
anything.
row that boat.
Yeah, I got the doors. Excuse me. Excuse me.
No.
This barn we're heading to right now is where I saw them.
I imagined as much.
What is the fair?
When you said what barn?
Oh, over there.
Yeah. I'll show you. There's honestly, it's kind of comical that they thought they could hide behind it.
No, they didn't. Warren, they did
No,
not.
it's this one back here. I'll show you.
Wait, okay. That's hardly. Oh,
No, they
no,
didn't.
that's not much better. That's not much better. I'll be honest with you. It's not much better.
Hey, Thomas, do you have your fishing rod?
Have a guitar.
Oh.
Why? You got some fishes around?
No, I was gonna say, if we're taking the boat over, crack out the fishing rod and do some work for once.
I
I think
always
that's a
do
great
work.
idea.
I made so much money today.
What did you do?
Made like $100.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah. It was not money Jason gave me out of pity.
Oh.
It was
Pocket
not.
change. Oh yeah, cause you was rolling up your sleeves, weren't you?
I was merely rolling up my sleeves and in need of a tip. Turns out I didn't need a tip, but I still took it.
Just a little bit of charity.
Alright, Jason, if you wanna grab your boat.
Here you go, Hassan. Well, that's a fine piece of boatery.
Then you can sit up
After
front,
you, darling.
Mrs. Adelaide. Oh, you know, I guess we can all sit wherever we like. Sit,
Yeah.
sit where you can. Thomas, you'll have to sit up front on that plank.
That's fine. I'm just gonna point where we need to go. Huh?
That's not helpful because I can't see that way. Because that's not how rowboats work.
I don't know. I ain't no sailor.
Don't overwork yourself now.
Exactly.
Wait, are we gonna be able to cross the lake?
Of course.
Alright.
Should be a pretty swift ride, yeah.
I've done it a couple of times,
Oh,
but we
thank
came
goodness.
from Gill's Landing, which is a little
Hmm.
further north. But I do know you could go from Blackwater to the estate. Is that someone over there? I think so.
No, I ain't.
They got a fine boat.
Yeah. Howdy.
Oh, howdy, fellas.
Hey.
Nice lanterns you got there. Oh, I kind of bumped them with my wake.
Oh.
That was rude.
Yeah, you couldn't just bump into him with your wagon.
No, with my wake. My boat's wake.
Yeah, nautical terms. Left. I mean...
Port.
I don't know what... Port.
Or is that starboard?
Starbuck.
No, I think it's starburst.
No, that's
Starburst.
right, and then port is left, because port is 4 letters and left is 4 letters.
Yeah, but I'm facing the other direction, so I don't know which one's which.
Oh, yeah.
Or you could just say left or right.
Yeah, that...
That's
But,
right.
but your left is my right.
Then you just say whatever your left and your right is, you know? It's so easier.
To the north, you'll see a fine island.
Riveting.
And to the south, you'll also see more islands. But not very well, because it's kind of dark and foggy and for boating and out in the water in the middle of the lake.
You know, I got a shanty. Hold on. How does that go? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's been about a few months since I've tried it, but should be fine. The king and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours and by the powers where we will roam. You're all together was the colors of hero, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Now some have died and some are alive, and others sail on sea with the keys to the cage and the devil to pay, relate to fiddler's grave. You're all together was the colors of evil, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Bell is raised from its watery grave. You hear its sepulchral tone. We are called to halt, bear head to the squall, and turn yourself towards home. You're all together was the colors of evil, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Something like that.
Every time, it's just something like that. That was wonderful.
That gave me chills. That was
It's
so
just a little
good.
shanty, you know, on the
Oh,
ocean,
yeah,
well,
okay.
lake.
Mister,
kinda
it's been
fitting.
months.
It actually has. It's just, I don't know, it kind of came naturally, but it's
It's like
been a
riding a
long
horse.
time.
Wait.
Yeah,
Don't let
yeah,
the door hit
exactly.
you on the way out, prick.
It kind of is.
I didn't want to get to Blackwater before the song was done, so I went real slow.
I know.
Because I just felt like the fog and the darkness just went so well with that song.
Okay, I thought you were just pulling my beer, Jason.
Oh, can I pull your guitar strings too?
I mean,
So
I don't know
can you
what to
not
make of it.
Play with each other's instruments, please.
Just use protection. Another
Hell.
$50 per hour, Jason.
That's a deal. That's a deal.
I'll go fish tomorrow or
Right.
the day after, okay? I am not yet to a point where
So
I
when do
need
you
to
wanna book him,
prostitute
Jason?
myself.
How about later tonight?
Come on, Thomas, you gotta
Okay,
bring
yeah.
home
How
the
many
bacon.
hours do you want?
I'll take about
I'm gonna make it
4 hours.
somehow.
4 hours. Okay, fantastic.
Thomas, you any good at hugging?
Okay, listen. How about no session with Jason, but one more shanty before we arrive.
Alright.
That's a good
Oh
deal.
no, the current is pulling us this way.
No, you can go. I don't know if I'll do it right, because this one has been even longer than the other one. It's a little different, but... Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, I heard him cry. His words carry upon the ocean breeze as he sank beneath the tide. These blood-soaked shores of Kalindor, where sailors fought and died. The admiral fell at Terramore because she left his side. What days, oh daughter of the sea, what days did you forget your seaside days? Always the pride of our nation's eyes. How could she go astray when she did flee across the ocean deep? The admiral followed west. What else but sail to save her daughter's life and pray she still drew breath. I need to turn the page of my little book here. Don't mind me. When she did flee across... I said that already. Okay, here we go. But there he found upon those distant shores enemies upon the rise. But when he faced the savage foe, his daughter stood aside and buried deep beneath the waves, betrayed by family to his nation with his last breath cried. beware the daughter of the sea. I heard, across the moonlit sea, the old voice warning me, beware, beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, beware of me. Something like that.
That was a gorgeous rendition.
It's a little different, but it's hard to make, justice to the original one.
Thank you.
Buenos dias. Ain't you a queer sort?
You're not a senorita, Jason. It means precious.
Do we want to get our horses so that we could remember the clothings?
I'm kind of unique looking every day, so I don't need to.
That's true.
I got. Oh, my heel is so busted, dude. Thomas is amazing. Thomas is alone though. Ah. My first Christmas. Oh my god, Brian, do you remember it was my first Christmas alone? And I sat and played Thomas Was Alone and I cried. Very Adelaide. I just wish these skirts weren't so grubby, because it's a nice shade of purple.
Yep. It's my kind of tailoring. Nothing.
It's no sense.
You don't think too much about it.
Oh yeah. So.
Howdy.
Are there any basket accessories? I wish that I could have a physical basket I can just carry whenever I'm picking apples. Because I know there are like books. I've seen books. Should I put a vest on? Adelaide is already like super skinny. She looks silly in a corset. Oh. Wait, which corset? The blue one? I think I can get a better hat.
Seconds march into the past.
But I quite like it with the red. Remember 387. There isn't a cute green skirt. With the light blue flower and the red. I feel fancy.
Well, look at you, Adelaide.
Mhm.
Look like you're ready for a beach outing.
I'm rich.
I'm rich as fuck.
Rich as fuck, boy.
She's rich as fuck, boy. Meanwhile, you know, I'm pretty rich too. I'm rich in
I would also like to know in what you're rich
in many things.
Okay. Does
It's kind of
anyone include money?
I'm working on it. That fella was kind of shitty looking.
Hmm?
The fella rode by with a mask on.
No.
Yeah, just kind of slowly rode by. Probably no big deal, but
Mhm.
where did Jason go? He went to get his horse.
His horse was right there. Did you not see him walk in?
No, I did not.
He laughed at you.
Who's trying to fight who now? Or is that fella again?
Hmm.
Hmm. Well, the others should be there shortly as well. It's been a minute.
I think.
They were meant to meet us in Blackwater, weren't they?
Yes.
Hey, Jason. Hold on.
Ain't you boiling in that? I'll be roasting.
I feel that I'm getting roasted every day.
No.
Life is tough being me.
Woe is you.
It's our little one-liners that get me every time.
Look, it's a tough life, is all I'm saying. But I'm making true, you know. I've put through so many sacrifices.
What have you sacrificed?
Freedom.
Yeah, freedom.
What do you mean? I leave you outside every day.
On the weekends, at the very least.
There you go. Just lock you out
Okay.
permanently, then you're free.
Listen, it gets so cold out there at night.
Go catch a fish or warm up.
I'll catch plenty of fish in due time.
I miss going
not
out
now.
fishing.
It's not so bad, you know, if you get like a bunch of people and you go around. Then again, I'm more inclined to, you know, not fish if that's the case than fish. But what can I say? I just like to, you know, prance around.
Where is
Clayton's
Jason?
good at it. He's in there. He's just changing, as he puts it. Jason, get your shit together.
He's drinking holy water in the back.
He most certainly is. How'd you feel about this fella, Eddie, Pinkerton agent?
I like him.
Seems quite professional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much.
Certainly made a better impression than the first trailer.
Boo.
Look at you, little phantom.
Alright.
Gotta be ready for the masquerade tomorrow.
That's good.
Oh, shit.
Oh, look at the little tail coat as well. I'm gonna head over to the saloon.
Radio.
I mean, where else are we gonna go?
We gotta figure this out too for the masquerade tomorrow.
I was thinking it might be fun to get everyone together with like a group outfit that.
Oh.
Like a
what have you got in
uniform.
mind?
Not like a uniform, more like, hey.
Oh, for the masquerade?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
So I was told there's a woman that operates out of here, but she's a chef.
That could be her
So
horse.
heard.
Oh, you remember when we made the move down here?
I most certainly do.
When we finally
a
saved
bit-
up for the carriage?
That event over at the Corrigan was a fine profit, so to speak. We made a lot of money that night.
500.
And that was H. We made nearly, well, accounting for the payment of security and all, we made around 1,600 that night. And of course, also including all the drinks that's been sold and whatnot. That's a little extra profit on top, so not too bad.
Oh, isn't it nice being wealthy?
I should get a few cigars just to give the impression that I'm wealthy. It's all about looks, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
The illusion of rich.
Fake it till you make it.
If people think you're rich, then they'll give you better offers, and then you'll be rich.
Well, you remember what I was like, Thomas. Every time we was ever doing anything, I was just nothing but a barmaid, and anytime I went to Saint Denis, I'd dress up as fancy as I could.
Mm-hmm. Not wrong.
Now it's just my
I mean,
everyday.
Yeah, you've always enjoyed dressing fancy. It's just that now it's, as you said, everyday kind of endeavor. You know, made your way there.
Moving up in the world, eh?
Mm-hmm. Getting where you want to get.
Probably send Clayton a telegram, maybe.
Yeah, probably for the better, just in case. Tell him we're over at the saloon.
I am ready for the 4th of July, aren't I?
Bankers and big ones. You dream of better days. It's an autumn haze. My life's been so strange, but that's just alright with you. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. And I don't know how long things will stay this way. And I don't know what's wrong, how to fix this place. I know some things can't change, but I want you to know.
Oh.
You will never be